There we go, boys. We are live, Anson.
Welcome in. How are you, Detroit? Day 3 of the NFL Draft. We are here live in Woodward Studios, downtown Birmingham. We spent the last 2 days in our fair city, Detroit. Wow, what a time, Justin. We got, as we know him as Korean Jesus over here. He's not Korean or Jesus, but how was your time downtown this weekend, my friend?
Oh, downtown was electric. It was amazing all weekend. I was treated like an amazing by Woodward Sports, and everyone who came out to the 313 draft party, everyone was in such a great mood. The vibes were so high, and it was just, it was the best.
Fantastic. All right, well, we got our Lion beat reporter, Mr. Broder, in the booth. Matt Broder, how you doing, my friend?
What's up? Hey, look at that up there.
Looking good, baby.
JB Smooth, baby. I'm so excited to be a part of this. This is my first time in the TD booth. We're a little short-handed, but I'm looking forward to you guys like updating me on everything that happened. It's been a whirlwind of a weekend. But shoot, the Lions got a new secondary. I can't wait to talk about it with you guys.
They sure did. And we got a special guest in the building tonight from 51, or known as 5'1", 51. 51 Clothing, my man, Devin. Tell us about yourself. How you been this weekend, man? You been enjoying the draft?
Yes, I have, man. It's honestly like a dream come true. It's like when you were a kid, and I remember my granddad telling me like how great the times was when Barry was alive, like giving me that hat when I was like 4 years old, making me become that Lions fan. And like him always saying like, we're gonna get the draft here one day. Like count my words, we're gonna get good enough so Detroit can show what we really can. And like this week hasn't been disappointing. Like just seeing how much they have brought the city together. Like you got people from Hood, you got people from Love 696, you got everybody intermingling with each other. Man, it's just beautiful.
Hey, Anson, I might not have put his mic on, so you take this for 1 second. I got you back up.
All right. So we're going to take a moment here. We talked about it. Broder just dropped it. We've got a brand new secondary. Now, we spent the offseason, free agency, shoring that up. Amik, Carlton, re-signed Emmanuel Mosley. Obviously, we said goodbye to Mr. Cam Sutton. But we take what our guys thought were 2 of the top 3 cornerbacks in this draft. How are you feeling about the new secondary in Detroit?
Oh, I am fired up about the new secondary. Getting Arnold that late in the first round after the 14 straight offensive picks was such a big thing. Not having to leverage more. I really wanted us to move up for Dallas Turner, but not having to pay the premium that the Vikings paid to get Dallas Turner and us sitting back and waiting for Arnold to kind of fall into our lap and making the move at the correct time. I think that is going to be a beneficial thing moving forward, as we didn't leverage as much as our future to still get the guy who we wanted, as we've talked about, probably top 3 in the Lions big board.
Very good. Well, let's bring it back one more time to my man Devin. We got our sound capabilities back up here. 51 Clothing. I'm looking at this shirt here, and it's fantastic. I need you to kind of show it off a little bit for everybody at home.
I absolutely appreciate it.
And you've been working with some of the players. I know that you've been working with Woodward. Tell us a little more about 51.
51 started, I want to say, 14 years ago when I was a sophomore in high school. I had this idea that I could draw my whole life, and I found out what Adobe was. And I pretty much just went full head focus on trying to find an identity to what this actually clothing line was going to be. I recently just linked up with my friends, and we got everything set up now, and in the next coming weeks we're going to have a premiere for you guys, and you're going to see what we're made of, man. This shirt is dedicated to Detroit and dedicated to the Lions and dedicated to everybody that has a vision that's wanting to do something in this world. You can do it, man. I literally walked into Woodward Sports and like said, hey, what's up? And it's been open doors since. So like this has been life changing. I want to say I thank all you guys. Follow me on Instagram, DP Designs, dp.designs. You'll find all my designs and everything. And stay tuned, man. It's gonna be a lot of work coming soon, man. Appreciate you guys.
We're looking forward to seeing the new designs and what you come up with. So we're gonna catch back up here with the draft a little bit. We're in the 4th round. Jatavian Sanders kicked off day 3 downtown. If you've watched it's packed again. We've set records. We set a day 1 record. We set a day 2 record. We're going to set a full draft record. Detroit has shown out, and I got to say, I think we might get this thing back again here. We might not have to wait 20 or 30 years.
I think it's more like the 10 years. I think that the way that this city is growing and the way that our team is growing and just how much awareness is being spread about how great Detroit has been this weekend, I think that we're looking at the next 10 years. There will be another NFL draft here.
Yeah, and we've got the Final Four coming in 2 years. Just the growth of this city and the change, it kind of feels overnight, but it has been a long time coming. It's been a concerted effort over the last 20, 25 years. It really started with us landing the Super Bowl in 2006 and working towards that not being a disaster, and it wasn't. It was a lot of smoke and mirrors. This weekend, I've said it a bunch of times, we certainly brought our finest china, but the work has been put into the city. And what that work has done is it's inspired confidence from all of the people in the suburbs to come down for that. One of the things that I really loved seeing yesterday was all of the families, all of the kids, people that probably haven't been down to Detroit like that in a long, long time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I talked to some of my friends who I've been hyping up Detroit because the last couple of years I've started to spend a lot more time in the city. I love it. And they're saying, yeah, like, I went down this weekend. I had a great time. It was so beautiful to see the city like that. I have to go down more. And I hear it's even continuing over to the Tigers where they want to go to Tigers games because it's just a thing to do down there. They're growing too. They're getting better. They're young. So it's just an exciting time for Detroit for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we're looking at the Colts on the clock now at the 17th pick in round 4. As we know, we got a little bit of time to wait, guys. Looks like we're not going to be picking until, I believe, number 29 here in the 5th round. So we got a little bit of time. Chat, let us know how you're feeling right now. I'd love to hear from Broder because Broder is the man in the locker room with the Lions, behind the scenes. He's got his finger on the pulse with the Honolulu Blue. How are they feeling down in Allen Park right now about their 2 newest acquisitions?
I think they're jacked up. I wasn't able to go to the press conferences in Allen Park yesterday, but I know how excited this whole team is to have this new secondary. I mean, that's really the story of this Lions draft. They've now completely turned around their secondary from last year when we saw Cam Sutton, Kendall Vildor, like the starters in that San Francisco game. We now have Carlton Davis, Amik Robertson, Terran Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, Kirby Joseph, Ife Melifonwu. Like, this secondary is completely revamped. And you pair that with DJ Reader signing on the defensive line, Marcus Davenport, to pair with Ali McNeil, Aiden Hutchinson, and all these, I'll call them role players, and I don't mean any disrespect. Unlike Flannel, where you at, Flannel, I mean respect out of that. You still have the John Kaminsky's. You still have the Josh Pascals. I expect them to go maybe interior offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver in this next pick. But, man, you never know with Brad Holmes anymore. I didn't expect back-to-back cornerbacks. I had to sleep on it, but I'm happy. Yeah. I'm happy. This secondary is fierce. It's competitive. Dogs.
Yeah.
Dogs. I definitely agree with that statement.
Yeah, and so I'm hearing Brad on the way in today, and they were ready to trade up to get Ennis Rakestraw. This is a guy that a lot of people had on their boards at the end of the 1st round, very early 2nd. And very much like Terrion slipping into a realm where they thought that they could make a move to jump up to get him, the same thing happened with Enos. This is a guy, again, we thought he was going to be gone in the 30s, and the next thing you know, he's there at the 60s. But they were willing to trade up for this guy. They obviously gambled, and it paid off. I guess my question, Broder, I want to ask you, my concern with Enos, he only played 20 games through the last 2 years in college, little bit banged up here and there. Durability could be a concern. At 187 pounds, 6 foot, he's a little slight. Now, he's long.
He's long.
But does that concern you, his ability to stay on the field?
Not as much as, let me get my camera up. Not as much as, actually, it concerns me more than it does the Lions. Like, I think they're so comfortable with their new medical staff now that if they sign off on some of these players, like a Marcus Davenport too, they're not as concerned about how often they're going to be on the field. And I think the upside of the player, I think it's Enos Rakestraw Jr. I've heard both. Enos Rakestraw Jr., his upside, because of his length. Like Terrion Arnold, they're actually about the same size and weight. Enos Rakestraw is he's longer. His arms are longer. He's a little bit more physical, but they're both great in the run game. Like going up, they're not afraid to tackle. They're not afraid to come up and hit a running back. So I guess to answer your question, no, I'm not concerned. And the fact that they took Terrion Arnold in the first round, it's time for Enos Rakestraw to develop. Like he doesn't have to be that, day one starter or day one, maybe number 3. I expect Terrion Arnold to be a starter day one. If not, number 2 to Carlton Davis. You play Amik out of the slot. You play BB out of the slot, safety. What they can do, sort of the moral of the secondary now, they have so much flexibility. They now have 2 outside coverage corners, 3 including Carlton Davis. And then with Amik, Brian Branch, Iffy, Kirby, they can do whatever they want. And they're all such versatile players. I think Aaron Glenn's going to have a field day.
Yeah, and he's finally got his guys. He's taken a lot of flack in this town, but you spoke to the medical staff.
Yeah.
And it's a great point because what we have seen the Lions do over the course of these last 3 and now 4th draft is take guys that have a little bit, J-Mo had big injury concerns, obviously, but there's a few guys that they haven't had a problem getting into their building, developing and waiting for them to get healthy, and a much healthier level than what most college systems can get you to. You're talking about an NFL medical staff, and it sounds like we have one of the best ones in the league right now.
Yeah, and it's a new one that they brought in when Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell came. When Patricia was signed, they got rid of everybody, like medical staff, trainers, a lot of the staff in there. There's still a handful of men and women who have been there through the years, but they got rid of a lot of those key assets like the medical team, and they just feel more comfortable. And you talk about some of the injuries they feel most comfortable with, like torn ACLs. They're not as worried as maybe NFL teams, medical staffs were even 10 years ago. Like they went out and re-signed Emmanuel Mosley after his second ACL surgery. So I think they look at those like Jamison Williams, who had one in the championship game for Alabama. They look at those as injuries that these players can not just recover from, but be the same player they were before. So with Emmanuel Mosley, the fact that it was his other ACL, that's not something that scares them away. In fact, he'll now have a stronger opposing ACL to rehab on versus the one that's now torn that he was rehabbing on before. So they're not as worried with those major ones. What I'm curious is the DJ Readers, the torn quads, if they had gone with Latu, who is a Colt now, if I remember correctly, like, is that the type of injury that, did they love that player, but that injury was too much for them to go with? Moral of the story, again, they're just confident in the decisions of this medical staff. They're not going to shy away from a player with a little bit of an injury concern.
Yeah. And, Emmanuel Mosley was a player. If this guy can regain form coming back from a second torn ACL, maybe our biggest weakness can become a strength. Because if these guys do end up being healthy for this season, this is maybe a top 12 defense.
I would definitely agree with that. I think that the versatility that we have formationally and to substitute at will and be able to throw in different packages and keep guys fresh, I think that's an absolute weapon. I think that when you can do that and teams don't have a way to beat you because you can do so many things well, and that's what a great defense is built off of. Yeah,
and this team just a few years ago, we were just trying to find starters.
Yeah.
Now this roster's kind of hard to crack. Mm-hmm. And the depth is really painting a full picture of what the future is for this Lions franchise and how realistic this championship window is, that they're not building, they're widening because it's getting bigger and bigger. These front-loaded salary, these contracts that they just signed Amon-Ra to, Penei Sewell to, they're real light on the team financially in the first couple of years. So we're looking at a 2-year window where these guys expect to win a Super Bowl. That's what you're feeling in Allen Park right now, right? These guys know no more just trying to get the right players on this team. We've built our culture. We've got our talent. We got to the NFC Championship. Now let's go win the Super Bowl.
Oh, absolutely. And you can feel it. That must have been discussed in Terrion Arnold's visits whenever they met with him, because when he grabbed that mic on draft night and was like, you just said it. Like, we're going for Super Bowls now. Like, that is the mentality of this team. And that's almost why it's a little refreshing that it is this new regime. It's Dan Campbell, although he's returning to the Lions, it's with this new reinvigorated energy that it's not, sorry, Anson, it's not the same old Lions. This is the new Lions, the brand new Lions, and they're not thinking about NFC North championships. They're not thinking about getting the NFC championship game. They're going for a Super Bowl. And that is why I think, although it was their best player available on the board, it was also one that fit their number one need. Like, we can all agree the number one need headed in this offseason was cornerback. Like, not even secondary, cornerback. They just took two that many mocked to them. Actually, most didn't mock Terran Arnold because we didn't think he was going to be there.
Yeah, I didn't even do much work on him because I didn't think he'd even be there at all.
Yeah, I think I had him in a trade up to like 18 in my second mock draft, but I stayed away. I called him out as the number one Lions prospect, but I didn't think there was any chance. So they got him at 24 and got Rakestraw, which is someone people did mock at 29. They got him at 61. Come on. That's a win.
Yeah, it sounds like he really was number one on the board. I think you hit the nail on the head, my friend.
Yeah.
So let's talk about our next need because you said it, corner, secondary, it's been taken care of. It's been overhauled between free agency and the first 2 days of the draft. So, Broder, let me ask you.
Hit me.
What do you see as the biggest need that we can fill here on day 3 through the 5th, 6th, and 7th round?
Honestly, I don't know if there's the biggest need. I think the one – so – I think going after the two cornerbacks, and I made a little joke on Twitter, like Brad Holmes must be thinking, two quarterbacks equal an edge rusher. Like the type of coverage that they can provide or a better secondary will allow Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem and those guys to get to the quarterback.
Extra second or two, all they need.
Extra second
we
or two.
saw it all season, so close.
Yes, but I think enhancing that pass rush with the true edge rusher.
Okay.
I personally wouldn't mind if it's a defensive tackle or an edge rusher. There's still some great edges on the board.
I was going to say, you got anybody that you want to let us tip your hat to?
I'm going to quickly just peek at what's gone on so far. I don't see an Austin Booker off the board. I don't see a Jonah Ellis. I don't see a Mo Kamara. One of my favorites. And these are guys that actually, I thought Austin Booker would be off the board by now, but the other guys might last into the 4th and 5th round. Also a Javon Solomon out of Troy. That's like a James Houston type I'm keeping my eye on. Is it a little redundant if you already got James Houston? Maybe, but they just took two cornerbacks in the 1st round.
True.
So I think redundant's one of those things to get out of my vocabulary. If they don't go edge rusher, I would love to see an interior offensive lineman. Just reinforce that. And I know I'm probably just spilling too much of our conversation here, but if they think Colby Sorsdale is an actual long-term option at interior, maybe they go with a developmental tackle. I think Kingsley Sumatai is still on the board. Penei Sewell's cousin out of BYU.
Now, that's a guy I'm big fan of. What do you think about Christian Jones out of Texas?
Christian Jones?
Yeah.
Tristan Jones? I don't know much about him. Is he a Texas tackle?
Yep.
I don't know much about him.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm a fan of the guy. Again, tackle, maybe not necessarily something that we need, but it's a player that we could maybe shuffle to the interior, like you had said. I agree. I think that we got to go offensive line, or we need to help that interior defense. Let's hear from Korean Jesus. Where would you like the Lions to go?
Jesus!
See, I'm going to go a different direction because I'm going to go flash. I'm going to go with a little wide receiver action because there's someone on the board who I really like. I watched a lot of Florida State football this year and last year, and I can tell you that Johnny Wilson is severely underrated. As well, I believe Troy Franklin is also still on the board.
No, he actually went number.
Oh,
he went number 2 to start the 4th.
All right, never
to
mind.
The Broncos. That's a good pick for them.
That's a very good pick for. He was sliding way too far. I know he had a bad combine, but
wait a second, he's going to be with Bo.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's
love seeing that.
And Zach Wilson. Oh, these are all quarterbacks that you probably like over Jared Goff, right, Jesus?
Zach Wilson?
Yeah,
definitely not. No, I mean. I even think Jared Goff is better than Lamar Jackson, so but that might be a little. That might be a little.
I was going to say you're not a Goff denier, are you?
No. I got some slack yesterday, and Stick pulled me off the radio when
yeah, that's right.
when I said that I wouldn't pay Goff $50 million because he's not Patrick Mahomes.
How about this, boys? And I don't know if you guys can. Seahawks are on the clock, but the Dolphins just took Jalen Wright, running back out of Tennessee. He was one of my favorite running backs in this draft.
Yeah.
They got Mostert, and they got Devon Achane. There's another athlete there in the backfield for Miami and Tua.
Yeah, they have weapons galore for sure. I like this draft so far by them. I think they have a lot of nice pieces, and I think they could potentially win the AFC East this year. I think that Buffalo's gonna have a down year. I don't like all their losses, all their veterans, completely overhauling the receiver core. I think Josh Allen is way too turnover prone. I just don't think that it's going to be a good year for Buffalo. So I think that there's a lot of opening in the AFC East this year.
And by the way, it looks like, who just said this in the chat? Now that I'm catching up on everything that they do in this booth, it looks like Kingsley Sumatai is a Kansas City Chief. Did he go yesterday?
He did, huh?
Did he go yesterday?
I did not realize that. Now, and that's kind of early because he had a 4th round grade on him, but that bloodline, you absolutely cannot deny that bloodline.
No, you can't. And they need, I don't know if the use for where's my camera again? The use for a developmental tackle in Kansas City, that's maybe a little bit of a questionable move because they need guys right now. But, round 2, pick 31. So 63 overall. 2 picks after the Lions. How did I miss that? I think I was right.
You didn't miss it because you were on him, and so were the NFL execs. That was a guy that I brought up yesterday on our broadcast. If we were going to trade out of that 61 position to be able to add a couple more bullets for the boys, I thought that he was somebody that we could get in the 3rd round or 4th round. Obviously, that's not the case. But you had spoken about running back.
Yeah.
Now, we've got David Montgomery, not really aging, but in terms of the NFL, how they like to move away from running backs as quick as they do. Obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs is a fixture of the future. Is that a position that you guys would want to address?
I don't think so. I think I love our backfield. I think that there are plenty of options at running back on the free agency market at all times. If you need to bring someone in to be viable, I think that there's a lot of options. I don't think that Craig Reynolds last year was enough when he came in. I think he had a lot of times where he got stuffed at the line and he just did not look great last year. So I would like to bring in another guy to be that 3rd back to make sure that we have the depth that we need in the running back room. But I would not like to see one of our draft picks. I think there's just way too many more valuable positions that for this team that they could add.
Yeah, I don't think they need to do anything early. Like with 164, if they take a shot at 205 or 249, I'm not going to hate it, but it's definitely not a need. They love Craig Reynolds on this team.
They do.
Just his reliability. They haven't said it in a while, but I think they believe that he's their best pass blocking running back on the depth chart. Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs is getting better. David Montgomery is very good, but they love Craig Reynolds and his reliability and that offensive line, the unit, the identity of this team. They love Craig Reynolds. We saw that on Hard Knocks a couple years ago. So I don't think it's going to be, if they go running back, it's not going to be like a traditional running back to just like take Craig Reynolds' place. Maybe like an Isaac Garindo out of Louisville.
I got him ready to go right here.
Who's an athlete, or a Dylan Lobby out of New Hampshire. More of he can pass catch. He can run in between the tackles around the outside. More of a not a gimmick running back. That's a little disrespectful, but someone who can do a little bit more than just run the ball.
Yep, a niche back. So let's hit the list of the best available players that are here. I'm just going to kind of skip over the positions that we're not looking at tight end right now. Now we got a very famous son here. Well, should I say a son of a very famous man in Brendan Rice.
Oh boy,
the son of Jerry Rice, one of many, many children that Jerry Rice has out there. Now I'm of the opinion that the NFL is an entertainment business, and it is. If you guys don't know that at home, I truly believe that some teams that look better on TV get a little bit further when it comes to the playoffs.
Well, I'd like to point out something that's happening right now in the draft. Sketch is in the building.
Oh, wow,
YouTube sensation announcing the Texans draft pick. Talk about some clicks. I actually met him at the Tigers game. He was an absolute beauty. So nice, so kind. Dapped me up, had a conversation with me. And I bet it's electric in there right now.
You're gonna have to catch my old ass up. What does he do as an influencer?
He plays Madden and does some like lifestyle streams, but he's just a really funny guy, really genuine, really great fan base. Just the type of guy you like to see who's famous, who genuinely cares, who has good
Takes
values.
a minute, Are you a Madden player?
I was in the recent years, but lately, no. I think the game has gone very downhill. Okay. One thing I will be playing this year is NCAA Football 25 or 24 when it comes out in August. I'm extremely excited about that game. Hasn't been out since 2014. I've actually played the 2014 version since I still have it and I still play it.
You still stay on that one.
I still play it.
How many like franchise seasons deep are you?
Oh my!
Are you in 2064?
I have rebuilt probably 7 schools. I've done it with a couple friends too. Shout out Ricky and shout out Dom.
There you go.
We most recently rebuilt Kansas. And that national title winner Missouri. It's really fun doing. And then we also love doing smaller schools, and we started moving smaller schools into big time conferences. So we moved Coastal Carolina into the ACC, and it's a brutal schedule. Our first game of the season, we played 99 overall Clemson because I actually have a jailbroken version of the game. So they updated the roster. So I have the rosters from 2021, I think. And, it is just so.
Who are you going to be playing with that? Are you going to be taking the corn and blue with the 2024 game?
Oh, the first thing that I'm doing, Michigan season, running back, the natty. I play in the hardest difficulty, and I'm pretty good. I beat all my friends.
What about you, Broder? You a Madden guy these days?
Not these days.
No, but back in the day?
Back in the day, I want to say it must have been in the 2010s, back when Michael Vick, when he was a rookie. I remember playing with Kevin Jones when he was drafted by the Lions.
Okay.
They had the training
Tech
camp little draft drills.
Yeah.
The punt, the coffin kick, and the punt. Those are the little games I remember.
I was playing those same years. I think
you know what I'm talking about?
I think that's closer to 15 years now, my friend.
Those are prime though. Those are prime. That's prime. That's a prime game. Once we hit 2016 to 2020, that's when the game was kind of taking a downhill at that point. But Madden always is going to be near and dear in the heart. It is the NFL video game. It is the football video game.
Sure.
But EA's got to figure it out. It is a money grab now. It is if you play any of the online modes, you can't do anything unless you pay more money to get the in-game currency. It's a disaster. It's no fun.
Yep.
Well,
listen, when they got guys spending $1,000 on skins every month, they're gonna tack it on. But
how about this, real quick, boys? Asylum 247 with the $5 super chat. Asylum, where's my camera? There. Thank you so much, man. He says, or she says, they're crazy people in asylums. Bring back the fullback position.
Ooh.
Any thought? I didn't expect that comment. Any thoughts?
I mean, there's a handful of teams that utilize the fullback. I mean, Kyle Yursik,
the good ones.
He tore us up. He really hurt us in the NFC Championship. With the RPO, I think the fullback kind of just gets in the way. I think there's some teams that run the older school smash and bash systems, and when you got a running back like, the kid from McCaffrey. McCaffrey can do it all.
Yeah,
and at that point, you get a guy in there like Yursik. He's really just able to do so many things. He can be a tight end. He can be an H-back, a fullback, a blocker. They even split him out as a wide receiver. So when you have a running back as capable as McCaffrey, you don't really need one. But when you have somebody as good as Kyle, you're going to find a way to get him on the field. But they're not really developing fullbacks at the college level like they used to.
No, and that's the thing. It's the traditional fullback is probably gone. We're going to see more versatile players like Kyle. How do you pronounce it?
Yushik, I guess, yeah.
And his wife makes some popular quotes from the celebrities. But like a Malcolm Rodriguez, how they used him. There will be a time probably where that specific depth chart position maybe isn't there, but they have guys like a Malcolm or out in San Francisco, have him be a fullback in those types of offensive sets.
Yeah. Well, I do want to get back to Brendan Rice real quick. Do you guys think the same as what I'm talking about here with the entertainment aspect of the NFL? the Lions clearly have captured the hearts of fans all around the country, not just here in Michigan. I think the Hard Knocks really helped play a big part into that.
Hang on.
You got a trade?
Yes.
Ooh.
I don't. This just popped up. Detroit Lions trade to 126.
Moving up.
On the clock right now is pick 125. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but we have the Detroit Lions on the clock right now. Not on the clock yet. On the clock next at pick 126.
All right.
Taking that from New York.
That's why we tune in, guys. So I'm looking at a couple names here. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Got Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle. Christian Jones, offensive tackle. There are a few wide receivers. Malik Washington and Brendan Rice we talked about. Jesus' favorite, Johnny Wilson.
What about Malik Washington? Do you know about him?
Yeah, I just mentioned him. I'm a fan. No, that's mentioned him. All three of those wide receivers. I think that there's a large drop off after that class of three. So I don't know. They've certainly spotted somebody that they didn't think was going to be there, and as they do, wheeled and dealed to get in a position to take him.
What do you know the details on that package yet, or no?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't yet. I'll try to find them out. Let me know when you see it on TV when they're on the clock. Because we got Austin Booker still out there at edge, Gabriel Murphy, Mo Kamara, Javon Solomon. Those are some good ones. What about you named some? Do you name some offensive linemen?
A little bit, yeah. Christian Jones I had mentioned once before. Cedric Van Pran Granger. Satoa Lumea from Utah, who I am a fan of. These guys. Bucky Irving just went to Buccaneers. He's a sneaky back. I do like him. He's versatile.
Very good at predicting the holes. He's very good at picking his hole and then using his burst of speed. I mean, they're about to show a clip, and he just darts through a hole, breaks 2 tackles, runs for a touchdown. He's just so good. I'm a big fan of Bucky Irving. Yeah. I'm a big Pac-12 late at night guy. So I am sad. I love the Pac-12. I've been an Oregon fan since Marcus Mariota, as so many kids have been who are my age, and Bucky Irving was probably my favorite player on that team this year.
Okay.
Maybe Troy Franklin, but Bucky Irving, very, very, very good player.
And Bucky's got some size concerns, but the way that he runs, the way that he's built for a little guy, I think that he could possibly be a little more than a committee back.
I agree. I definitely agree. I think he could cut out a nice role there in that Jets backfield. It'd be a nice 1-2 punch with Brees, because Brees is a big back. I love Brees. He's actually a fantasy legend around these parts for me.
By the way, you guys, when they show it on screen, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it up. Let us know the draft trait. Let us know what the Lions used. Because it's got to include some picks from next year, right?
I would think so, and I have no problem with that because you can always trade next year's picks. You know,
they got 10. We got Hunter Norzad still on the board. He's a center out of Penn State. Bo Limmer, who I really like. Some of those tackles. I'll get on the screen here.
I have a feeling Christian Jones is going to be the pick here.
He is. He's the second-rated guy left from out of Texas.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I've seen some great things out of him. I watched a lot of Texas this year as well.
You got to protect Quinn Ewers, so he's got to be somewhat good. We're watching everybody in Detroit party right now. They got pretty excited because everybody thought we were going to have to wait another hour or so until they picked in round 5. But once again, wheeling and dealing, Dan the Gambler and Mr. Brad. Brad has made a move to get us up here, and pick should be in just a moment.
It's coming. I don't know if they moved up for someone. So it's someone they've had their eyes on. Probably not like a developmental player. So is this a wide receiver? Like, is this Brendan Rice or Malik Washington or Johnny Wilson? Or are they going at offensive line or defensive line? Like,
I have no issue seeing Jerry Rice on the sidelines.
That's the thing, man.
At all.
I love it. I'll make sure the screen is back up on your guys' faces when it comes in. I got to see your reaction. But the bloodlines of NFL players, like, to me, that's an actual real attribute.
It is.
That's something to factor in. They grew up around the game. They know what to expect. And although they might not want to be in the spotlight of their father, they have their father there to help them develop their skills. And we're talking about the best receiver of all time.
Well, and you spoke to it because these guys are around the game, around the professionalism of the game. They're kind of professionals at about 13, 14, 15 years old. But beyond just being ready, set, let's go once I get to the NFL level, because it's not a shock for me. the NFL loves ties to championship lore. And when you've got now yet another piece that ties you to relevance in the NFL, which as Lions Nation, we've never had. You know, I mean, Bobby Lane left town in 1957 and sent us a curse, never looked back. So a guy like Jerry Rice, I don't know how much he'll show up because I heard that he was not at a whole lot of those games down at USC or
What are these uniforms they're wearing? Sorry to cut you off.
Absolutely electric. They are all kitted out in the black unis,
And that's
every
the Dan
single
Campbell,
one of
isn't
them.
It? The 89's
What,
Dan
no.
Campbell, isn't it?
Is that 89?
Yeah,
bro.
I think they're all wearing Dan
I
Campbell
think they're wearing
jerseys.
Dan Campbell jerseys.
Let's
That
go.
is so sick. Oh my God, I love that. That is so cool.
Randall Smalls in the chat said, what about Shone Vaki, the safety / running back?
Now, see, Sione Vaki, I am a huge fan of. I've been talking about him last week. To be honest, I thought after they doubled down to be able to get 2 corners in the first and second round that wouldn't be somebody that they'd be looking at. But when you had as much of a deficit in your secondary as the Lions faced last year, do you go overboard? Do you sign a bunch like we did and then draft a bunch? Sione Vaki is so versatile. It's kind of like adding another Brian Branch to this team.
I would agree. And I mean, you can always use more versatility like we talked about earlier. It gives you so many different ways that you can beat teams.
I wish I had the draft sound in here. The pick is in. It says the pick is in.
Yeah,
Here we go. Let's get some volume up here. We can do that, right?
Oh,
Can we do that or no?
no.
No? We can't do that.
I don't want it to get.
You guys turn your TV up at home
Yeah.
and also turn up Woodward at home. We appreciate you guys being here with us. We're excited that we can offer up a Lions 4th-round pick, not keep you guys waiting too long here.
You're going to announce it. Someone in the chat, just a fan, has been saying Giovanni Manu. And I'm going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I don't know much about him, but he's a 6'7", 350-pound tackle out of the University of British Columbia.
EC, huh?
I don't know if that's going to be him, but we'll see.
That's some serious scouting to be able to go and get a guy from Canada.
Before this pick goes in, though, I would like to say
Yes.
Calvin Johnson is the best receiver of all time. I firmly believe that because wide receiver success shouldn't be measured by championships because that doesn't make sense. That's a quarterback stat. So I am a firm believer that Calvin Johnson is more unguardable than Jerry Rice.
Than anybody.
Oh,
In my opinion,
we got
have
Gretsch up there.
We got the greatest running back and wide receiver of all time.
Let's revisit
That's what I
that
think.
conversation. That's a good one to have. But
Gretchen Whitmer,
pick is
big
in.
Gretsch.
Big Gretsch on stage.
Anson, I want you to give this announcement when it comes. I got the cameras on both of you, so let's see this reaction when they announce. But Gretchen Gretchen
You said it right.
Whitmore,
You said it right.
keeping the politics out.
That's right.
So this is pick 126.
I love her jacket.
I do
Yeah,
like
it's pretty
that.
fire. Selection.
I wish I could read lips.
Me too.
With the pick 126.
Guy doing the sprinkler.
I wish we could know what she's saying.
Me too. She's hyping up the crowd. Everyone's getting hype.
I'm curious if she got booed as much as the commissioner.
That's a good question.
I doubt it. I think people like Big Gretsch.
I think with the happiness around this weekend, it's
Well, half the state likes her. We know that.
yes. Here we go, boys. The Lions. Asylum. I'll read this super chat in just a minute. Dude, they're really dragging this broadcast out.
Yeah.
She
she's
put the
taking
buffs
her
on.
moment.
She put the buffs
Oh
on.
my gosh. What up, Doe? Lions, offensive line, wide receiver, defensive line. The selection. Who's it going to be?
I think she just said
Looks like
offensive
Giovanni
tackle. Oh, what
Manu,
a call!
Your boy.
Just a fan!
Your boy. He's either got an inside line or he was on this guy. BC, British Columbia, offensive tackle, a monster of a man, 6'7". Let me pull up some here. Obviously, you guys at home are getting a chance to watch this guy. 6'8", 350. You know, I haven't heard of this guy, but I don't watch a whole lot of Canadian college football. So, I mean, he is a road grader.
He is a load. That is
Wow.
for sure. It looks like he's got a little bit of a choppy step. I mean, that's got to take some time for some development. But, I mean, they had to see something from that they love. I mean, the size is definitely there. We don't necessarily need we could take a project here and have some upside. I think this is a good pick. I mean, I trust Brad Holmes. He gets his guys. What he likes, and I mean, he must like the size.
Yeah,
on NFL.com, which is just what I'm following along with, they have his draft projection at around 7, or undrafted free agent. But he says it looks like a prospect who was crafted with the help of artificial intelligence. He's tall with long arms and impressive lean muscle match, but hasn't been exposed to high-level competition. Yeah. So it's totally a developmental pick. Once this sits in, maybe we'll speculate on what this means about Taylor Decker's future, because this could tell you something if they move Penei over to left. But nonetheless, with the 3rd pick in this draft, they're going offensive line, and they're at least taking a stab at reinforcing this line, keeping it good for a long period of time. So we got some more research to do on this guy, but what do you think? While you're talking, I'm going to look at the draft details to see how much they gave up to get, is this the Broderick Martin of the offensive line?
Yeah, I think everybody's scrambling right now to find information on this kid. But it's exciting when you see a prospect of that size and caliber. From what I saw just in the quick video, it looked like he had great footwork. He definitely was blocking some smaller players in whatever conference that guy was playing in. But this is a complete offensive line in 2024 without adding anybody, as they just did. However, next year is the big concern. We got Ziegler on a 1-year deal, and obviously Ragnow is, I don't know, is that foot, the toe going to hold up? So being able to bring in a guy like this and be able to not have to worry about playing him, develop him, and see what you can turn that 6'8", 350-pound body into, you never know. This could end up being the steal of the draft for them.
He also runs a 4.96 40, which for an offensive lineman and that size is quick.
It is pretty damn quick.
And I'm seeing some love on the move, and I'm definitely seeing a lot of love on the black jerseys with the whole crew wearing them in the draft room.
The 89 Campbell, that's really cool.
By the way, while I'm doing this research, I got to read Asylum super chat. $20, man. Thank you so much, Asylum 247.
Appreciate you guys.
He says, and this is before the pick. Let me tell you, this is before the pick. I didn't even get to read it. He says, I am him. While the league has gone pass heavy, Lions going hard in the trenches. If you have a power back that blocks catches and has good quick bursts, it's trouble for defenses built for passing. So he said trenches. I'm going to, I don't know if he's talking defensive line there or a power running back or something, but they went trenches. They went with 6'8", 350-pound Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia. And Asylum, thank you.
And he's the one that called that out? Who's the guy that called out Manu?
Just a fan. An OG in the chat every single day.
Man.
Loves his Tigers, too. Just a fan. You are the man. Good call. I don't know how you...
How many guys in the middle of the 4th round pull a late 7th round prospect and say, that's who we just traded up for? Hats off, bro.
That's like saying, the line... Before it happened, the Lions are going to trade up for Broderick Martin last year out of Western Kentucky. This might be more of a stretch than that. Just a fan. Power to you, my friend.
It's wild. So we're still waiting on the details of exactly what happened with this trade.
So I was looking at ESPN, and ESPN did have him going relatively soon.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't as much of a reach on ESPN. I don't know what other sources are saying, but I did not see a 7th round grade on him. I saw him within the next 10 to 20 picks.
So I'd be curious to see how many picks the Jets have back, because it looks like a 1-for-1. And I want to confirm this. If you guys can confirm it in the chat while I do some research, it says the Lions received pick 126, the one they just took, Giovanni Manu, and the Jets received a 2025 3rd-round pick.
Ooh.
Kind of steep. They don't have, I know the Lions have 2 4ths, so I think that's their only 3rd that they have left.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, we're all looking at the Lions picking 32 next year, right?
Yeah, right?
So picking 32, that's the 26th pick. So they really, let's say they pick 30th. Let's say 31 or 32. So they're really only moving down 20-some spots by giving up next year's 3rd-round pick for this guy. It's surprising because, again, I'm not too familiar with him. It seemed like he's late on some boards, but as you just mentioned, Jesus, that he was kind of high on the ESPN board. And listen, in Brad we trust. he's made these moves before. They've paid off a lot of times. I think that we all have to sit back on this one and do a little bit of research.
Yes.
But it's not a terrible price to pay, but it sounds a little bit steep. You know, I would have rather given up a couple later rounds, but
this is the reacting live. This is what we have to do, like giving our takes, but not want like I need to sleep on this one.
Yeah,
like that was the one benefit of not being live with you guys last night, because like when they announced Rakestraw, I was like, like I couldn't tell what I was feeling like. I was like, I like him, but Cooper Beebe was still on the board.
I wasn't happy when the pick came down.
Yeah. But I slept on it, and I'm cool with it.
Feeling better today.
It's like last year. I just needed like 24 hours. This is one I'm probably going to need the same. But real quick, Burn, shout out to you, $5 super chat. You are in the chat every day as well. Do the Lions have some kind of scouting edge in Canada or something? Because that's another Canadian added to the team. That's true. Betts was he on the BC Lions or he was a CFL Defensive Player of the Year. They brought in Quantez Stiggers, cornerback, out of the CFL too. Never played a snap of college football. He might be going sometime in the 4th, 5th round, maybe 6th. But yeah, they're taking this international scouting to the next level, and I think it's going to continue to expand with their marketing efforts in Germany. They just got official marketing licensing and details with the NFL for Germany. Amon-Ra St. Brown is tied to the team for another 5 years, so that's a nice little partnership. And in Germany, I was there for a year. I lived there for a year. They love football.
Yeah.
Like soccer, or I should say football.
Football.
Proper football is the term I'm looking for. They value proper football, not Americana. They love both footballs.
Yes, they do.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Well, and like in the 90s, we saw the Dream Team take the NBA game and basketball to the world, and now we're seeing that pay dividends in guys like Luka and Wemby. But we've watched in the last 10 years this game really get exported across the world. And so now we are seeing this emerging market of prospect players for the NFL, and it sounds like the Lions might be at the forefront of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And some of the other teams, to be honest, I see these are teams, the next one's drafting. We're calling Baltimore, Chiefs, Eagles, Chiefs, Jets, 49ers. Maybe not Jets, but these are teams that the Lions aspire to be like. These are picks I'm interested in. What do teams like this do at 130, at 135?
Yeah.
And I know the Eagles, they were one of the at the forefront of some international scouting with Jordan Mailata and Haloti Ngata, who announced the pick last night, right? I believe so.
Yeah, they did.
So I don't know. That was just a little aside. I look at these teams. I like watching these later draft picks, especially teams like this especially the Chiefs, they hit late. I don't know about early, but they hit late.
Yeah. Well, we do so much work beforehand for the players in the early rounds. Mm-hmm. Then we get to do a bunch of work afterwards on the later round players, because a lot of us, we might know some of these guys, but we're not super familiar. And Giovanni Manu is certainly somebody that everybody's hitting Google for right now.
Oh, yeah. He's trending on the Lions hashtag on Twitter. So.
Oh yeah. Everybody wants to know.
Did you see his pick for the Ravens?
Who'd they take?
TJ Tampa.
Oh, nice.
That's a good pick at 130.
A lot longer than I thought. Absolutely.
Yeah, he slid. He's been on the number one prospect on the board ever since we started stream.
Yeah, yep. He was one of those guys. Some people mocked him in the first round of the Lions, but for me, he was, if I didn't go corner in the first round, he was one I was really thinking about at 61, just in the mock drafts and whatnot. Also, as an aside, I never once, and I bet probably 95% of people did this too, didn't have two cornerbacks back-to-back in the first round.
I don't think anybody did.
But TJ Tampa to the Ravens, that's a good pick, I think.
So wide receiver is a position that a lot of people have talked about, hoping that we would take. Now that we're not going to be picking again until the 29th pick of the 5th round, my shelf of receivers that I really like, it's been emptied for the most part. Yep. Your boy Johnny Wilson's not going to be there anymore. So I start looking back towards free agency. There's a guy named Tyler Boyd out there that I think would fit this team so well. Bro, I want to know, beyond Tyler Boyd, who else could you see us going out and signing?
Like in free agency?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think they're going to. I don't.
If they don't take a wide receiver today, you don't think they need anybody?
No. I think their decision on taking what was that?
I said DPJ. Is that the guy?
If they don't take one in the draft, that is them saying DPJ is are Josh Reynolds in 2024.
Okay.
Which I think he has the talent, the ability. He's actually far more athletic than Josh Reynolds. It's just that reliability, that comfortability with Jared Goff. But from everything Jared Goff has said so far this offseason, he's gaining that comfortability with him, and he knows he's a reliable receiver. I want to say most of his small sample size of catches last season were catches for first downs. Like, Jared Goff found him, and he made some big catches late in the season. He can do work on punt return, on kick return. Special teams is going to be valued more. My thought is if they didn't go wide receiver in those first 3 rounds, that DPJ is now that number 3. He just fits in and takes that Josh Reynolds role. While J-Mo's the do-it-all type of number 2. Not your traditional X number 2, but the number 2 maybe I don't even want to say number 2 option, just number 2 star. They got to get him 5, 6, 7 targets a game.
That was my next question. I'm going to set it at 99.5. The over-under for targets for J-Mo on the season. Jesus, I'm going to start with you. Over or under?
Whoa! Whoa!
We got something else?
Lions are on the board.
Oh my God, the Lions just trade back in.
Again.
Johnny Wilson. Come on.
Wow.
So Neil talked about this. I wonder if it's actually the Lions for Emmanuel Mosley. This started as San Francisco's compensatory pick, went to Philly, and now is Detroit.
Well, this is exciting. We thought we were going to be waiting for a while. We got 2 picks in now.
Oh my God, all right.
I'm so glad we got this live stream up. Let's go.
And as they said right here on the draft, 2 of our needs that are most evident right now would be an extra receiver and also an edge rusher.
And who'd you just say was still on the board but wouldn't be? Johnny Wilson, Brendan Rice, Malik Washington?
All 3 of those, I'd be happy to take any one of those guys.
All right, I'm not gonna put away my laptop, lock it on the TV. Not gonna see it early. I want to see it off the board.
Okay. So Ray Davis is another running back that I like. He's going to go over to Buffalo. I think that's a nice fit for him. I'm really excited to see where the Lions go right here because this offensive tackle, a lot of us didn't know. This is a guy that, Giovanni Manu, again from Canada, that nobody's really that familiar with him. The guys that are on the board right now, a lot of us have seen play. Johnny Wilson being one of him. Tell us again why you think he'd be a right fit here in Detroit.
I think he's got the consistency factor that we're looking for, but at the same time, he's a big-bodied receiver who can go up and make a play. I think it's an upgraded version of a Josh Reynolds. I think it's a better than a DJ Chark. Like in the past, we've had those bigger receivers, but they haven't been X factor players who can really make big plays. I think this would be an Amon-Ra St. Brown 4th-round steal-esque move if we take Johnny Wilson. I think that this could be a very big move. I think he fits our offense perfectly the way that we need to use him. I'd really, really love that if we did that right here.
He's one of those guys people have been calling for a tall wide receiver. He's that. I mean, he's 6'7", and there's talks that he may get moved to a tight end in the NFL. But there's some things he needs to work on as a wide receiver. But when we talk about outliers in the NFL draft, whether it's DK Metcalfs or this type of freak athlete or this twitchiness or whatever, he's in that outlier category because of his size. He's still sneaky athletic. He's got some development still needed, but if you're talking about an outlier, he's one of those. Also, Shoni Vaki's still on the board.
I have a feeling they're going to do something that none of us think they're going to do.
There you go, Ed.
Of course.
Watch them double down on the offensive line.
I could see it.
Who we got there?
Christian Jones still there.
Yeah,
Christian Jones is still there.
Still there.
By the way, Sergeant Curtis Schultz, if you're a true sergeant, I appreciate you and thank you for your service. He donated $10. Great pick, Giovanni Manu, and even a bonus $270,000. And boom, or give nor or no way she wins. Not quite sure what that means, but shout out to you, Sergeant Curtis Schultz.
Appreciate
if you
you
post that again in the chat, if there is a spelling or whatever, I'll read it off. But shout out to you.
So it was only a fan is the guy that picked Manu?
Just a fan.
Just a fan. Who's the pick?
Yeah, let me find his comments.
Actually, everybody in the chat, let's hear who you got.
Yeah, let's see some predictions here.
I want to know what Just a Fan says at this point.
Yep. Crazy White Boy 231 says Rice or Wilson. Lions pick Vaki or Wilson. Zebediah Roberts. They got another safety. Did they get another safety? Marvin Strong.
There's nobody I'd like more than Sione Vaki right here. Absolutely. I mean, I like Christian Jones. Sione Vaki some people had him slotted as a 5th rounder. I didn't think he'd get out of the 4th. He, as a human being, fits exactly what Brad and Dan look for in this new culture for the Lions.
Talk about versatility.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Offensive, a lot. I mean, guy touched the ball as a wide receiver, as a running back, did a little bit of return work, and is kind of that Brian Branch role where he's a little bit of a tweener, not quite a safety, not quite a corner, but
come on, Booker, be Booker, be Ellis, be Mohamed Kamara selection.
Sione Vaki, baby!
Oh!
There it is.
Sione Vaki, safety out of Utah. Chat, what do you think of this? Give me your grade. Pick 132, Sione Vaki. We'll call him safety / running back. Bro.
Spencer, I don't know. We got to welcome in Mr. Spencer here.
Spenny, go unmute that mic. The number 9 or 10 there. Actually, just hit them both.
Wow, I cannot lie. I do like the DB pick. I understand the insulation, but I really wanted Johnny Wilson. I cannot lie.
Spenmo, are you up to date?
I heard it.
Because we just traded up. We got 2 4th-round picks here. The kid from BC, Giovanni Manu.
6'8", 300 pounds. There's a sub 540.
Yep.
That is a Brad Holmes pick. If you see him, it's a kid from Canada. You're going in there and you're grabbing him. Monster of a human, big long arms. That's a pick that could be something in the future. Obviously, he's going to have to develop, play some top-tier talent at the NFL level, but that's what you like. You like moving up and getting a piece like that. You have the infrastructure in the offensive line to allow him to develop this year. He doesn't need to be issued in right away, so you can see what you got. You got a freak of nature.
Yeah. Now I want to go into Sione Vaki because I mentioned him both days at the draft downtown. I know a few of you guys brought him up as well. We talked about him last week.
Yeah.
And now he's a Lion. Not only is this guy super versatile, as we just talked, as we were conjecturing who this pick was going to be, we were right. We kind of hit this one on the head, gentlemen. But this guy brings more than just versatility. This guy brings the attitude and the personality that is absolutely Lion-esque.
Yeah. It's what they love. They love the versatility. They love the football players, the football guys, the Dan Campbell guys, the Brad Holmes guys. We say it in nauseum, but it really means something for these guys. They want that player. And the versatility of this guy, I heard Broder talk about it when I was driving in. Special teams is going to be important. And a guy like this can do a lot for your special teams unit, especially with the new rules for kickoffs. You can put him out there as one of those floaters to set up a block. He's fast, he's athletic, he hits hard, and he plays football. This is a Brad Holmes guy, man.
I'll tell you what, this guy might sell more jerseys than any rookie.
He's going to be a fan favorite.
Absolutely. They're going to love him here in Detroit. I love the pick. I got a guru that I talk to all the time. I get a little bit of my insider information from him, and he's been on Vaki for a month. This is who this guy wanted. And seeing him come here, this is a Brian Branch type of player on defense. He can do so many different things. But the fact that we can get him involved on offense, as well as you mentioned, spending in the return game and just in special teams. This guy is very exciting.
And I got a question for you guys from Ryan's reaction for $4.99 super chat. Ryan,
Shout
thank
out.
you so much, man. We appreciate it. He says, who now has the best secondary in the NFL?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 3 of our first 4 picks helping out our most vulnerable position that got taken advantage of all season last year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at Baltimore for their, they have the best safety tandem. They got Marlon Humphrey on the outside. They get 2 guys in Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa, who I like as cornerbacks a lot. And if you are drafted as a defensive back to Baltimore, you're probably going to be pretty good. That's just how the track record goes.
Yes,
so
it does.
I'd still lean towards Baltimore. Maybe so you could talk about Philly in there as well. But Detroit revamped their secondary room again. You remember last year when we talked about they revamped their secondary, brought in all these new faces. They revamped it with actually really good players this time. So I'm excited to see what that secondary can do.
Yeah, and we look at what Baltimore and Detroit have done. These are the 2 teams that lost to the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers. 2 teams that are very, very difficult to stop. And what they've done is load up to limit what Brock Purdy and Pat Mahomes can do.
Yeah, it's when other teams zig, you zag. Like, that's what Brad Holmes does. He builds his team how he wants his team. And we've talked about the versatility of everybody in the secondary. Terrion Arnold, former safety. Brian Branch can play safety, can play nickel. Ife Melifonwu, former cornerback. Like, everybody in this secondary can play anywhere in the secondary. You could do anything you want with those guys out there. You got athletes, you got dogs, you got versatility, and that's what they love. So I'm excited for it. I
also love how we have such great tacklers in our secondary. I think that's a big thing for Brad Holmes. I think he makes sure that we have good tacklers in the secondary. We have a lot of athletes. This pick of Sione he's going to be in the box. He's going to be hammering guys.
Yes.
I think that he is a physical presence that we need. What C.J. Gardner-Johnson was supposed to do last year. I think it's very big. I think it's a very nice pick. I obviously wanted Johnny Wilson, but I'm not going to complain when we address why we lost in the NFC Championship game. So
the original Honey Badger, and then I felt that the Honey Brancher, Brian Branch, was 2.0. And I said that Sione Vaki was 3.0.
Yeah.
So we got the Honey Brancher and the Honey Viacancher, but I'm loving the way that our secondary looks. Now, I got some questions for Broder and Spenmo, because you were talking about Johnny Wilson.
Shout out Korean Jesus.
Right before we saw that we had made a trade to get this pick, we were talking about the possibility of signing Tyler Boyd. I know a lot of Lions fans were hoping that we were going to land a wide receiver, because this was a highly touted wide receiver class, one of the best in 10-plus years. So where does that leave us, guys?
You know, the draft isn't over. They still have time. They still have picks. They still have time to get a wide receiver, somebody they like, somebody that could fall. Maybe they move up again. They already did it twice in this round, so if there's a guy there, they'll take him. But I'm pretty confident in what we have. Honestly, you look at Donovan Peoples-Jones, this is a guy who's had an 800-yard receiving season in the NFL. This is a guy who can be a dude on the outside. I heard Broder say it. He is way more athletic than Josh Reynolds. It's true. The guy is an athletic freak. He's got a 45-inch vertical. He runs a 4.3. Like, he's a big, fast, strong, physical receiver. But another thing to look out for are training camp cuts. That's where I think Brad Holmes is going to get a veteran receiver and possibly a veteran edge rusher. Is when these teams that are in cap hell looking to get out of a deal, when training camp comes around, you see surprises every year. Yeah. You see a guy, you're like, holy shit, they cut him, he's good. And then somebody picks him up, he goes plays for a contender on a cheap deal. That's where I think Brad Holmes is going to get a veteran piece on either the offense for a wide receiver or the defense for an edge rusher.
Well, I'd love to throw a few names out. I have them up right here that are still available in the free agency market that I personally think could have some potential here. Michael Gallup.
He's been linked.
Michael Thomas.
I love that.
Michael Thomas would fit exactly what Jared Goff wants to do.
Man, Michael Thomas would be fantastic here.
That dude's made of glass. I don't want Michael Thomas.
Yeah, but as you mentioned earlier, we have great medical staff, and we are known to be able to take those flyers and be able to figure out how to make them be able to stay healthy. And you don't even need a lot of snaps from Michael Thomas. You can limit his snap count. We have so much versatility in our offense and so many weapons where he doesn't have to be on the field every single down type of player. He can come in on third down, pass special downs, and be that guy, because he's so that would be such a big get for us, because he's so consistent in the middle of the field. He owns that part of the field.
Yep.
The slant routes, he's always open. I mean, they call him Slant Boy, but when you
merchant.
can't stop it,
Slant King.
Is he okay in that role though? Like, we haven't seen much of him other than when he's Michael Thomas catch 120 passes a season. Like there are few receivers specifically, who are comfortable going from a number one to like 2 targets a game. Like, that's what Josh Reynolds Donovan Peoples-Jones is so special. He's such a gamer. He's such a teammate. Like, he was okay with 2 catches or 2 targets in a game. Josh Reynolds was too. That's why Marvin Jones was on this team. Like, there's a certain type of receiver that's okay with that role. Not all those divas can.
Yeah, and we've seen Tyler Boyd and Gallup flourish in that role.
Yeah.
Michael Thomas, as you said, he's had some real injury concerns these last few years. But before that, he was hands down the best receiver in the league for 3 to 4 years. Mm-hmm. I would love to see him in Honolulu Blue. He would have to have some sort of a promise in place that he's going to be a fixture in the offense. And I don't think that they really want to knock J-Mo out of that spot. No. They're relying on him. Now, we got interrupted because I put out an over-under of 99.5 targets for Jameson this year. So we can get back to that, but a guy like Michael Thomas is going to come in and he's going to demand to be the number 2 option next to Amon-Ra. which to me I would actually prefer. I think that Jameson Williams is better as a 3, as a field stretcher, not as a high volume guy. He has an issue with hands. But this staff seems very, very committed to J-Mo at this point.
Yes. You have to be. You have to be. He's a weapon. He's a top, 15 pick. You got him at 12. He's a freak of nature. We've seen what he can do when he's on, how he can break games. And what you talked about, Michael Thomas, this regime is not going to bring in somebody that demands to be a wide receiver too. Like if you're Michael Thomas and you're still holding on to what you were when Drew Brees was throwing you 50 balls a game, like you need to get over yourself personally. You're not that guy anymore. You're not that guy, pal. Like, sorry.
Get over it.
They're not going to bring him in here if that's his attitude. I don't want Michael Thomas. I think he's washed. I don't think he's the same guy he was. And I don't think he fits the team's culture and personality. Personally,
he'd probably still demand a little bit of money as well.
What?
I mean, I'm looking here. His valuation is at $10 million.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pay a receiver that.
Hey, Spenny.
Yeah,
I'm talking live here, but the YouTube just closed on this screen. I'm gonna. I don't know if we're live at the moment or not, but I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it over to you guys in front.
It should be good.
Pardon?
If you didn't end the stream, it should still be good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You guys keep talking while I figure this out. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, we're live. And hey, we love you guys, Detroit. I hope that you guys made it downtown. Hope that you were able to stop in and see us or have been tuning in. We love that you're here with us today. Keep going on in the chat. Let us know what you guys think. I want to put that out there. 99.5 targets. Jameson Williams, are you taking the over-under on that? Spenmo, where are you at on that?
I'm taking the over.
Taking the over,
I'm taking the over. I think Jameson Williams asserts himself as wide receiver 2 on the team this year. I think we saw it down the stretch. Him and Goff, their confidence growing. He was throwing him different routes, different balls, putting him in actual routes rather than just go deep and I'll throw it to you. During the end of the season, we saw him make some elite hands catches.
Yeah, he did.
Where he had people wrapped all over him and he plucked the ball out of the air, saved interceptions, scored touchdowns. I think this kid's ready to break out. I think he has a big year.
Confidence is a hell of a drug, and we saw him high on confidence at the end of the season. 102 targets is 6 targets per game.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he hit over 6 much more than maybe 2 or 3 times in his career. So it would be a big step up for J-Mo.
I just did the math, and it's exactly 5.8 catches per game.
There you go.
And I don't know if he's that type of receiver to have that volume. That's multiple. I think he's more of a 4 catches for 95 yards type of guy. I think that's more the realm. I think I gotta say under. I think I don't want to be a hater. I love J-Mo. I think he's a weapon, but I also think bringing in someone like Michael Thomas is beneficial for someone like J-Mo because it takes so much attention. You saw at Bama when he had those other weapons around him that you could not just play J-Mo and you could just leave him in single coverage and he'd blow by you. I think that's where he flourishes. I think that's where J-Mo's role should be on this team. And I think it's an under, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is when Jameson Williams first got drafted by the Lions and we had all of this Alabama film to break down, I think that we all would have thought that maybe this is a 7, 8, 9 target guy. And now, obviously he's had his issues with health and gambling early on. But what we've seen from him in the beginning of last season to the end of last season was 2 different players, not only in his ability on the field, but also how he was being utilized by the team. So I don't know. Without them taking a receiver in these first 3-4 rounds here, I think that he does hit 100 targets.
Well, I also could see him going back to their old buddy DJ Chark, who's also on the market for $5 million. I could see that reuniting happening. I really liked DJ Chark when he was in the Honolulu Blue. I think he was a very nice piece.
He stretches the field, certainly. DPJ, though, it's a trade deadline acquisition. Takes a while to get into a system and figure it out. We already had, not a tremendously talented wide receiver room, but a trusted wide receiver room.
For sure. So, I love DPJ. I always have. I never forget.
I already know you do. I already know you do.
I'll never forget. I'm sorry to bring this up, but the Paul Bunyan pose when he scored that touchdown is a classic moment for me. I love him. He's amazing. I think I always have been high on him. Now that he is on the Lions, though, I was really high on him on the Browns, and I thought he didn't get enough targets. After seeing him last year, I just don't know. I don't want to have a question mark over his head. I just don't know if he can be that guy, that how reliable Josh Reynolds has been in this offense.
Yeah, I do think he's more talented.
I definitely think he's more talented.
If he can establish the rapport with Jared Goff that Josh had, he could be a real asset for us because he is a tremendous athlete. Let's catch up with where we're at in the draft here. I think that we're rounding out the 4th round, I believe.
Yeah, there have been some interesting picks. The one I would like to go back to was the Niners. They drafted. It will update for me.
Well, actually, I got to point out here, Braylon Allen looks like went to the Jets. That's a crowded backfield. I'm a big Braylon Allen fan, but I am also a huge Izzy Abanikanda fan, and then they've also got Bryce there. So it looks like the finish of the 4th round. We're moving into the 5th round here as we catch up and kind of talk about our newest addition in Sione Vaki. 2 picks off the board there, so that means that we're inching closer, although it does look like we lost our 5th round pick in that deal. Maybe Broder can catch us up on the trade details, but it looks like our the number 29 164 was we don't have that anymore. So we won't be back on the clock until the 6th round unless we move that one too. I'm going to try and catch up here live with you guys. Yeah, so Lions aren't picking until the 25th pick in the 6th round. That's number 205 total. At this point, I don't really see them having holes they're going to try and fill. I think they're probably going to go for talent at this point.
I agree. I think it's best player available at this point. And I did find the pick I was looking at for Jared Cowing out of Arizona to the Niners. I think that's a very sneaky pick for him. He's very talented. He's a little undersized.
Great after the catch, though.
Yes, very, very good yak player. I enjoy watching him play. Very, very, very big dog. I believe he had 7 catches for 126 yards and 2 touchdowns in their bowl game.
Okay.
So,
That's
and
when
he
you
played
like
in
to
his
see
bowl
him
game.
perform.
I respect that. I respect
Anytime
playing in
they
the bowl
can
game.
perform in a big game on a big stage, you like that. It's like the guys that go to the Senior Bowl, like Roman Wilson, that dominated there.
Yeah, that raised his draft stock tremendously.
Yeah. And you know, if you guys don't remember this, when this regime took over, they got a chance to coach at that game, which gives you an up-close glimpse and understanding of who these new prospects are. And, hey, when you talk about a guy from BC, you know, British Columbia, this is a guy that probably doesn't get a chance to play against college-level talent. And then you got a lot of these other guys in NCAA that are playing against kind of middling schools. When you get to that bowl game, though, when you get to the Senior Bowl, then you're playing against guys that you're probably going to see their names called during the weekend like we have been.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't remember. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on this, but one of our cornerbacks we drafted stepped up against Roman Wilson every single day. He got challenged at Senior Bowl, I believe.
Rakestraw?
Yeah, I believe so. He stepped up every single time because the scouts were like, this Roman Wilson guy, he's burning everyone. He manned up on him every single time, and that's the type of stuff I like to hear from a Detroit Lion.
Yeah, and I've only heard a couple of digs on our 2 corners that we took in round 1 and 2, in Terrion and Rakestraw, and about the only thing was the fact that they were a little grabby and that they might be a little bit predestined towards penalties. But listen, the NFL is a little bit more of a handsy game, and what that tells me is that these guys are aggressive and confident. They certainly have the physical tools to be able to stay with guys. They're not grabbing because they're getting beat. They're grabbing because they're aggressive.
I would agree with that. I think that they're elite in press.
Yeah, absolutely. Man and press, we got those guys in that, and that's certainly something that we needed. So it looks like we traded the 5th round, our 5th rounder away. So we're not going to be picking until the 6th. Did you get any details on that on the trade?
No, sorry, we were troubleshooting in there.
Handling the tech, I appreciate it.
So they traded the 5th rounder away. Was it for one of the move ups?
I believe so. So we still have our 6th and our 7th, but the 164 is gone, the 29th and the 5th round. And I imagine that we had to use some sort of other asset to be able to get ourselves in the 4th to be able to make Vaki out the pick.
I don't know what the price would to move up, but 6th and 7th to move up for Johnny Wilson here sounds pretty good to me. I don't know.
I'm not in love with Johnny Wilson, man.
He's a little bit of a tweener for me. There's been a lot of guys that have come out. You know, T. Higgins obviously is a whole different athlete, but there was a knock on him coming out that he might have been too big and a little bit too rigid. Johnny Wilson, as Broder mentioned, a lot of guys have mocked him into becoming a tight end at the next level. those guys that start off at wide receiver and move to tight end, you don't always do very well.
It's he's big. Obviously, he's like 6'7", but he's not explosive.
No.
Doesn't get good separation, and doesn't have the best hands. Like I watch Johnny Wilson because obviously I'm a Keon Coleman guy. I mean, shout out former Spartan dog, but
Green.
Watching Johnny Wilson, he never really. He's like so big that you think he should be physically dominating people, that he should be winning these jump ball scenarios, but he just doesn't have the explosiveness for me. And in the NFL, you can't just be big. Like that could get by in college being just bigger than everybody else, but in the NFL, that's not going to fly.
I think he was overshadowed by Keon Coleman this year, and I think that shine took a little away from his game this year because I watched him the year before, and he was one of the reasons why I had Florida State. I actually had Florida State in my playoff before the year started because of Jordan Travis and the two receivers coming in. I knew that they were going to be really good. So I've been high on these Florida State boys for a while, and I think Johnny Wilson is undervalued, and I think that his draft stock plummeted with Keon Coleman's arrival to Florida State.
Yeah, FSU got a little job this year, that's for sure. So we're 4 picks deep into the 5th round here. Looks like the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh are on the clock.
I do think they could go Johnny Wilson here. That would make sense. Or Malik Washington. I think either of those receivers could be in play here. They have not gone receiver yet.
No.
And that's pretty wild because
they got to replace Keenan Allen.
And
they're trying to get
Williams.
weapons for
They have gone receiver.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
So they got Ladd McConkey.
Yeah.
So they went Joe Alt in the 1st round, Ladd McConkey round 2, Junior Colson out of Michigan, linebacker round 3, Justin Eboigdebe out of Alabama. Jim Harbaugh had an up-close and personal view of him. And then they went cornerback Tarheeb Still in round 5. They are on the clock.
And they've had a lot of
Right.
picks.
I hate Jim Harbaugh, but I love what he did this weekend.
Who do you guys think has had the
great
best draft?
What's that?
Who do you guys think has had the best draft so far?
Arizona's had a really good draft.
They have.
Dallas has had a really good draft.
Dallas did very well, too. I am such a Trey Benson fan. I think that he's the best running back in this class.
Mm-hmm.
The top running backs in this class have some injury, red flags in their background. But this is a guy that, despite a lot of wear on his tires, he's dominant. And he's a 3-down back in this league, I believe. He can catch. He's explosive. He's hard to take down. He's got great vision. That's a real asset there because James Conner is not going to last for much longer over there.
That's for sure. And they're trying to get younger, and we know everybody likes to replace running backs when they can. So that was a good pick for Arizona, man. They had so many picks in this draft, and I think they nailed most of them.
Yeah.
What about the Rams?
Rams,
Bro,
Yeah,
Jared Verse in the 1st round.
Awesome.
That was a great
Braden
trade.
Fisk in the 2nd round.
Mm-hmm.
Blake Corum in the 3rd round.
Love him there with them.
Yeah,
Great.
sneaky.
That's a perfect spot for
him and Kyron Williams, they're
Nasty
very
one,
similar
too.
Yeah.
very
Nasty
similar
one,
backs.
too.
And what have they done in free agency? Their interior of their offensive line. You got Jonah Jackson. I'm blanking on the names. The other guard who they re-signed, and they got a stud center. The Rams. Then they just drafted Cameron Kitchens in the 3rd round.
A sneaky one I would like to point out is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I really like what they've done. They've gone and insulated their offensive line for Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. They've gone Troy Fontenot from
pick.
Washington, which I really like. I think everyone was very high on Zach Frazier as well.
Bro, their draft is insane.
Roman Wilson is a very sneaky pick. At his Senior Bowl, obviously lit him up. I was talking about it with you guys last night, the Peyton Wilson pick.
Yeah.
That is a very sneaky, very Steelers-esque pick right there to insulate the middle of their defense. He is an absolute
Roman Wilson complements
general.
George Pickens very well.
And then a sneaky Mason McCormick pick out of South Dakota State. They always produce just some big boys out there. And
Dallas Goedert.
I think that is a very underrated draft. But in division, though, because there's only one draft I like in division, and it may be the easiest draft to nail out of all of them, but it is the Bears draft.
Yeah.
I think the Bears have had a very nice draft. I
hate it, but I hate to say it, but
They
they've
had
done well.
fantastic
And
drafts.
they
Even
surrounded
a
the number
punter
one.
in the 4th round?
What's that?
A punter in the 4th round?
I didn't see that, but I did see them surround their number 1 pick, Caleb Williams, with all the weapons that he could ever want.
He's got weapons. That's for sure.
He's got multiple weapons.
Fortunately, he's good at being spontaneous because the interior of that offensive line, there's going to be Ali McNeil's going to be in his face all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did go with Kieran Kieran out of Yale, offensive tackle out of Yale. I'm kind of surprised they went tackle. I don't know.
I just saw in the chat from someone that Rando Smalls, Chargers that just took Cam Hart. That's a good pick right there, man.
The Chargers?
The Chargers just took Cam Hart.
That is a good one for them. What else has happened in the Bears? I'm going to be honest, it doesn't do much for me. I'm going to go pull up the Minnesota Vikings.
Jim Harbaugh understands
Vikings obviously got
talent.
Dallas Turner and
Jim Harbaugh
J.J.
understands
McCarthy.
talent as much as I don't want to admit it. The guy understands talent. He drafted a hell of a cast of players here in his first year back in the NFL.
Cam Hart here in the 5th round, cornerback out of Notre Dame. Did a lot of tape study on him. That's a great pick. That's a great value pick. Cam Hart's a good player. Jim Harbaugh's making some good draft picks.
Yeah, one thing I will say, he knows how to build a team, and it was evident in last year's run. The special teams was such a big, underrated factor of last year's run for Michigan into winning the Natty. We owned special teams last year. No one was better than us. Except for the Rose Bowl.
Fumbles.
That was crazy.
Muffs, yeah.
I didn't expect that. But other than that, we were very dominant in special teams all year.
I loved Michigan's special teams a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
Good one.
When's the Lions' next pick?
We're picking 25, which is number 205 overall in the 6th round.
Damn.
We are here at Woodward Sports. We are downtown Birmingham live, day 3 of the draft. I want to thank everybody that came down and visited us in Detroit the last 2 days at the 313 draft party. I'm in here with my man Justin, our beat reporter for the Lions, Matt Broder, and Spenmo Rax in the building as well. We appreciate everybody in the chat right now with some of the power tips coming through. We want to keep hearing what you guys have to say. We want to hear all of the predictions. I don't know if you know this, but Just a Fan predicted Giovanni Manus, Ben.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's a great call.
On stream.
I've never heard of that kid before in my life. I'm not even going to sit here and lie like I know who that is. Never heard of him before.
You're not up on Canadian football?
No, not a big Canadian football guy.
Buddy.
I do like Matthew Betts, but that's a Brad Holmes thing, man. You go out there and you get that freak of nature out of Canada. Like, we'll see what happens, but Jesus, if he can turn out, he can be a monster.
I'll tell you, though, I know that over the next week, Lion fans are always going to find something to complain about. They're going to be talking about how we gave up a 3rd-round pick to get a guy in the 4th round from Canada. But you said it. We trust in Brad Holmes now, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what these guys can do. This is a regime that has proven that they can develop players. I mean, Ife Melifonwu a couple years ago, who is this guy? Why'd we draft him? Mm-hmm. And now he's playing like a Pro Bowl safety in the second half of this last season. So maybe this is another diamond in the rough that these guys pull out of nowhere, and nobody's even going to remember that 3rd-round draft pick next year.
You know who I think has had a bad draft is the Denver Broncos. I think that it was and the Falcons. Both of their reaches on quarterbacks in the 1st round were atrocious, in my opinion. I mean, what are the Falcons doing? Like, what is their game plan? Well, they say they're doing the Green Bay Packers thing, but the Green Bay Packers drafted Jordan Love when he was 21 years old. Penix is 24. Like, by the time this Kirk Cousins deal is over, he's going to be 28.
Yeah.
Where we drafted Hendon Hooker, who was 24, later when it made sense to draft him. Him that high was absolutely insanity and above J.J. McCarthy.
Penix over J.J. was pretty wild.
Was crazy.
I like Penix. I think Penix is a top 10 talent in this draft, like just straight up talent. But you look at his age, you look at his injury history, it's tough to take him over J.J. in that situation. And when you get desperate for a quarterback, you make things happen like that. It might come back to bite you. Now, we could all be wrong, and Michael Penix could go out there and have a Hall of Fame career, but the injury is what concerns me. I do think he's a more talented quarterback than Bo Nix.
Agreed.
But the injury, he's had multiple season-ending injuries, man. That is not good.
Bo Nix is the biggest check-down merchant I've ever watched in my life. It is absolutely wild. Never in my life have I seen more check-downs to the flat like with receivers open downfield. It is wild.
Well, at the same point, that's a great talent and a great ability at the NFL level because these defenses are so versatile, and to be able to check through past your first and second and get into your third and fourth option. Penix is a winner. I love his presence. Obviously, he wasn't able to come through with the biggest game of the year, the end of his college career.
He's running for his life.
But I love his presence. I love his moxie. However, J.J. McCarthy's ceiling is just too much for me to pass on to take Penix over him. But the Falcons need a lot of help.
Yeah,
they can't compare themselves to Green Bay, who's had lasting success with Brett Favre under center for many years, and then you take Aaron Rodgers. Success with Aaron Rodgers under center for many years, and then you take Jordan Love.
Yeah.
You're bringing a high-profile quarterback in for his first year for a 9-figure salary,
$100 million guaranteed.
and you're not even going to tell him. You're going to let him find out at the draft that this is what you're doing. This isn't a guy that's been there for years. You know, this isn't Matt Ryan, and they're getting his replacement when he's ready to go. This is a guy that in Kirk Cousins that you just promised the world to. You're a part of fixing the future because they've got an offensive cast there. They've got weapons for a quarterback to succeed.
They've got a very good offensive line too.
But listen, this is a guy that, you know, after getting his own special with Pat Mahomes and a couple others, he's gonna sound off now.
Yeah.
He's got his platform, and I don't blame him. I mean, I'm an in-house guy, but I'd be pissed off too.
Yeah, I mean, Kirk's not going to let that affect him, though. He's a professional, man. He's going to go in there. He's going to clock in, do his thing, and he's not going to let it weigh on him that they drafted a quarterback. Again, though, you should probably let him know, because we know football players, they can get in their feelings about stuff
There's
like
a thing
this.
called Twitter out there.
Yeah, and
I personally thought they were going to grab Dallas Turner. I thought they were going to grab an edge rusher there, even Jared Verse maybe. But they think Penix is the future, so they grabbed him. And I don't know exactly how Kirk Cousins' contract breaks out, but I'm sure there's got to be some void years at the end there because they wouldn't draft him. If they're locked into 4 years with him, they wouldn't draft him.
And that division's wide open.
yes,
Like, and then the fact that
they have the most
did-
talented team in the division.
Yeah, the fact that they did that as the most talented team in the division is wild to me. Like they had a path to draft Dallas Turner, someone or Verse that really could have made a difference for them throughout the season because their pass rush is one of the few things that they really need help with, or they could have gone one of the high tier corners. They also need corner help. It just didn't make a lot of sense. I didn't understand it. I do think Tampa is having a decent draft though as well. They've hit a lot of their needs. I really like Jalen McMillan in the third round. They traded up to get him. I think that's a very sneaky
Love
pick.
Jalen McMillan.
Yeah.
Bucky Irving, as we were talking about, we both like Bucky Irving. I think he could bring a facet to that offense behind Rashad White.
Yeah.
I think Chris Braswell is also very solid. I think he gets not as much shine because of Dallas Turner. I think he's a very solid pickup. And then Barton is another solid center option. I think that that's a really solid draft for them as well.
Speaking of Atlanta, they are on the board right now. The Colts just took Anthony Gold, wide receiver out of Oregon State. Before that, the Bills took Cedric Van Granger, center out of Georgia, goes to the Bills. And Anthony Gold, wide receiver out of Oregon State, goes to the Colts. So Falcons are on the board and the pick is in. See what happens there.
And let's not forget, we talked about Penix and taking him over JJ. But they took a player I liked, Ruke over Jer'Zhan Newton, over Tavondre Sweat, over Braden Fisk. Like, that was not more of a surprise than Penix, but I thought Jer'Zhan Newton was going to be that
what do you
next
think
DT.
about the Johnny Newton fall? What happened there?
He fell to, it was second round, pick 36, so the
Yeah.
fourth pick.
Early
so
second.
a fall, but not like outrageous. I don't know if it was injury concern. I think it was just the way the board played out. The defenders fell. Like Cooper
agree.
DeJean was a top 15 pick to most. He went in the second round too. It just Jackson Powers Johnson, like some of these players we thought were going to be top 20, top 25 picks, they just kind of slid. I'm surprised Ruke went before Jer'Zhan though.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the Colts class of picks there. I love giving Anthony Richardson a Donnie Mitchell.
Yep.
Bro, that wide receiver group.
Yeah.
They had
Already
Adonai
got
Mitchell
Michael
too.
Pittman.
Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce,
Josh Downs.
Josh Downs.
Yeah.
You still got Jonathan Taylor, who should be even more healthy this season. and a pretty solid offensive line.
I was talking to a Colts fan before the Tigers game, and they were very excited. They think that they have a good team. They always find a way to get to 500, but I would not be surprised if they're competing in the AFC South this year. That Texans team is going to be good, though.
CJ.
Oh, wait, and I said offensive line. They went Matt Goncalves, tackle out of Pittsburgh in round 3. Great pick. Tanner Bortolini, center out of Wisconsin. Round 4, great pick.
Yeah,
Colts, and this is Latu in round 1.
Yeah, they got to keep Richardson upright, and they can be very successful.
Yeah, when he plays, the kid's electric, man.
Yes.
The little flashes we saw from Anthony Richardson last year, you saw why so many people were so high on him.
Yeah.
Raw athleticism, absolute cannon of an arm, and he looked good. But you can't be running like that in the NFL. He's a big dude, but there's bigger dudes than you in the NFL.
And we saw with Lamar Jackson. I mean, this is a guy that ran circles around the NFL, but he couldn't quite stay healthy, and their offense wasn't quite what they wanted it to be. They kind of scaled that back and utilized his arm. They're going to have to do that at some point with Richardson, but they've given him the wide receivers to be able to do that, and they're providing the offensive protection now on the line through the draft that I think he's going to have a big year. You know, people are sleeping on him, kind of forgot about him, wondering whether or not Bryce is going to be good or not. Anthony Richardson has the highest ceiling out of everybody, even though we've seen how good C.J. Stroud is.
I agree. The raw athleticism, the size, the speed, the arm, like he's got all the intangibles, and he looked damn good when he was playing. But it's just about, can he stay healthy? Yeah. He's got to learn to get out of bounds and get down when he's in bounds, like because you can't be taking hits like that in the NFL.
I wasn't sure if he was going to translate to the NFL, but we saw in that first handful of games when he was healthy, the guy's a baller.
Yeah.
Did you just say that you believe that Anthony Richardson's ceiling is higher than C.J. Stroud's?
I do, and I hate to say that because I think that CJ is just truly one of the most talented young quarterbacks in the league. But when you see the cannon arm, the mobility, if this guy, he's got all of the receivers around him to succeed. What he can do as a running back is something that CJ can't do. If he can figure out his place in the offense and how to get it to the guys when they're there, when they need to be, his ceiling, I mean, he could be the best quarterback in the league, not named Patty Mahomes.
I didn't think that. I can't get there. I think
got the
C.J.
intangibles
Stroud,
for it.
I hate to say it, but I think C.J. Stroud is a beautiful thrower of the football, and I think you can't teach something like that. I think that he has one of the top, I want to say honestly, top 3 arm talent in the NFL right now.
He's got a gun and he's got touch.
Yeah, he can place it in there with the best of them, and that offensive line for the Texans is no joke. They're one of the best lines in the NFL.
I think C.J. Stroud wins the MVP next year.
Ooh.
I don't think that's far off.
I think C.J. Stroud goes out there.
I'm on the
wins
hype
it.
train.
I think they have the best offense in the NFL.
Hope you're right.
I think he's already a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Like, I love C.J. Stroud. Yeah. When he was coming out, I had to fight a bunch of Michigan fans in the chat saying, when is Ohio State ever put out a good quarterback? Every quarterback from Ohio State sucks, blah, 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 which is true. But C.J. Stroud was obviously the best pro-style quarterback that Ohio State has ever had. He ran a pro-style offense under Ryan Day. He was a pocket pass. He wasn't a Terrell Pryor or Braxton Miller or J.T. Barrett. He was a drop-back passer, cold-blooded assassin. Absolutely. And that's what he was in the first year. And I called, before the draft even happened, I called Texans worst to first. And then when they drafted C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, I was like, oh, they're for sure going worst to first.
Yeah, by no means do I think that he's going to be a better quarterback than C.J. I do think that the ceiling is there with his physical ability to be that good.
Yeah.
But C.J. truly is he's the most exciting young quarterback in the league, in my opinion.
So I would like to throw something else out there. I'd like to pivot this conversation. For Offensive Rookie of the Year, I got some odds right here. I'd love to run.
Come on, let's go.
So number 1, you can probably guess who it is. It's Caleb Williams at plus 200, which I don't like that. I don't think that he's going to win it next year. I think that the offensive line and how tough our division is going to really be a brutal schedule for him. I don't think that he gets it done. I think there's a lot of other options that are very interesting. A couple I would like to get your thoughts on. Maserati Marv.
What are his odds?
He's got the name.
At plus 600.
Okay, who's next?
Jaden Daniels at plus 650. I don't think he could do it. J.J. McCarthy at plus 800. There's no way. I think he's going to sit at least half the year.
I think he's gonna. Yeah, I don't think he's.
This is where it starts to get interesting though. Malik Neighbors at plus 900.
He's in New York, right?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Is Danny Dimes going to throw him the ball?
I think he's the best wide receiver in this class, but
I think he's gonna.
Vanilla Vic is
I think
not
he's just
the
gonna
guy.
eat. All right. Well, this is my favorite right here. I'm gonna skip two of them and I'll come back to them. But Xavier Worthy at plus 1,600 on the Chiefs.
Ooh.
I think that is a sneaky bet right there. A little $5 flyer could never hurt anybody. That pays out almost $100.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Was that the next one in line?
No, the next two.
Okay, you just
The next one was Drake May at the same odds, plus 1,600, and then Bo Nix at plus 1,600 as well.
What's Brock Bowers?
Brock Bowers is
good question.
plus 2,500. That is a sneaky one because
He went to wait. Where did he go?
the Raiders.
The Raiders. That's right.
And Aiden O'Connell loves throwing to those tight ends if he's their potential starting quarterback. I don't know what's going on with Jimmy G at the moment. I know he still has a lot of health concerns going on.
He's not their quarterback. I believe.
Jimmy G is not their quarterback as long as Devontae Adams is in town.
Yeah, that was
G's a
that was
bum.
one of my poorest takes.
No
Jimmy G and
way
Kenny
happened.
Pickett did not work out. Aiden O'Connell is that guy until many thought they were going to go Penix or they were going to find their quarterback here. My guess is they stick with Aiden O'Connell for the season.
Maybe they trade for Kirk Cousins.
Oh,
That would be interesting.
Oh,
I'd actually love to see that.
Or Sam
over there.
Darnold.
Because I worry about Brock Bowers' production with Aiden O'Connell. I think that Aiden O'Connell is a solid young quarterback. Do I think that he is going to be able to put up the numbers and be able to pepper a first-year tight end to the point where he wins an MVP? I don't think that happens. I do love Brock Bowers. I don't love his landing spot. Man, J.J. McCarthy, I don't know why you guys are betting against this kid. I would love to bet against every Wolverine I ever met, except for maybe Braylon. But
I just don't see him playing enough.
I agree.
I
you don't think that
he's
he
gonna
can beat out Sam Darnold for the starting spot week one?
I think that they're just not going to want to risk it. I think that he's too raw of a prospect. I see it. I see the talent. I see it out. But I will not lie. As someone who has watched every single Michigan game this year, last year, there are times where he's just not pro ready. He makes mistakes.
for sure.
He will lose them games. I just don't see it.
So, quick update on the draft. The Falcons took linebacker out of Notre Dame, J.D. Bertrand. The Chicago Bears
Another nice pick.
took Austin Booker, edge out of Kansas.
Wow.
That's a
really
great
good
pick to go opposite of Sweat. Wow, that's a great pick.
He's got big time upside
I
and to
like
be
him
able
a
to
lot.
go
That's
a great
opposite Sweat. Mm-hmm. Bro,
And then the
That's
Broncos,
my
the Broncos
favorite
took
pick.
Bears
Chris
are
so far.
cooking right now.
Broncos took Chris Abrams, drain cornerback out of Missouri.
When did the
like
Bears
that.
figure out how to draft?
Yeah.
When
That's
did who?
crazy.
I still think they took the wrong quarterback, but when did the Bears figure out how to
took
draft?
the wrong quarterback?
I'm not a Caleb guy.
Why?
Well,
Who would you have
so
taken?
all 3 years he regressed as a passer. All 3 years he regressed as a running back. He averaged less than a yard per carry last year.
Yeah.
On an NFL quarterback rating scale, he never had 100 rating in a game. His presence, his LDE. He's got big time LDE.
He does have LDE.
And
I don't know what that means.
Little dick energy.
yeah.
Oh.
I would agree with that.
I mean,
Not
I
that
think
Big
he was
Mac
running
energy.
for his life last year, though. His offensive line was horrible.
Well, he wasn't running far.
That's why.
That's for sure.
When I look at Caleb Williams and I see that at USC he was 12-0 when his defense let up less than 32 points per game. Like 32.
Yeah.
Not 20.
No.
Not 50, 32 points per game. He was 12-0.
12-0, really, with
12-0.
32? I mean, I think he was 3-7 against ranked teams.
Yeah.
So I know that USC wasn't very good, but I want to say 17 of his touchdowns came in the first 9 games, and then over the first 7 games. Over his next 6, I think he had something like 7 touchdowns. He had a lot of touchdowns on the ground, but when you're only averaging 0.9 yards per carry, I don't care how many times you sneak the ball
Well, the
in.
sacks play
Yeah,
a big
this-
factor into that.
No, that takes away from in college stats.
They don't factor sacks into rushing yards?
I'm not sure because I know it doesn't in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do in college.
They do. Okay, I'm learning
the
something
sacks
today.
factor into.
Okay. But regardless, he went from 4 to under 2 to under 1.
I think the offensive line regression in his years of college. I think that
His
is probably a
passing
big
game
factor.
also regressed. I don't get it. Jaden Daniels for me would have been the number 1 pick all day long.
Really?
He's
Absolutely.
a dog.
I think that his ability, his set of skills are perfect for the RPO game that we see in the NFL right now. There's some concerns with him.
He takes hits, man.
He does, and he's kind of a long-bodied guy that could get injured off of that. But he also can escape, And if they can teach him how to slide and how to get out of bounds and not try and push through non-college defenders, that's a guy that I love the ceiling on Jaden.
I don't hate it. I like Caleb. I think Caleb Williams is gonna be a stud.
I got something
I
for
do.
you, Spence.
The way he plays the game, how he throws, he's Mahomesian in his ability to move out of the pocket and make throws on the run. I don't think he's going to be Mahomes, right? But I think he's going to be a very good quarterback.
I hope he's a bust.
I hope he's bust too.
I know it.
Oh, I pray to God he's
know
a
you
bust.
do.
I hope
just
he's
don't
a
think
bust
he will
too,
be.
just for the sake of the Lions.
Yeah.
But here, this is for you, Spence. How about a little Keon Coleman? You want to take a stab at what you think those odds are at?
Ooh.
Number 1 receiver in Buffalo.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. It was probably plus 1,800.
I think Khalil Shakir is the number 1 wide receiver in Buffalo.
He's an underrated stud. Plus 5,000.
Plus
on
5,000.
Keon Coleman.
I would
That's
sprinkle.
intriguing.
I would sprinkle something on that.
Yeah.
Just because he's going to be force fed because they lost their
Everyone.
2 best receivers.
Yep.
It's like you said, Shakir and Dalton Kincaid. That's the only players they had to catch the ball.
Yep.
And now he's their number 1 guy outside. Josh Allen's going to force feed him.
Good point.
And I'm a Shakir fan, but I'm not sure that he fits the mold of a number 1.
No, yeah, he's going to be their outside guy. And we know Josh Allen can work with some dudes on the outside like that. So
Yeah. Keon might be cooking in Buffalo. That's for
I like
sure.
that. I like Maserati Marv too, though, because the Cardinals
Ky-
made some. They were sneaky good not good, but they were a tough team to play.
Yep.
Gannon, he's kind of a clown, how he talks and stuff, but he knows football. They have a pretty good team. They had a great draft. Kyler Murray, say what you want about him.
Fully healthy this time.
Yeah, fully healthy. If it's before the new Call of Duty drops, Kyler Murray's going to go crazy. If it's after that, I wouldn't be too happy with it. But
I just learned about that. I can't believe that.
he averages before Call of Duty comes out every year. He averages 24.5 fantasy points a game. After Call of Duty drops, he averages 19.
That is substantially wow.
Wild analytics.
Yeah, it's the Call of Duty curse, man.
So, are you guys curious on a little Terrion Arnold for D-Roy?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Plus 1,300.
That's 1,300. Who they got on top?
Sixth tied for 5th best odds on the board.
Okay.
Above him, you have who I really wanted, Dallas Turner, plus 400. Then Latai Latu, plus 700. Quinyon Mitchell, plus 1,000, your boy. Q-Man.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Jared Verse, plus 1,100. And then Chop Robinson, plus 1,300.
I'm not a chop guy.
I'm not a chop guy either, but I think he'll put up numbers in Miami.
What is the reason for that? Because I'm pretty high on Chop. I just alone on the fact that Michigan had to completely change their game plan against them.
He's
because
not
of Chop.
he's not a good fit for the Lions and what we needed. He is a good pass rusher for sure, a very, very good pass rusher. He's a freak athlete, but he's not a 3-down guy. He's not a 3-down guy in the NFL. He can't play the run in the NFL. He struggled to play the run in college. So I think he's going to get exposed if they try to put him out there in obvious rundowns. And I think that when he's on the field, they could target him and just run the ball right at him when he's out there. But he is like a James Houston type. We already have James Houston. We have our pass rush specialist. That's why I didn't really want Chop, because if we were going to get a defensive end, I wanted a guy that would play all 3 downs.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And a couple bomb plays I'm looking at that I'd like to say on the D-Roy end. We have Payne Wilson. I've been high on him, plus 3,500. We have Austin Booker, who just went, plus 5,000. I think he could get a lot of potential play for the Bears. Junior Colson at plus 5,000. I think he's going to chief that Chargers defense up. I think just for D-Roy, it's more about, because people don't pay attention to it. I think it's got to be the poppy stats. Like, if it's a linebacker, they got to have a lot of tackles. If it's a corner, they got to have a lot of picks. That's why Sauce won it that year. If they're a D lineman, they got to have a ton of sacks. I think it's a purely stat-based award comparative to offense. I think offense is about true impact. I think the biggest impact you've had on the field. I think it's a little bit of a different criteria for the 2 awards.
And I like seeing Terrion in the top 6 there. Terrion was a playmaker in college. He was able to get his hand on some interceptions and make some plays. and he's going to get workout. He's going to get worked out there. He's going to be playing a lot.
You have to earn that spot.
Absolutely. I think he's going to be a fixture in the D. I think he'll probably be a starter, and that means that he's going to get a lot of opportunities to make his name. Broder, you brought up Spencer Rattler.
Me?
Yeah, we thought that he might go to the Raiders, right?
No, not. Oops, where am I?
The quarterback, Spencer Rattler.
Yeah,
he's
not-
the most high-profile quarterback that's left on the board. We saw all top 6 guys go in the first round. Nobody's gone since. We're in the 5th round now. I really thought that we were going to see 7, 8 quarterbacks gone by round 4, just because there was going to be such a run early. We see this guy coming out of high school. Rattler was basically the top prep in the nation. He's certainly fallen off. There's a lot bad to be said about him, not so much good anymore. But this guy's going to go, I think, in this round. Where do you guys see him landing?
I don't know. I'm not a big Rattler fan.
Me neither.
Me
neither.
I honestly, with the quarterbacks left, I'd rather go with the Jordan Travis out of Florida State.
Okay.
I
Sam
agree.
Hartman.
What about Pratt?
I don't know about
Pratt's
Sam
still on board, right?
Hartman.
You
I
look
think
like you could be related to Sam Hartman.
I don't like Sam
I
Hartman.
got that
but
on
I
the
like him
stream
better
last
than-
night, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, I got Sam Hartman. And, see, one they haven't come up with. I'll feed you one. Keanu Reeves. I get that a lot.
Keanu Reeves, okay.
Yep.
Oh,
Don't
Falco.
gas yourself up too much. No, I'm just kidding. But Sam Hartman, one I could
John
see.
Klink over here.
We have some people in the chat. I saw Mike G. Shout out Mike G. Said any information on Manu, and if you are just joining us or you haven't been paying attention to the draft, the Lions did trade up to draft Giovanni Manu, a offensive tackle out of the University of British Columbia in Canada. The dude is an absolute freak of nature. He's 6'8", 320 pounds, runs a sub 540, 350.
Yeah.
Runs a sub 540. Has long arms, big hands. He is
a mammoth of a human being, and they're drafting him obviously on potential and upside because he played in the University of British Columbia, so he wasn't playing against SEC teams. But they have, like I said, they have the infrastructure to kind of nurture his development because they don't need him to start right away because obviously they have Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker at the tackle spots for next year, so you can let him get his feet wet in the league before needing him to be something, and they went off potential, and I'm good with that.
I think to go back to the Spencer Rattler thing, I think potentially he could go with this next pick to New Orleans.
That'd be an interesting fit. And to add on to what you mentioned about Giovanni Manu, Lions did move up in the 4th round to be able to take him, but then they did it again. They moved up to get a guy, Sione Vaki. Spen, I want to hear what you have to say about him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dog. Like you said, I love it. I love it. If you go watch Utah games, watch Utah film, the dude's flying around everywhere. He is in on every play. He is crashing down, helping out in the run game, over top, laying people out. He is the exact type of player that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell want. I saw someone in the comments earlier, I don't remember who it was, so sorry. They said Jalen Reeves-Maben and him on special teams is going to be nasty.
Yeah.
And those guys they're going to be flying around making plays, and that's just another dog to put in that secondary. Training camp is going to be nuts watching those secondary players compete for starting spots. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Brother, you're going to have fun at Trader Camp, aren't you?
Yes.
Who are you looking forward to seeing most out of the 4 new Lions?
I'm trying to get my screen up. One sec. How about this? Oh, there we go. Training camp for the Lions. Who am I looking forward to most?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I want to see Jamison Williams take that next step. And I think we can see, despite it just being training camp, we can see the relationship that he hopefully has developed with Jared Goff. So I think that'll be a big one.
What about the rookies?
What was that?
Who do you like out of the rookies you want to see?
I mean, it's the cornerbacks.
Yeah.
I don't think Vaki and I don't think Giovanni Manu are going to do much this season. Vaki probably more than Manu, just being able to rotate guys in that secondary. But I think the one, and although we're all over C.J. Gardner-Johnson and enjoy Philadelphia, my friend, it was so fun last year seeing how competitive he made training camp.
Yeah.
That was what we were all talking about. Him just chirping. Who was the old cornerback who was on the Giants? Awarie. He was chirping Awarie. He's just chirping all training camp. I think bringing in guys like Terran Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw, and now with Brian Branch in year 2 and Carlton Davis and Meek Robertson, that secondary is going to be loud. Like they are going to be there's not going to be a drop off in competitive fire, competitive fuel from that secondary. That's what makes those two specifically so intriguing to me.
Yeah, I love pairing those two Bama guys in the back. We're going to see a couple of those mouth guards sticking out of the helmets this year, not just one. For me, I love what Brad and Dan have done. These guys continue to surprise us, to make moves that past regimes were afraid to make. And even when we don't know who these guys are, I think at this point in year 4, Lions fans just kind of have to stop complaining and start researching.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, we should know by now that whatever we predict is probably not the direction that Brad Holmes is going to go. Although many of us wanted cornerbacks. I actually didn't think they needed one until like their 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
And they went 2 in the first 2. So they have this long-term plan, and there's so much involving the contracts and the new players they brought in, the contract extensions with Sewell, St. Brown, upcoming Jared Goff, Aiden Hutchinson. Like, how they're going to start drafting is now going to be players that either fit certain roles with the team, or if they're going to be the predecessors to some of these homegrown picks, like they're going to be tiered off where, maybe Kirby Joseph gets an extension. They're going to maybe need to get rid of Joseph or Melifonwu. So does Vaki or another pick now 2 years after they were drafted, like does the contracts, work out where, they can sign everyone they bring in? It's a complicated thing, which is why keeping Mike Disner this offseason was probably one of the biggest moves of the offseason, up there with retaining Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. You look at that before the players, like, I mean, this is a home run of an offseason. I don't know if it's sexy yet, but in terms of what the team was last year, it's hard to see a better one.
And now you're not hamstrung to re-sign Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
And, make sure you have that, because you've got 2 guys who have potential to be cornerback 1s in the same draft. Like, you got 2 guys, they said, I forget who said it, they said, it was Mel Kiper or someone on the desk last night said that they got their 1 and 5 cornerbacks. Like, the Lions got their 1st-ranked quarterback in Terrion Arnold and their 5th-ranked quarterback in Ennis Rake Shaw in this draft. And that doesn't happen. We know Brad Holmes loves to do that.
Yeah.
He doubles up on positions. He likes going out there and saying, all right, this draft, we're going to knock down this position and bring it home.
The call from Mr. Broder, or was that you? That
me.
was you.
Yeah.
Man.
Great call.
Jesus
Korean
is
Jesus.
a prophet right here.
Yeah.
Let's
Spencer
hear it, Jesus.
Rattler
What
is
just
a
happened?
saint.
Spencer Rattler to the Saints.
Nice call, my friend. Nice
Thank
call.
you. Quick little research, and I remembered that seemed like the Saints would need a team need there, and
Quarterback is certainly a team need for them. I think Derek Carr is not a great quarterback at
that
this point in his career.
that whole move was a disaster for them. They have come out looking terrible in that move. That deal is atrocious for him. What was it? 4 years, $180 million, I believe.
Lots of dinero. Hey, I don't like Rattler, but drafting a quarterback, not a bad thing for them.
I think a flyer on Rattler in the 5th round is a positive move. I think that the hype around him, he's still a decent prospect to an extent. He shows the flashes when he
Senior Bowl MVP?
Yeah, you never know. I mean, flyer in the 5th round could be good.
I don't know. They go Fuaga, great pick in round 1.
I love that pick.
Great pick in round 2, and then they haven't picked since then. And they go Rattler.
Yeah.
They need more things.
They do need
I don't
more
know.
things.
Saints don't scare me. But I want to revisit. Spenny brought up a great point about now you don't have to re-sign Carlton Davis or there's you can allow these guys in their contract year to play out of their contract in Detroit. Like and unfortunately, Lee McNeil might be one of those cases, which is why I'm thinking maybe defensive tackle, or at least I thought maybe they should have gone after one earlier. It's like if you have a replacement and these guys, whether you drafted or more specifically in free agency, you brought them in on 1 and 2 year contracts, they're incentivized to play to the best of their ability to get re-signed either by the Lions or another team. So if they play well enough to earn a bigger contract outside of Detroit, that means we got them for the year that they played well and have a predecessor to take over for them. Spenny, that was a fantastic point that I wasn't thinking about.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yes, I do.
The Eagles have 4 picks in this back half of the 5th round.
Really?
They have 4 picks. They have 7. They have the next pick, which is the 17th pick, 152. They have 164, and they have 171 and 172. Those are both compensatory picks, I think, from losing their coordinators.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, that's right.
The
So they've
Eagles-
gone Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, edge Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian, and then running back Will Shipley.
Yeah.
And so now they got 1, 2. You're right.
4
5
picks.
more picks.
Yeah,
And there are still good players on the board.
there are. The Jets have 2 picks in the back, and the Packers have
Did the line-
back-to-back picks at 168 and 169.
So Will Shipley, another guy that they just picked at the end of the 4th, that's a polarizing player. There's a guy that early on some people were talking about him being one of the top 4 or 5 running backs. I'm not a huge fan of him. Where are you guys on Shipley?
I mean, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of him, but I think he's a solid player. He's not someone I would die on the hill for either way. I think it's a good pickup. And that's what they need to do. They need to just keep complimenting their core.
Yeah.
Because they have the core, they have the guys they paid for, they know what they want to do, want to be as a football team. So you just got to keep bringing in pieces that'll keep the chain moving. So I don't hate it.
Shipley's a football player, too.
Yes.
I was very high on Shipley going into this draft, or not this draft, into last year. And this past year, I just didn't see a lot between the tackles that I loved. I thought the rest of his game is very electric. He's a very, very nice player. His between the tackle running was not my favorite thing from him this year. I mean, the Clemson O-line was not great. I'll give him that, but I didn't love what I saw between the tackles. I would like to ask one question, though. Did the Lions always have 2 6th-round picks?
I believe they did. Or was it 2 7ths, right?
Yeah, was it the 6 rounds are 201 and 205, and then in the 7th they have 249. And I don't think those picks got moved in the trades.
We have
although don't hold me
201
to
now?
that. Pardon?
I don't believe we had 201 before.
I believe that was. I believe we made a trade back into the 6th round. I believe we have 2 6th-round picks now because it says there's a trade next to the 6th-round pick on my screen. So, it might have been. No, they definitely made a move for that.
Did we get a 6 back in the Carlton Davis
Philly
trade?
has 201 now.
Philly has 201.
Oh, okay. So in that trade,
We have
up,
210.
we have 210
We got
and 205.
210. That's new.
210 is a compensatory from Philly.
That we got.
I don't know how the.
We just.
I'm
got
just gonna
that.
say I don't know how the fuck all these compensatory picks work, man. They're
We
like,
didn't have that pick.
We
20
did not
minutes
have
ago.
that a couple.
if you make the
minutes
trade
ago.
or give something up, you get a compensatory. It's wild.
Yeah,
don't know.
I can do some research
Well,
on that.
that's
but
cool though. We got the 205 and the 210 now.
Yep.
So a little more exciting in the 6th. I'll tell you, I thought that this was going to be a boring start to the draft,
Yeah.
But to see 2 more moves from Dan the Gambler and Mr. Brad Holmes, and to be able to land somebody that we're going to be wondering and talking about all offseason, but then in Sione Vaki, a guy that I think everybody's excited to have.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
Yeah, and Spenny doubled down on it after I said it too, and I don't even think I said it about Vaki, but the fact that special teams is not only important to Detroit just in general.
Yeah.
They're one of like the last teams to actually prioritize special teams, but Vaki's going to be a special teams warrior. Like
Yes.
he can contribute there on day one, in kickoff, kick return, punt coverage, and as a running back, like. I know Jalen Reeves-Maybin's that dude for the trickery, but who knows what you can do with Vaki
Exactly.
and on 4th and 10s when they go for it.
Yeah, faking those punts. You can put Jalen Reeves-Maybin and Vaki as those personal protectors back there. So that's 2 guys that can make a move, can get into open space. This guy's going to be a weapon. They're going to move him around. They're going to use him. I think he's going to have a good year, even in his rookie year. I think we're going to see a couple impact plays throughout the year from Vaki.
I just want to point out something interesting. On the Lions' Twitter, they actually positioned him out as a running back, not as a safety, which is very interesting to me because the draft put him as a safety, but we put him as a running back. So that's a very nice subtle detail.
That versatility, man, they love it. They love guys that can do multiple things, and we saw it with guys like Malcolm Rodriguez who they can play 4 different positions. So, like, you got one guy on the team that can do so much different things. That's why they held on to Will Harris for so long because of his versatility and different things like that. So, I know Lions fans don't want to hear Will Harris's name, but this is a guy that can fill that role. He's a do-it-all type of guy, and that is a big factor into when Brad Holmes goes into picking someone. Is if someone goes down, you got guys that can fill in multiple positions. Like I said, everybody in that secondary can almost play anywhere in the secondary. Like they've all, I think except for like Kirby, have all spent time at corner and safety in their careers. So
Yeah.
you can move guys around a lot and do a lot of different things.
Spenny, are you surprised at all that they haven't gone defensive line or interior of the offensive line?
I'm more surprised about the interior offensive line, honestly. The edge, like, again, I think they have a lot of faith in James Houston. They got Marcus Davenport, Matthew Betts. I think they add an edge rusher in, like I said, the post-camp cuts. I think they can get a veteran edge rusher there. But I am a little more surprised that they didn't grab an interior offensive lineman.
And there were still some good ones on the board. Like
There was.
I'm seeing Hunter Norzat still there. I believe Bo Limmer's still on
there,
the board. Even where did I just Christian Mahogany on the offensive line out of Boston College. Oh, Mo Kamara. Mo Kamara out of Colorado
still
State.
on the board?
The edge rusher is still on the board. And
yeah,
Javon Solomon.
I'm seeing on Twitter a lot of Mahogany stuff linked to the Lions.
It smells like rich mahogany. It's something that
Leather-bound books?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. I'm gonna get off point here for a minute.
Do it.
Everybody's an Anchorman fan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen Wake Up Ron Burgundy?
No.
Okay, so we all know Anchorman 2 is trash, right?
I never saw it.
It's
There's
trash.
an Anchorman too.
It's not complete trash, but it's not very good.
I don't know about trash. I still think it's a funny movie. Before you go into this point, though, another receiver off the board that is not Johnny Wilson.
Aeneas.
Anus.
Yeah. Anus Smith, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
Like, I wouldn't go as far as to saying that movie's trash. I think it is still a classic.
Okay, so when they filmed the original Anchorman, there's so much footage that they created a full-length feature film called Wake Up Ron Burgundy. So, like, all the outtakes, when they're going through the blinds and they're pranking Veronica Cornerstone, same deal, different takes.
Yeah.
The Ling Ling the Panda, which was the big news story, it's actually the Time Bandits. And the Time Bandits, Maya Rudolph, Chuck D from Public Enemy, and another guy, I always forget his name, but you know him as an actor. It's really fantastic. Standalone movie, it's as good as the first Anchorman.
Really?
You got to check it out. It's actually very difficult to movie to find, but Wake Up Ron Burgundy, if you're an Anchorman fan, if you like... I can't say that in the air. I was going to translate what San Diego means, but...
A whale's vagina?
yeah, you can say it.
I got you.
So
San Diego means whale's vagina?
no, but that's what he thought it meant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what?
Yeah,
No, I mean San
Yeah,
Diego.
yeah.
But no, it's a fantastic movie. We were actually talking about it at the draft last night, so if you guys are fans, check it out. But
San Diego.
yeah, so we've seen a lot of offensive players start coming off the board here. I mean, just we saw such a run in the second round of defensive players, the complete juxtaposition to what we saw in the first, which was all offensive players. It's going to be interesting when we get here into the sixth round because at this point, where are we looking at need with the lines? We've talked about wide receiver. We've talked about edge rusher. We've talked about offensive line. They've obviously shored up their secondary with 3 of our 4 picks belonging to the secondary. I want to see offensive line. I want to see more of it. I like this kid, Manu, but I don't know how far off he is from contributing.
I doubt he plays this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
At all.
But I'd also love to see some edge help.
Yeah. Like the edges on the 2 of my favorite edges in the draft are still on the board, Mo Kamara and Javon Solomon. Yeah. I think they both would fit really well. Maybe Kamara a little bit more. I happen to like Solomon a little bit more just because I like James Houston, and he's that type of guy. A little undersized, but an absolute animal. Led the FBS in sacks from Troy. So he needs a little bit of he didn't play the highest competition. I like him. If they go receiver, and more of them are coming off the board, but I think they steer towards like a Malik Washington, who's tiny. Like, he's 5'8", and you might not need to because you already have Khalif Raymond. But to me, with Jared Goff as your quarterback, and I'm under the assumption, I believe that they're going to sign him to an extension, you're looking for guys that can separate at the line of scrimmage, that can create separation within 5, 10, 15 yards. And he's as good, if not the best, of anyone in the draft at doing that. So I think that fits the offense a little bit more. I know it's not your traditional 6'3", 6'4", outside X type wide receiver, but man, if you can use it, like, to me, the NFL is all about just creating mismatches, which is why you want a tall wide receiver.
The Eagles just traded in for this pick.
For this one?
Yeah.
For the Rams?
No, with the Colts. They just traded in. Also, I would like to say, I was about to say, but we were in the middle of the conversation, that Brennan Jackson was about to get picked from Washington State to the Rams, so I would have been 2 for 2 on predictions. But I didn't get it out.
Live TV,
I didn't want to blurt it out. You guys were in the middle of a conversation, so it doesn't count. But that is an edge I did like.
Even for Jesus, it doesn't count.
Could have been a Lions.
Yeah, I'll tell
you
you who the Colts are going to pick after they make the pick.
So Philly with 5 picks.
No, the Colts
here in the
with
5th
Philly.
round.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you who the Eagles are
picks.
going to pick after they make the pick.
Right.
That's wild.
Got to lock down.
Yeah, I wonder. They probably just moved some of their competitors. They must like someone.
They must like someone.
What's their team need right now?
And while you guys are looking that up, was the only 2025 pick that the Lions gave up, that third rounder, to move up and get Manu?
I don't believe we've given up anything else.
Okay, so they have 9 picks still in 2025. So there's still some ammo.
Yeah.
That if they want to go up and get one of these guys they're talking about, the more I think about it in terms of like doing it the right way or kind of predicting Brad Holmes, I'm with you, Anson. I think they should go interior offensive line, like one of those centers. I mean, Norzad to me out of Penn State's the most Frank Ragnow like. And if you think Colby Sorsdale is going to be your guard, if you think this Manu, I said Mims, if you think Manu is going to be a long-term answer at tackle, and you still have a lot of good depth at guard and tackle with Skipper, with Yodi, with some of the guys who were backups last year, they're all back. Why not go a center? Hunter Norzad is a center and a center only. Or Bo Limmer out of Arkansas, a center. Like, go and draft your backup center and your center for the future.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to be available in the 6th round, so maybe you don't have to give up much to move up. Maybe with the Eagles again. Like, the Eagles got 5 picks. Take one of those bad boys.
I think this is either Christian Jones or Mahogany here for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I think they're going O-line here.
Could be Bo Limmer to replace
For the Eagles?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just to replace Jason Kelsey. Like he was one of the top rated centers in this draft. So.
But who was the guy? I always forget his name. I think of Creed Humphrey. It's not Creed. Their center. They did draft a center who was going to be starting this year.
The Eagles?
Yeah.
They went linebacker.
DeAndre Pierce.
Jeremiah Trotter.
So the Jaguars go DeAndre Pierce at round 5, 153. Yeah. Oh, then the Eagles go Jeremiah Trotter, linebacker out of Clemson.
Yeah.
He's kind of a stud.
Jackson.
He is. Player.
I didn't do much digging into linebackers because other than Edgar and Cooper, I don't think we need one. And I know Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky. I thought he was going to be later. He's already gone, if I'm not mistaken. But I know Trotter's good, and he's athletic. So that's not a bad pick for the Eagles. They need a lot of help on defense.
They do.
The only thing I question about the Eagles draft, and I'm pulling it up just to make sure my information is correct, but I do not understand with their aging O-line how they have not drafted an O-lineman yet.
Yeah, you got to think. I mean, Jason Kelsey already retired. Lane Johnson's a foot out the door. Like
their line is old, and it deteriorated in the second half of the year. They were awful.
That entire team deteriorated.
That's fair.
That's
Cam
true.
Jurgens. Cam Jurgens was the center I was thinking of.
Jagging off of Jurgens?
Where's Jurgens from?
Out of Nebraska.
All that was going through my head.
Yep.
They took him round 2 last year. Round 2 pick 51.
Okay, so they have a center, but
Is he of famous lotion? Is he of lotion fame?
I don't know, but I think Howie Roseman was when they drafted him.
Yeah.
He
He
stays
probably had some
moisturized.
Jergens ready to go.
Yeah.
Staying
Jurgens,
moisturized.
that's high quality lotion.
Good
Whether it's
lotion.
next to your bedpost, post shower,
I'm more of
Jurgens.
an
Get your
Aveeno
lotion
guy.
today. Pardon?
I'm more of an Aveeno guy when it comes to lotion.
Interesting. Do you go the oatmeal scrub or
Cocoa
something?
butter. A little cocoa butter.
butter?
Yeah.
You go cocoa, not Shea?
Cocoa, yeah. Cocoa over Shea.
And that has nothing to do with Michigan football, right?
No, yeah.
Yeah. Just if you're ashy, you need to put some
Shea, a
cocoa
little
butter
Shea
on.
Patterson butter. No,
Yeah.
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 A little Coco Chanel butter.
We are live here in Birmingham from the Woodward Sports headquarters. We were downtown the last 2 days for the first 2
Face tat's
rounds of the
coming
pick.
off already.
And oh yeah, it did look so good on
It
you.
looked good, dude. It made me like question it for a second. Like, should I get a fucking face tat? Like,
And, we talked about it a lot early in the broadcast. Give us your experience the last 2 days. Now, actually, you were up in the middle of the state.
Yeah, I got to hear about that.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm going to talk about that, but that was fun.
Soaring Eagle,
That was fun.
Eagle Casino, right?
Yeah, shout out to Herman Moore. Shout out to Soaring Eagle Casino. That was a lot of fun.
Those
But-
are the
They're with our
Micro
boy
Mike.
Easy, right?
yeah, yesterday was a lot of fun. I got down there at like 1 o'clock, 1:30, and I was just partying all day at that 313 draft party. Shout out Jars Cannabis. Shout out Soroki's. Shout out Figer Law. All we do is win, baby. It was a lot of fun, man. It's great to see the city vibe like that. So many people down there, 500,000 people in 2 days down in Detroit.
It's wild.
It's awesome, man. It's awesome to see the city like that. We've been starved for this. We've been starved for a good team in the past 10 years in Detroit sports. We haven't had anybody to put our hat on.
Nobody.
And Michigan fans had Michigan, obviously. But having the Lions be that team that unites everybody is awesome. It's an awesome feeling. It's awesome to see. Shout out to everybody at the 313 draft party and everybody that went down there. Detroit fans, you guys showed out. You did a great job for the city.
Did we get a head count yesterday for how many people came through?
I don't know exactly.
I think it was like 235,
Yeah.
100,000.
So we're over 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And shout out-
It's been a special weekend. And
500,000 people.
Yeah, Spenny hit it right on the nail too. Like I guess the Michigan season started first, but the Lions just really amplified this whole city.
Oh,
like,
yes.
they kicked things off with their season. Michigan obviously won the national championship, but in terms of like Detroit sports, the success that they've had, it's carried over to this draft. It's carried over to the Red Wings. It's carried over to the Tigers. Like, there's excitement. Unfortunately, the Pistons are the only of the major four where it's like, man, we don't know how soon. We don't know what the future holds or how soon they can turn that around. Like, that's a mess. But that we think the Red Wings are close to the playoffs.
Yeah.
We think the Tigers are close to being a consistently competitive team. They might sneak into the playoffs, but it's going to be a year before they really are competitive. But the way they're being built by Scott Harris, by Steve Yzerman, by Brad Holmes, like, there is so much optimism. And all of that combined with the Lions and their roster going into this draft weekend, there was no, like, overly aggressive, like Neil hit it on the head Friday night when he was like, we could just like sit back and relax, see how the board plays out.
Yep.
That's exactly what Brad Holmes did. But for all the people downtown, it's like, I got to imagine that played a factor into just some of just everyone was happy. Everyone was nice. There was nothing bad going on. It was all Lions, and it was all this amazing energy. I thought Friday night was a home run for the entire city. Like, all of the national broadcasts, all the pictures flying around, like, that's going to do a lot for the city for this next decade.
Absolutely. We see Jamari Thrash, the son of James Thrash, coming off the board. We
Great football name.
Haven't seen
is a great
Brendan
football name.
Rice come off the board, but it's very possible that the two next wide receivers that go will be sons of greats.
I heard this on the way in when you guys were talking about Brandon Rice and Jerry Rice and Calvin Johnson and who's the best receiver of all time.
Oh, yes.
You're both wrong. Randy Moss is the best receiver of all time.
That's another one to throw in there.
It's really,
Randy Moss
it's
is the
really
best
hard to
receiver of all
dispute,
time.
man, because his body type and his ability is right there with Megatron, but his production, he never won a ring, though.
He didn't win a ring.
You're Calvin, though.
You can argue the two of them, though.
Yes.
can-
If you, I was just, saying it to be an asshole. If you choose any of them, I'm not going to be mad at you. My top 5 receivers all time
Let's
is
hear it.
In order. Number 1, Randy Moss. I would say 2, Jerry Rice. 3, Calvin. 4, T.O. 5, Larry Fitzgerald.
Okay, so say those one more time again. I'm going to make a poll and maybe pull some of those. So you said Jerry Rice.
Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Calvin Johnson, Terrell Owens, Larry Fitzgerald.
I like that.
Larry Fitzgerald has more tackles in his career than dropped passes.
Yeah, that's a sneaky 5th option right there.
That is
I love
awesome stat.
That is an insane for how
That's an
long he
awesome
played
stat.
in the league. He has more tackles than dropped passes. That is insane.
That's an awesome stat,
Yeah.
Spenny.
Yeah, Anson and Jesus. Also, your name's Justin, right?
Yep.
All right, Justin Jesus.
Korean Jesus.
Terrell Owens or Korean?
We were
He's
calling
not
him Korean
but he's
Jesus
Korean
yesterday.
Jesus.
I like me some bibimbap. Who is
Me too, man.
For our fourth receiver on this poll? Do we want to go T.O., Larry Fitzgerald, or is there another name to throw into the hat?
I would say T.O. Chris Carter's up there too. But I would say T.O.
I have a hot take.
What's your hot take?
Bring it.
Tyreek Hill.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
He's approaching.
He's
done some
If
things.
he continues on this pace, he'll be up there for
You
sure.
better watch out for the all-time greats on Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, if he continues on this pace, he'll be up there.
He's my 5.
I'll
He's
tell you
my
what,
5.
prime Antonio Brown,
Ooh,
that's
shoot.
one of the best wide
He's
receivers
in my
I've
top.
ever
He's
seen.
in my top 5. He's 4.
Pre-Vontez Perfect, Antonio Brown was a fucking nightmare, dude. He was insane.
I'll hit us with the controversial take for the top 5. All right, you ready? I got Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Antonio Brown, Tyreek Hill.
Wow.
I only have
I'm
4.
not mad at it, really.
It's hard to leave Marvin Harrison off those lists.
Yeah,
love
he was
Marvin.
a
I
dog,
don't know if
but
he's
I
this
can't
high.
say that I am as familiar with his game that I could put him in my top 5 because I can't.
Carter, too.
Prime AB was one of the most insane
He's
things I've
unguardable.
ever
He's
seen.
unguardable.
He was.
To be that crisp of a route runner, to have such surefire hands,
Fire up chips.
and to not even be
Yeah.
a big guy, but still be able to just go over a dude and catch it. Like there's 2 to 5 seasons there where you threw him the ball and he's making plays.
Yeah, he's going to the end zone.
He was averaging.
The killer bees, man. Ben
Yeah.
Brown and
When
Bell
they-
for Pittsburgh. That was a fun era of football to watch.
Yeah, this was before receivers were considered fantasy viable in fantasy football.
Yeah.
And he was going 1.
He was going
He
1
was the
overall.
first receiver to start going as 1 over running backs.
true.
That was when running backs owned fantasy football,
Mm-hmm.
and he was the first start of the revolution of now where it is a wide receiver fantasy football league now. And if you do not have good receivers, I will tell you, last year my fantasy football team, I had the best running backs that you could possibly have. I had Breece Hall,
It's a good pick.
a couple other. I had 3 top 5 running backs in fantasy football. I'm blanking on the other 2, but
Did you win?
no, I
you
lost.
didn't have the wide
I didn't
receivers.
have the receivers. I lost to a team that had 3 top 5 receivers. You can't. The top 5 receiver was the
up 30
top
points a
5
week.
running backs. It's not even comparable. They're putting upper 20s every single game.
I had
Those
Brown
that
and-
upper echelon receivers is putting up upper 20s every game. You're lucky if you get 20 every game from a running back.
I had Brown and Brown last year. Amon-Ra St. Brown and A.J. Brown. They carried me to a championship.
I lost to Amon-Ra St. Brown. He is, and I said he was a top 5 fantasy
He was
pick
25
last year.
points a week.
Top 5 fantasy pick last year, and I got laughed at for that. That is 100% came true.
Yes.
He was one of the most fantasy viable players. Stealing the draft if you got him past the 5th pick,
Yeah.
because he was an absolute dog.
I got him in the second round.
Spenny, was your team name like Team UPS?
It
What can
was
Brown do for you?
it hurts when I Brown because I had Jalen Hurts as well. So Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
My dynasty league, I start 3 with another on the flex. You guys aren't even going to like this at all. CD, JJ, DK, and Puka.
Oh man, that's gross.
Championship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
2 in a
real.
row.
That's unbelievable.
Real quick, since I put up a new poll for the top wide receivers, I got to give you these stats from the previous one. I just said grade the Lions draft up to this point. There were 162 votes over 15 minutes. 46% gave it an A. This was, when I was checking, it was like 46% B.
I thought it was gonna be lower than that.
Yeah. B 40%, C 10%, 3D
Yeah.
D 3%.
What's your grade?
I'm going to give it, as it stands, a B.
Okay.
That's fair.
Maybe it'd be a B plus. I'm just gonna a flat B because I don't. It's hard.
They still got some picks to get the plus.
Yeah, and you think for an A, and maybe I need to think differently. A, it's like who's gonna be a top contributor next year? Like who's gonna? We're so used to these 4 players as starters last year, like immediate contributors. I think Terrion is gonna contribute immediately. I think Enos Rakestraw is gonna contribute pretty close to immediately. But these other guys are either special teams or developmental tackles. I trust Brad Holmes, so I think it could end up an A in 2 years, but I don't know if I can go there yet.
What about you, Justin?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What would you grade the draft?
Oh, the Lions draft?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I got an A minus.
Okay.
I just love we lost the NFC Championship game last year because of our secondary. It was pretty obvious, and I mean it was a full collapse by the entire team. I can't lie, and I think that just overloading, addressing that need, and I agree with the versatility of next year when you got to re-up Carlton Davis. You're not putting a bind where we need Carlton Davis to be successful because then we might be forced to overpay him. And that's not a situation that Brad Holmes likes to put himself in. He is very good at thinking years in advance, and that is one thing I love about Brad Holmes is he's already thinking about the next offseason and what he plans on doing that offseason. So I think there's a lot to love with this draft.
I think they want 80 to 85% of the team to be on rookie deals. Like right now, coming into this draft, formula. 22 of our 23 picks over the last 3 years are still on the roster. And if they can continue that trend, we keep salaries down and we just keep reloading, not having to sign this. I got a question for you, Brody. You probably know the answer to this. I was talking to my friend the other day. I don't believe that they have given out 1 5-year deal, right?
I don't think so.
You mean like from guys that
they haven't signed anybody to 5 years?
Oh, no, like free agents or anybody?
Have they even signed? They've signed some guys to 4, but up until a couple of days ago, how many 4-year deals did they even give out?
None.
Not one.
Yeah, none.
I think
Not one.
was the
longest
first.
I thought there was maybe 1 or
the
2.
3-year deal. I think DJ Reader, that was the longest.
What about Decker's deal?
Decker was a 2-year extension, I think.
So that's really interesting to me. In a day and age where you're seeing these absorbent contracts and guys sitting on teams under contract for too long, these guys seem to have found a new way.
And they want their guy. Like, you know, maybe there's ego involved. I'm totally cool with Brad Holmes being egotistical when it comes to your guys.
Me
but
too.
I think the reshaping of this roster, they want it to be as close to 100% of guys that they've drafted. They've done all the investigating behind the scenes. Like, they want guys they know everything about. They know everything about Amon-Ra, everything about Penny. All of their draft picks, they're comfortable with, whether they work out or not. I think that's probably the end goal. They don't want to get stuck in a 5-year contract.
No.
By the way, I saw 2 of my guys go off the board. To the Dolphins, fantastic pick. Mo Kamara goes to the Dolphins.
Fuck, dude.
Yup.
Wow.
I want to see what they've done in this draft, but I think they've
Mo Kamara and Chop Robinson.
I have it right here.
they took Chop too, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yep. I have it right here.
Oh yeah, say it, because they took a running back too.
Chop Robinson, Patrick Paul, O-tackle out of Houston, Jalen Wright, Tennessee running back. He loves him.
Yeah,
and
he's a great pick.
Muhammad Kamara, edge out of Colorado State.
Dude, that's 2 guys who are going to get after the quarterback, man.
Yeah,
that's how they fell apart. That's why they fell apart last year.
Excuse me. It was because all of their edges got injured and they had nobody to get to the quarterback. They had to sign Bruce Irvin and somebody else and bring them in and have them play serious snaps in playoff games.
Way too many snaps.
You can't do that. So they just drafted 2 guys who they do one thing and they do one thing really good, and that is kill the quarterback.
Yeah, I before you came in today, I said that you better watch out for Miami because they're going to win the AFC East this year because it's wide open. With Buffalo having to depart from all their veterans.
And you think about a backup running back for them. I think one of the top running backs, not the top one in the draft. Achane, he got hurt last year. Mostert's been hurt before. I think just running backs in general. And maybe I'm talking myself into the Lions, like looking for another one. I don't think so. But having another backup running back who can just come in, make sure that offense stays elite, huge.
They run a lot of running back sets too, with multiple running backs as well. They love to utilize Mostert and Achane together. So
that's what you got to do in the NFL now. You can't. You don't.
Mismatches.
The workhorse running back is not a thing anymore. We saw it with Derrick Henry. He's probably the last workhorse running back in the NFL.
Yeah,
and he's crumbling right now because he has so many fucking carries. Like, the way to have a good run game in the NFL is to have an elite offensive line and then have 2 or 3 running backs that are capable.
And you can blame the running back stuff on 2 people in the history of running backs.
Le'Veon Bell.
I guess 3. Le'Veon Bell, DeMarco Murray, and Todd Gurley. Those 3 guys
Todd Gurley was
absolutely ruined the running back market with not being able to stay healthy in their second deals,
getting
their big
paid
deals.
and then getting injured. Yeah.
But those guys were given so many touches.
Yeah.
Todd Gurley was one of the best, like pound for pound, prime Todd Gurley was one of the best running backs I've ever seen in my
I would
entire
agree
life.
with that.
Fantastic.
It's insane.
He was fantastic.
He won me 2 fantasy championships, so I might be a little
Same.
biased, but
He was
monster.
he was a waiver wire pickup his first year for me.
Yeah.
And then he won me the ball. It was huge.
Me and my friends still call it when a player goes for 40 or 50 points, we call it a full girly. Because there's one year when he was going for 40 points like every fucking week. It was insane.
Now you can't go full girly these
Never
days.
go full girly.
Never go full girly.
There's no full girly in fantasy anymore. I did take a peek at my fantasy roster from last year, and I had Kyron Williams, Breece Hall, DeAndre Swift, and I had one other that got hurt.
Kyron Williams balled last year.
And top five running backs, all of them. And I had Mahomes and Kelsey, and I still lost because I didn't have the receivers.
Were not good in the end of the year.
Yeah, they were not. I was starting Garrett Wilson and DK Metcalf at receiver, so it was brutal out there.
Yeah.
How about Hunter Norzad to the Chiefs? That was the other guy I was looking for. They got Creed Humphrey.
I'm still upset they got Kingsley Sumatai.
I think they can move Norzad to guard.
Do you think so? Like, for whatever reason, I thought he might have been only a center. You think he can move to guard?
I think they can move him over to guard.
I think it's another great draft by the Chiefs. I think that they just know how to draft.
Unless they're not going to sign Creed Humphrey.
Maybe that's a strategy. Like
We've seen them cut throats before. They do it all the time.
Yep.
Creed Humphrey will be the highest paid center when the time comes. You're right.
For sure.
Maybe
100%.
this is the Brad Holmes strategy. You know, if Brent Veach is using it too. Like, we got this star. He might end up breaking the bank and we can't afford him. Let's start drafting the reinforcements.
So last year, guys, we saw Puka Nacua just absolutely light the league up out of nowhere. 5th round pick. We're sitting here in the 5th round. We've seen some offensive guys come off the board at 4 in the 4th round, 5th round, and 6th round. Who do you see? Obviously, we're still waiting to see some of these guys come off the board, but is there a dark horse that you love to just come out of nowhere that you're targeting a little later in your dynasty rookie drafts? Who's that Puka for 2024?
Like, specifically wide receiver?
Anybody offensive, running back or wide receiver, or maybe even a tight end, but running back or wide receiver.
I think the most intriguing for me out of the early picks, but not like first round receivers, is Keon Coleman.
Okay.
I think that the
volume
volume will be there.
Yep.
The talent is there. The play style between Josh Allen and Keon Coleman is there, where it's just going to be a lot of deep balls on the outside. I think that's a very good potential pickup. I don't know when they see. Like, I don't even know how you'd slot that right now.
Well, I'll tell you, Keon Coleman, prior to his draft placement, was in rookie draft 12-team league, was going early 2nd round. I would imagine this is going to bump his stock up to the 7, 8, 9, 10 category.
Yeah.
Especially with Josh Allen throwing him the ball. But I'm talking Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua he wasn't drafted in my league. I had to take somebody else in the 4th round. Chase Brown, love that guy, can't wait. But I picked him up in the free agency afterwards. In my 5th round in my other league, that's where I was able to get him. I want to know who that sleeper is, the guy that nobody even really is thinking about, that got taken in the 4th or 5th round that we've seen here or might still be on the board that you think could really make an impact at the next level.
One. I hate to say it because I like the guy in front of him, and he had a good year last year, but the guy in front of him isn't he's a running back. He's not a workhorse. And the guy I'm looking at is Bucky Irving, like behind Rachaad White in Tampa Bay.
See that?
Rachaad White he's a 3rd down back. Like they tried
caught
to
a
use
lot
him.
of balls.
They used him as an every down back last year because they kind of had to. That's not his role.
Yeah.
When he's elite at is being that 3rd down back, elite pass catcher out of the backfield.
Elite.
I think Bucky Irving could be the hammer in that when they get into the goal line, when they're trying to change some things up, let him get in there, punch it in. You know, he's a little muscle hamster. He's 5'9", 200 pounds. Like, put him out there, get him some touchdowns. I think he could be a sneaky later pick.
I like that. He's a great compliment to Rachaad because, again, like you said, elite pass catcher, but also to your point a little bit earlier is you don't dominate right now with one running back.
Yes.
Unless you're Christian McCaffrey. But otherwise, we've seen teams like the Lions and other that have found success through the use of 2 backs or even a committee. I think I really like that take.
Yeah.
Speaking of Christian McCaffrey, what about Isaac Garindo to the 49ers? Ooh. Like, I don't know if he'll get the volume to do a Puka Nacua type of running back, but
Garindo went there?
Garindo went to the 49ers.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's
3rd fastest time at the combine out of any player.
Yeah, he's an athlete. I like him as a wide receiver.
Christian Jones, sorry, brother.
Go for it.
Christian Jones just went to the Cardinals.
Yeah, I was about to say
Man,
that
they are killing it.
I love the Cardinals
Fucking
draft.
great
I
draft.
was waiting
Holy shit.
to butt in about that. That's another great pick by the Cardinals. Another big faller too.
Yeah.
I thought
But
he'd be on the board.
Sorry about
I
that,
didn't
brother.
think he'd be
No,
on the
you're
board at all.
good, dude. You're good.
I'm gonna take a bomb here with a receiver take here. A guy who isn't even, he's 10th right now on ESPN's big board. Who I think big sleeper, Xavier Weaver from Colorado. I'm not
still out
saying
there?
I know the advanced metrics on him or how he tested at the combine, but just pure eye test. Pure eye test. I watched a lot of Colorado football games. Big Colorado fader over here. I was on the fade train.
Fader.
Made a bunch of money on that. But Xavier Weaver, on an offense that was truly stacked with wide receiver talent, he always caught my eye as being a very surefire guy in there, always making plays when they needed it. I think that is a Puka Nacua-esque, and I don't even know if he'll get drafted, honestly. So that'd be my take for a later round. And also, I've been hyping up Johnny Wilson, so I might as well say him because if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it. So I also throw Johnny Wilson in there as he's still
on the board,
falling down the board. He's still there.
For the guys that have been drafted, I'm not all that impressed with the matches. Like there's not one that really stands out after Mr. Braylon Edwards' pick at the first pick of the third round. Malachi Corley in New York, I think is an
pick.
awesome fit.
Love that.
That's a
Opposite
great fit.
Or in the slot with Garrett Wilson, they're doing things now. Have wide receivers at different levels. They could probably add another one.
That's the gritty yak guy that Rodgers was missing in that receiver corps.
Yeah, in this league, which is why I was a big Ladd McConkey fan. I was a big Corley fan. The way the league's going, it's hard to tackle people. With the hip drop rules, just the rules in general, having yards after catch, having a reliable receiver who can do things around the line of scrimmage and then is difficult to bring down, that's where it's headed, or that there's extra value on those players in today's NFL.
For me, number 113, Devontae Walker.
Oh,
A
to the
man
Ravens.
in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Could overnight ascend to the number one option there. I love Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers is a dog.
Love Zay Flowers. Is he the Tyreek or is he the slot there? Because when you put
Zay.
a big body guy like this, I don't know if Walker could have a very, very big season. I think that Lamar now all of a sudden has a tandem of receivers that he never had one until last year. Sure, Marquise Hollywood Brown was good for a year with him because there was nobody else. Zay Flowers, there was nobody else, but Zay Flowers is a baller.
Yeah.
But now you got to contend with both these guys and a healthy Mandrews.
And
the Packers just took center out of Duke, Jacob Monk.
I like
Jacob who?
Monk.
I
Jacob
like Monk
Monk,
too.
center
That's a
out of
good-
Duke.
that's a
Monk
good
and
pick for them.
Barton, real nice tandem there.
I would like to touch on. Shoot, I'm sorry. What were you just saying?
No,
'Cause
you're
We're
good.
talking about Devontae Walker and the.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I would like to say something. As a resident Lamar Jackson hater, with his elite ball.
Spenny. Wait. Spenny, he said Jared Goff was better than Lamar Jackson. Just throwing that out there.
That was a quote.
At what?
At football.
At football?
At football. He is a better football player than Lamar
a two-time
Jackson.
MVP of the National Football League.
Yes, 100%. Because
I'm
you
not
know what?
even
You
gonna
know
go
what
that
Jared
far.
Goff.
You know me.
Did you watch that game as the Chiefs? Lamar Jackson has elite ball placement and putting it in places it's not supposed to be. He is terrible when it comes to making the winning play. He
chokes
had
the
a guy
playoffs, for
wide
sure.
open on the underneath in that Chiefs game, but he decided to throw into triple coverage.
Yeah.
He's resident at doing that. Until he shows me different. Yeah, he won his first playoff game this year. Whoop-de-doo, he beat the Texans, who I actually thought the Texans were going to beat them because I just am a huge Lamar Jackson hater when it comes playoff time.
He chokes in the playoffs. I'll admit that, but he's not a better football player than Jared Goff. He's one of the MVP. He's been the best player in the NFL twice.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
So do you think that the Lions would go farther this year if we had Lamar Jackson on our team?
Yes.
I disagree.
I don't think that.
I think he doesn't fit our system.
I don't think the 49ers, you adapt your system around your quarterback.
Yeah.
They made the system around Jared Goff and to his strengths.
100%.
If you had Lamar Jackson, you would rebuild the system.
Yeah.
I love Jared Goff. But Lamar Jackson's an objectively better football player.
He's just a.
He does choke in the playoffs, though. I will give you that. I can't argue that.
But I mean, realistically, so has Jared Goff his whole career.
I believe
He's never won the big game.
I believe
Well, listen.
Jared Goff has won more playoff games and has a better record winning percentage.
What I'm saying though is if it comes down to winning a championship, right?
It does come down to winning a
Jared
championship.
Goff wasn't great in the Super Bowl.
But if we're going to throw the choke word around, let's be specific on choke. He didn't play well in his first Super Bowl, which, okay, I'll
Yeah.
if you want to put choke in that category, okay, I won't argue
You
with
got
that.
carried.
He
Back
didn't
the
choke
word
against
choke.
the 49ers. Like,
He got-
played one of his best games.
He played a great game
Oh,
against the
absolutely.
49ers.
Yep.
I think if we have Lamar Jackson, they don't score 27 unanswered points.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
100%.
But Jared Goff had a great playoffs
Yeah.
for the Lions. His first playoff run, when he went to the Super Bowl, not the story. He had one touchdown the entire playoff run.
That's right.
But Jared Goff, love what he did for the Lions. Happy he's my quarterback.
I love Jared Goff. Don't get me wrong on that. But when you're comparing,
Oh, yeah?
you know this. When you're comparing somebody that's literally keeping defensive coordinators up all night the day before, you're talking about Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson has not had the weapons. I mean, Mandrews was not healthy when he came back for their playoff run. He was a little bit, but he wasn't really. Zay Flowers is great, but who's their running back? This guy has never had a consistent cast around him. He's had so much change around him. If you gave him the solidity of the Detroit offense and what we've been able to put together around Jared Goff, it's been a constant for Jared Goff. He hasn't really had names coming in and out. That's all Lamar has known. They've drafted and bought how many running backs that haven't worked out. They've traded away every good wide receiver that they've had. I'm excited to see him have two great wide receivers and a great tight end finally.
And
Two great tight ends.
They did just
You're right.
They did just
Likely's a baller.
Another guy who can't seem to stay healthy. They signed Bateman to it was like an extra year, 1 year
signed him.
extension. And but Bateman's when he's healthy, he's a
Rashad's
good.
quality.
He's a good
Yeah, he's a
receiver.
quality
They signed
3-4.
Derek fucking Henry, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
about
yeah.
to say
Don't
that.
forget.
Hey, think of a read option with
forget.
Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson.
Don't
He's
forget.
What are you going to
washed.
do with that?
Yeah, no, he's got all the weapons around him now.
He's got no
I really
excuses
like
this year.
Devontae Walker there.
He's got
All
no
right, we'll
excuse.
see come
Great pick
playoff
for them.
time. We'll see
He
come
does, like I
playoff
said, I
time.
can't argue that. He chokes in the playoffs for sure.
I have zero interest in playoff chokers on my football team, so
Yeah, but you'll draft him in fantasy.
Midnight Toker.
yeah, I will, I guess.
I'm glad we're in the playoffs.
Yes.
And Jared Goff didn't choke last year.
I don't think that he
Zing.
choked. What I'm saying
I
is
think
just,
the Lions choked.
I think the
Yeah.
Lions
I don't think
choked.
it was
a
specifically
collective
Jared
effort.
Goff, but I
Lions.
think the team choked.
Well, I mean,
If 27
And I-
unanswered points,
that was
that's a
ridiculous.
choke job.
I think it's hard to also say that Lamar Jackson would have put up the points that Jared Goff did in the second half. I think that's extremely difficult to say because
What?
I have seen him go absolutely cold. It happened in that
But what did
Chiefs
Brock
game.
Purdy do to kind of get the 49ers offense started again?
Ran for some first downs.
Ran for some first
That's
downs.
true.
Had like 50 yards in the second half with his legs.
See-
That is the one thing. Goff did it a couple times last year where I'm not asking Jared Goff to be Lamar Jackson. I'm not asking him to go be Justin Fields.
But get us
But
a
if you
5-yard
got 5
first down
yards,
on
you
your
got
feet.
5 yards,
Stafford
take
was
the 5 yards.
Stafford
He did
was
it a couple
so
times
good at
last
it.
year. I was
Stafford
like,
was so good
fuck
at
yeah,
it.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Even
That's
when
all
he was
I'm
in
asking.
Detroit, he made a lot of key plays with his feet in big games.
Stafford was sneaky.
Yeah.
Scrambling.
Oh,
Yeah, you can never argue.
I love it. I love
I
it.
will never argue Goff's mobility. I think he's a better pocket. He's got better pocket mobility than people think, but it's got to be one of his weakest traits. He showed it a couple times last year in the pocket, like that Saints game, stepping up
Yeah.
and taking that hit, delivering it was the first down to Sam Laporta.
Yep.
He did it again. I think it was David Montgomery dropped the screen pass. But he can do that. He's not a scrambler, and that is a big part of the NFL, especially you see these quarterbacks in the NFC North moving forward. They all have that extra little bit of mobility, like even beyond a Patrick Mahomes, who's not necessarily the most insane athlete, but he's a smart scrambler. He can get those 5, 10, 15-yard first downs when he's needed while being able to throw on the run. Like, he's got it all. That's not Jared Goff's game. That's probably the weakest part
no,
of his game.
he's a strictly pocket passer, which is
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that wins more in the NFL than a scrambling quarterback. But being able to improvise and just extend plays with your legs is important.
And it looks like the Ravens just got another running back.
Rasheen Ali.
Yeah,
to
Rasheen Ali
Baltimore.
to the Ravens.
I'm a fan.
From Marshall. That's a
What,
good-
do you know about him? I don't know much about him.
Yeah, he's a bigger guy that can move. He honestly, he's just a small school guy that could turn into somewhat of a 3-down back. He's definitely. I mean, what I remember from my watching film on him, he had great vision. He had good feet. This is just a guy that's going to be a great complement to Henry, where they don't have to give him 360 touches.
Mm-hmm. And they still got Keaton Mitchell too, who's perfect.
We'll see what happens to come back from that ACL because he was an all-speed guy. If he doesn't lose a step, that's a frightening trio.
I would like to point out, though, and clarify my take. I do think Lamar Jackson is more talented
Definitely.
than Jared Goff. I just think Jared Goff is a better football player. There's if
For the
you
Lions.
catch my drift.
For the Lions.
For the Lions, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
But I will
love me
say
some golf.
there are
I'm not
there
going
are
to put him
at
ahead
least
of Lamar quite yet.
I mean, Lamar can throw a ball further. He can throw a ball faster. He can run faster. He can break more tackles. When it comes down to making the right decision all the time, I would say that Jared Goff is better at that.
and that's what I think the Lions
But
need.
at
And
the
that's
same
why
point, though, at the end of the game last year against San Francisco in the fourth quarter, there's an opportunity where there's a 4 or 5 yard first down run right in front of him, and he chooses to force a pass that was incomplete. And Lamar, forgive him for his mistakes throwing into triple coverage, which it happens, but that guy extends drives quarter after quarter after quarter with his feet.
yeah.
And that's something that the Lions desperately miss. But I think that's another reason why we went out and got Jahmyr Gibbs as well as David Montgomery, because it's kind of an extension of that quarterback running game when you just have those easy dump offs.
Mm-hmm.
And Lamar won the MVP this year, correct? This
no.
past year?
No, he did this year, right? That was his second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he was a two-time
Losing,
MVP. I think this year's MVP race was one of the worst MVP races in the past couple of years, to be completely honest. And I think
Because you
that
don't like Jamal.
No.
Lamar, I mean.
If you look at the stats, genuinely, the stats on quarterbacks this year were down from the last couple of years. The passing yards, the passing touchdowns, all of it was down this year. And I think that weighed into the factor. I think it was more what team had the most wins, and which happens a lot in sports, unfortunately, to pick the MVP.
No doubt.
But after watching the playoffs, I firmly believe that the MVP didn't go to the most valuable player, because the most valuable player to a team was Mahomes to the Chiefs, because him carrying that lackluster team to a Super Bowl, he should have won MVP. I know he won the Super Bowl MVP, he won the Super Bowl, which is what matters, but I think there are 8 quarterbacks in the NFL that are better than Lamar Jackson.
Ooh, that's a bold take.
How about this? So now that I'm getting the hang of the TD booth, I threw out I asked some questions in the chat. People are firing some comments back. What about this? Apollo makes some good points, I think, for the quarterback trends. He says, Apollo, I hate this mobile QB trend because once the QB gets hurt from running, all the fans complain anyway. They're always trying to remake Michael Vick. He goes on to say, CJ Stroud works because he's a QB first. CJ Stroud wins with his brain and throwing first, and then he has just enough mobility to extend those plays.
Yes, I agree with that.
You agree with these statements?
That's my man right there. I was talking up CJ Stroud earlier, and that is exactly why I believe that he is a top 3 potential quarterback in this league here. And I would definitely put him over Lamar Jackson.
I would too.
And what about this from Dontrell? What if Goff doesn't sign before the start of the season and Hooker plays lights out in the preseason? What then? I got my camera on you guys.
Nothing.
I have my opinion, and
Nothing happens.
What do you guys think?
Worst case scenario, Jared Goff plays really well again, and then they franchise him.
Exactly. That's
I mean, I love Hendon, and I got a lot of money invested in his rookie cards because that guy is going to get the keys. He's going to get the keys to a Ferrari at some point. But Jared Goff is in his window right now. I don't think that kid's going anywhere. When you see the highest paid wide receiver in the league go up on a stage in front of nearly 300,000 people and start them chanting Jared Goff, Jared Goff, that's more than just statistics.
He's their leader, man.
Exactly. 100%.
And I don't think Lamar Jackson is that type of leader.
No, I disagree with that. Because, listen, Lamar Jackson, when he steps up into the interview, he's hard to listen to for some people. But Lamar Jackson is revered by his teammates in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And all the knocks that this kid took coming out of college, you're a wide receiver, this guy would not run the 40 not because he was going to obliterate it, but because everybody's going to turn him into what he was not.
Yep.
And listen, you can knock him for the way that he speaks, but he also conveys himself very, very well. He really does.
Oh yeah.
And he loves the game of football. He loves his teammates, and what I've seen from his teammates, they absolutely love him. So I got to push you back on that take. I get the mistakes. He absolutely throws some balls where they should not be thrown. But Jared Goff and him, I think, one and the same, have the love, trust, and loyalty to their teammates.
I definitely see the love and the respect from his teammates. I just think that Jared Goff is a more polished leader than Lamar is. And I do love Lamar. It doesn't sound like I do.
I'm a massive Lamar fan, so I'm a little biased.
I love Lamar. I actually do. I loved him in college.
You just said you were a Lamar hater.
I am, but I can be a hater of him as a
quarterback. You cannot confess you're a Lamar hater and then say, I do love Lamar.
What do you mean? I'm a realistic.
Hate and love are opposites,
I'm a realistic journalist who has an objective opinion on him as a quarterback, but he's fun to watch. I love watching him play. I think he is electrifying, but I don't think that he is as good of a quarterback as what I'm saying right now. I think that I can name 8 quarterbacks right now off the top of my head that are better than him.
Name them.
We're better than Goff or Lamar?
Lamar.
Okay, yeah, name him.
Mahomes, Hurts.
Hurts? No. No. Over.
Actually,
Hurts? Hurts is second on your list?
No, not
you got Allen, Herbert. You said Hurts?
I'm just giving you a top 8. I'm not giving you.
We all understand Patty's number 1, so everybody else after.
Lamar's better than Jalen Hurts.
No, definitely not.
But go finish your 8 and then we'll react. Otherwise, we'll never finish them all.
All right. So we got Mahomes, Hurts, Herbert, Burrow. CJ Stroud, Trevor Lawrence.
No.
Oh my God, golly, Jesus!
I'm just saying.
You were Jesus before. The water. You're starting to
false prophet. Lisa Lagaib.
Calling folks.
Turn that water into too much wine, my friend.
I wouldn't take Josh Allen over him.
What?
Or maybe I would. I would take Josh Allen over him. I would take Josh Allen over him.
You're questioning Josh Allen, but you're putting Trevor Lawrence and Jalen Hurts over him?
I think
what's going on?
I would take Jalen Hurts and Trevor Lawrence over Josh Allen.
You're
Josh
smoking
Allen
crack, dude. What?
He has way too many turnovers.
He also goes out there and does everything.
In a playoff game, I'd rather take Hurts and I'd rather take Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence had no offensive line the last 2 years, and it's really affected his growth. I think that he is a very undervalued player in this current NFL.
My top 8, obviously Patty Mahomes, Lamar, CJ, Josh Allen, Hurts, Burrow, Lamar. Oh wait, Lamar twice, Jared Goff, and I'm missing somebody else in here. I'm not a Herbert or T-Law guy. I kind of put those guys both right in the same conversation of ready to make that jump into the top echelon of quarterbacks, but at the same time, one more season of missing the playoffs, they could be on another team.
Yeah.
What
about Purdy?
Purdy's that's my 8th.
Purdy?
And he never was, but winning is winning, and this guy does a little bit of everything. How do you not root for that guy, even though he's in San Francisco?
It's hard not to root for him.
It is.
It's hard not to root for him because I honestly thought he was going to choke at some point. But he just keeps winning. He keeps winning. So you gotta respect it. I'd take Stafford over Lamar. I would take
that one. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you can argue that. I'm not mad.
And honestly, this next year, I'd argue I would take Jordan Love over him. I think Jordan Love is going to have a very, very good season. I think he might mark his way up to the top 10.
I think Love, Law, and Herbert all are in the class of 3 where they can all jump into that next, to the next level, or they can regress.
And that's fair.
Hubert Parker makes a good point. Lamar on San Francisco, they win every year. That's
no
fair.
doubt.
By the way, I think this is the time. I've been seeing some questions in the chat. Just let's reset. Introduce ourselves again because there's some people. I don't know if it's a Lamar take or what, but they want to just be reintroduced to you, Justin, Anson, Spenny, and myself. Anson, if you could kick off just a little around the horn of intros as we jump into almost the 6th round.
Yeah.
Almost. So
we are just about winding up the 5th round here on day 3 of the draft in Detroit. We are in studio here in Birmingham, live at Woodward Sports. The intern, Jesus, a.k.a. Justin, is
Korean
here
Jesus.
up on the desk for his very first time. We got Spenmo Rex in the Maz chair.
Hello.
And we got the Lions beat reporter, the man with the plan in Allen Park, Mr. Matt Broder.
What's up? No, this is fun. I'm glad we're doing this. Spenny is on Woodward Heavyweights every night, Monday through Friday, with Speakeasy,
Check it
with
out.
Nick, Detroit Mario, the Tailgate Wins, and Chris Platty. 5 to 7 weekdays, Monday through Friday. I got Wake Up Woodward with Kool-Aid,
Shout
with
out.
Sam Flannel, with JB, who's normally in this seat, JB Smooth, KG, Terry Foster. We got a crew, and you guys are holding it down on the desks. I appreciate you so much. This is the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. This is a big part of the draft. It takes some time.
Takes some
does.
time
We're
for
making
sure.
it work, boys.
It
Yeah.
does.
Going
Shout
on
out,
hour 4.
shout out Boder behind the CPU and the running tech. He doesn't usually do that, but he's holding it down back there. We love it. We
Broder's the
appreciate
man.
it.
Justin,
And
where
also
do you go?
shout out Heavyweights last night, giving me my on-air debut. I appreciate it so much. They were so kind to me, and I appreciate it so much inviting them on. And then shout out Anson for letting me pull up today and do this with him. I'm having a blast. Thank you.
Crushed it, brother.
Great
You
to
crushed
have you
it.
here, man.
Maybe if you would have said the
Goff.
Jalen Hurts over Josh Allen take yesterday, I wouldn't have let you on the air. But no, you did a great job, man. You earned it. You went out there and you
How
crushed.
about this, though? Javon Solomon to the Bills.
Yeah,
That was one. Kamara and Solomon. Those are my last two edge rushers.
that's a good pick.
They to the Bills, and Kamara went to the Dolphins.
The Dolphins, yeah.
We're going
Holy.
receiver. We're going receiver. One of these two picks.
Pick is in
I'm
for
so
Green Bay.
confident.
Oh, Green Bay's on.
It's a safety.
Yeah, Green
it's
Bay's on-
Oladapo
Pick is
from
in.
Oregon State.
Oladapo.
Wait, you know that?
Yep.
Or you're predicting that?
No, it's on
No,
the
just
Nope,
walk
it's
the
on the
board.
Yep.
Oladipo, Victor, out of Indiana basketball.
Keaton Oladapo. So we got 7 more picks here in the 5th round before we head on to the 6th. And if you haven't been with us and you've been working or whatever, the Lions weren't supposed to pick until the 5th round today, but they traded up not once but 2 times into the 4th round.
Yep.
Got themselves a guy from British Columbia. That's right, a Canadian football
Big
player.
old Canuck.
Giovanni
Manu.
Manu.
Is it Manu or Manu?
Manu.
I don't
Let's
know.
call him Manu because I still have Manu nightmares.
Ginobili?
That's fair.
The guy's
Yeah.
still traveling.
I
through
think
life.
it's Manu would be, I believe, the correct Canadian pronunciation.
does
Sounds
seem
like
right.
it.
That makes sense.
Giovanni Manute Bowl.
But this is a guy, if you didn't know, they traded up to get him. He's a very raw offensive tackle prospect. He's 6'8", 350 pounds, ran a sub 540, has a 35-inch vertical, like long arms, big. The dude is just an athletic freak of nature. Obviously, he played at the University of British Columbia, so he was out there, pass blocking against Moose. So he needs a little bit of time to adapt to the speed and the skill of the NFL, I'm sure. But we have that. He's got that time because we already have the best offensive line
Facts.
in the NFL. So what better guys for him to sit behind and learn from than Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell?
Yep.
So
Dude, Spenny,
it's a great pick.
Speldon Campbell, did you just say 6'8", 350 and a 35-inch vertical?
35-inch vertical and a sub 5 40-yard dash. Dude is an absolute unit. People were calling him the best kept secret of this draft, and he was definitely kept from me because I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna try to put on a front here. I had never heard about this guy until today.
I never heard of him.
So,
not once, no way, not me.
Just a great pick by Brad Holmes, a freak athlete, and hopefully he can turn that corner and develop into a great tackle for the Lions.
So
Yeah, so with the Lions still coming up, they got picks in the 6th. They have 3 picks left, 205, 210, and 249. We've seen them go back-to-back corners round 1 and 2. We've seen them go offensive tackle, developmental tackle round 3. And then they went Shoni Vaki,
Yep.
a safety
in
slash
another
running
trade
back slash special teams
Just
warrior.
another do-it-all versatile guy.
Yeah, all versatile. Mm-hmm. What do we think they're doing? Let's jump back into the Lions for a couple minutes.
I don't even want let's try to go into the brain of Brad Holmes. It's impossible, man. It's Fort Knox in there. Like,
really is.
You have to think of the last thing you would think about doing, and then that's probably what's going to happen. Because the easy button is to say, oh, they'll go defensive line or they'll go wide receiver. No, they're going to get the best guy on their board. It could be a fucking linebacker. It could be a tight end. It doesn't matter. It could be another quarterback. Like,
Right?
if he's the best guy on Brad Holmes' board, he's going to get picked. They're not looking at position, especially in these later rounds.
Yeah.
That's why we saw something today and yesterday and day one. Brad Holmes doesn't give a shit about third-round picks. He's given up multiple third-round picks in this draft.
I think it's because he's so confident in his ability to identify talent in the 4th, 5th, 6th round that a third-round pick, he thinks a 5th-round pick is just as valuable as a third-round pick.
I think so. I think that is a very fair take. I think that he is so confident in these later rounds that he can find gems, and he just continuously does it. It's honestly crazy.
How about this? I've seen some great comments about Manu in the chat. LFG said today was the day that he learned there was a University of British Columbia.
Yeah, me too.
Jeremiah Bayer says put him in at DT on passing downs. Where are we here? So, Simo 313. Shout out Craig Monroe. You got a game tonight, right, Craig? Manu's
Craig.
film is hilarious. Looks like he's pancaking middle school.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked up his league that he plays in, the Canada West Athletic Association.
Maybe D-Mac knows about him.
There's 17 teams in this,
Wait,
but I've never heard of any of them. University of Alberta, Brandon
University of Maple Syrup, eh? University of some hosers down the block, huh?
I've never heard of them either.
D-Mac's
Mount
gonna buy this kid's
Royal
jersey, I bet.
University, University of Saskatchewan, Thompson
Saskatchewan.
Rivers, Trinity Western. So, I mean, he wasn't playing against a high caliber of opponents. But our guys, it seems like they've got a line into Canada now after back-to-back picks in back-to-back seasons.
What a name.
They saw something. They were willing to give up a third round to move into the 4th round to pick this guy.
I see something, too, when you look at the size,
Yeah.
the sheer size and athleticism of this dude. Like,
And if you watch his footwork is great.
Yes.
Even though he's going against, Pop Warner players, the kid seems like he's got the tools there that once he gets into an NFL system and he gets a year where he doesn't have to play right away, could be real effective.
I hate to interrupt here, but this is a very interesting pick by the Jets here. Taking Jordan Travis from Florida State. I like
for
that
them.
a lot to be
Wow.
their backup quarterback.
I love
and
I'm a Jordan Travis fan.
Yeah, I
Great
love
pick.
Jordan Travis. I thought he was a second rounder if he didn't get hurt. I thought I had a high grade on him.
Yeah.
I thought he played superb for Florida State this year.
he is very good at analyzing and reading a defense.
Yeah.
He is extremely good at reading a defense, and that is something that helps out guys in the NFL. Like C.J. Stroud is very, very good at reading defenses. So I like Jordan Travis. That's a good pick for the Jets, man. Obviously, they traded Zach Wilson last week, so they need a backup.
This
to
is their
play behind.
predecessor. This is a predecessor to Aaron Rodgers. He gets to watch him for a year and develop. That's the more I think about it, like, good for them.
He's got such a nice touch on his ball too.
Yeah.
I love watching it come out of his hand. I think that's a gritty pickup by the Jets right there.
I'm a fan. They feel that he's a little bit undersized, but he doesn't have to step in right away, and he's not a threat to Aaron Rodgers whatsoever.
No.
This is a great, great situation. If you reach up and you try and take a Michael Penix or something like that, and that's why they gave up that 10 spot to move back 11, because they knew that they had their quarterback. They've already seen what can happen with Rodgers when you bring in a Jordan Love. You don't want to piss that guy off.
Yeah, he got real
know?
pissy about that. I would too, though. Like how they didn't give him an offensive skill player in the first round his entire tenure, and then the first time they do it, it's a quarterback.
Yeah.
like that would piss me off too.
Especially after the run that they'd had the year before.
Yeah,
'Cause they were one guy away for so long.
How about-
And, like,
they really needed
they struck
to make-
gold with Devontae Adams
Yeah.
and Jordy Nelson and shit later in the draft. But like, give this guy a first round talent. Like, come on.
How about this? There's a comment, bipolar punt, said in the chat. Giovanni Manu grew up in Tonga, a neighboring island to Penne, Samoa.
Oh, I was actually gonna say something about that.
He was on their draft list. He visited. He's the one, the massive Tongan that everyone was talking about. I just didn't do much research on him, but he's that dude. So they have a familiarity with him.
Okay.
I
Were you
love
gonna say
Pacific
Jesus?
Islanders as football players, man.
Yes,
Those guys
sir.
are different.
Yeah, I was.
Especially offensive linemen.
Yeah,
man.
I was gonna say because I believe so is what's the guy from Utah's game? I'm
Shoni
forgetting.
Vaki? Yeah.
Yeah, he's also Samoan, I believe. I think that we are a Samoan bred team.
Dude, what is the Haka?
Yeah.
Do that before the Lions game. Come
That'd
on the
be
black
sweet.
jersey. Have those three in the front doing the hockey.
Awesome.
Oh
would be
man, that'd
really
be
cool.
electric.
Yes, it
Ooh,
would.
shout out Trevor Keegan going to the Eagles. That's a good pick for them.
Lot of Michigan guys getting drafted this year. And that's what happens when you win national championships.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and Washington too. They believe Washington has 1 or 2 more picks in this draft currently, but I believe Michigan has a couple more on the board that could potentially be taken in the next couple rounds.
Jalen Harrell. Jalen Harrell's the guy that could be an edge rusher. The Lions target late. He's the Lions guy. Like he's not going to come in and start right away. But Jalen Harrell's a stud, and he's a worker. He's a worker. By the way, I'm about to end this poll at 246 votes. Jerry Rice, runaway best wide receiver in the NFL history, 42%. Calvin Johnson Jr. gets 40. Wait a second.
It's tied.
It was runaway a second ago, and Calvin just took over.
Late
Let's
push.
go.
Appreciate you all voting for Megatron right there, guys.
15% on Randy Moss is malfeasance.
Fire up on Megatron. That's the boy right there.
I
There's not a
can't
lot of
end this
love in
until
this city
someone
from
takes the
Randy
Straight
Moss,
lead.
but I
cash,
feel
homie.
you on
I
that.
love Randy Moss. He was a freak of nature, dude. He's 6'4", ran up like a 4.3. Had the best hands I've ever seen. Like,
Yeah.
Straight cash. Homie.
Shout out Terry Fair.
Shout out Terry Fair.
Fuck. That's
Terry
Fair. That's got to be one of the worst picks
Tennessee?
of all time.
That's
I liked Terry
it's up
Fair.
there for sure.
right.
You know who I thought was going to be really good and wasn't was Jermaine Crowell.
Yeah.
And I loved him for a half second.
Speaking on the Canadian front, by the way, something very interesting that is currently looming in the draft is the 8th or 9th player on the NFL draft board is a quarterback from Canada, I believe, or someone from Canada. I believe I just saw quarterback. I might be
Quarterback?
mistaken.
Quarterback? Corner
His
or
last
quarterback?
name's Stiggers?
Quarterback.
Quarter.
Quarter.
It might have been corner. I don't know. But I can't find him on ESPN's draft board. But
Sounds like a
he's
Brad Holmes
10th
guy.
currently on the broadcast board. I'm trying to figure out who that is.
They don't play
Canadian
football in
quarterback?
Canada.
No, thank you.
Michael Pratt, we're going to see go at some point. Maybe Joe Milton.
Joe
Hartman,
Milton,
maybe.
yeah.
That Tulane team with Tajay Spears and him, not last year, but the year before, was electrifying to watch.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
especially when they beat USC.
I loved Spears. I think he's going to be really
Suck
good.
at Caleb
Tajay
Williams.
Spears is a dog.
Yeah,
He's in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
he is.
Yeah, hey,
Ooh,
he's got
I
that
wonder if he's
route.
gonna step up in that backfield and be the number one.
Oh,
He
for sure.
was
Where
was
Tony
in
Pollard?
the last third of the season anyway. He
That's
had a
got
higher
that's
snap
got
count
high
than-
level fantasy production
Yes, it
potential
does.
right
It
there.
does. He can catch the rock and he can get between the tackles. He's a good player.
He's electric for sure.
A lot of good running backs came out last year.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
I
no,
think
that-
we're going to see a lot of them take over on their teams. You're going to see Kendry Miller get a lot more work in New Orleans. You're going to see Charbonnet get a lot more work. You're going to see Achan get a lot more work.
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, well, Bijan, man, I mean, that guy's if one of the two quarterbacks actually plays well, is that's the only thing I felt that held the Atlanta offense back last
Yeah.
year.
Ritter was
They've got
horrible.
everything. They've got. I mean,
Desmond Ritter was the worst quarterback in the league last year.
wait till you guys see. Like, don't sleep on Kyle Pitts in your drafts, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
this is a guy
100%.
who caught 100 balls as a rookie.
I
Tight
told
end.
Easy yesterday that he was going to be top 5
I think he's going to be a top
tight end
3.
in fantasy. I wouldn't have been
Yeah,
surprised.
everyone's hating. I'm definitely
Kirk feeds
a
his tight ends,
Kyle
too.
Pitts sleeper. I was last year I was pumping Laporta. I drafted Laporta
Yeah.
in my draft in one of the later
Iowa
rounds.
tight ends, baby.
And I literally it wasn't a winning strategy, but I ran 2 tight ends. I played Kelsey and I played Laporta at the same
Ace.
time. It was.
Yeah.
I mean, got me to the semis, but not to the chip.
What is the top 5 in the league right now? Because personally, I think that Sam Laporta is the best tight end in the NFL right now.
I'm
I'll
not
give
ready
him
to
2.
go there yet.
I'll give him 2.
Are you going to put Kelsey over him?
I'm putting Kelsey over him, and I
Okay.
might put Kittle over him too.
Okay. See, I'd go Laporta.
The injury issues with Kittle puts him at 3 for me. I think with the injury issues with Kittle puts him at 3. I think
Fair.
Hawk
Hawkinson's
might be
top 5.
4. I think Hawk's probably 4.
Hawkinson would have been first team All Pro last year if he didn't get injured. He was having an insane season.
And then
Then you can.
it's kind of
I
free
could
for all.
see Kyle
Mark Andrews.
Pitts.
I got Mark Andrews.
Oh yeah, Mark.
I got Mark Andrews over T.J. Hawkins actually.
Mark Andrews coming back healthy would be definitely in the top 5. Guys that could fight for that. It's always the 5 spot in the tight end that is rotating. Like a guy like Evan Ingram was probably it last year. He had a big year. You got guys next year, they're going to have big years like Dalton Kincaid. We just talked about Kyle Pitts. Like those are guys, Luke Musgrave is probably going to have a big year. These are all guys that can jump up into that 5 spot for tight ends in the NFL. Because after the first 4, Like now with Laporta, it was the big three tight end, it was Kittle, Kelsey, and Andrews. But now with I think Laporta is going to cement himself as a member of that big four. After that, the drop-off's pretty severe.
Well, I see Laporta, Kelsey, Mandrews, Hawkinson, and Kittle. But for me, I think Kyle Pitts is right in that conversation now that Arthur Smith's gone. I see those guys in the top 6. But what Laporta does in every facet of the game, I think, especially with with Travis Kelce adding Pfizer and Swift to his last name, I think that he's ready to fall down. And Laporta's the guy who's about to ascend. Yeah, I mean, he is about to turn, 35 this year?
Yeah, he's getting pretty. He's got a lot of mileage on him, too, going to the Super Bowl people talk about how LeBron going to 10 straight finals, how much extra basketball that is every year to go that deep in the for the Chiefs. Every year to play 4 extra football games. That's a lot on a guy who gets that much usage.
And I think
beating.
I think the Chiefs are thinking that because they drafted a tight end out of TCU in the late second or early third to compensate for that. They are already thinking about what is post Travis Kelce life gonna be.
What happened?
I don't know. We got some Go Blues in the chat. I don't know if was that for Trevor Keegan?
Probably.
Unless
Cowboys are on the clock, maybe they grab.
Yeah, I mean
Cornelius
they're showing
Johnson.
Trevor Keegan on the screen right now, so possibly. But he already got picked. He got picked like 2
Isaiah
weeks ago.
Davis just got. The Jets just took Isaiah Davis, running back out of South Dakota State.
Is that the second running back they've taken?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where did Jatavian Sanders go? Would it start of the
Second
third
round.
Yeah.
Who started the
Third.
third?
Third.
Who started to the Panthers?
I like that.
Njoku is that's a good point. J-Rack
He did
92.
go to
We didn't mention
Carolina.
him.
Oh,
David
Njoku.
Njoku is a freak.
Yeah.
Beast.
Honestly, I'd
He
say
came back from a burnt face and went out
He
there and
really
kept
had
balling.
he finally had the year that I think everybody thought that he was going to come
Yeah.
up. That was the class. It was him, OJ, and Evan Ingram. Right?
Yes.
You know, Evan Ingram caught 100 balls
Yeah.
his last
yeah.
year in college.
Yeah.
That's insane at a tight end.
Stud.
But
Product
yeah.
of Vayner Sports.
Yeah, it's nice to see
Kirk
Njoku.
Cousins.
Yep.
Nice to see Njoku have a nice season. Where do you think Brock Bowers ends up in this conversation after his first season?
I think he's gonna be outside the top 10. I think the tight end position is probably the deepest it's been in the recent history of, at least in fantasy
lot of good
purposes.
tight
There's
ends
a lot of viable tight ends. There's a lot of good tight ends. I think that there's probably 8 tight ends that are really, really solid, really good, and like A to B plus level talent wise. I think he's going to sit right out of the upper echelon because the quarterback play, like we talked about earlier. I don't think the quarterback play is going to be good enough where he can make an impact. I don't think it's good enough for him to get the O'Roy. I think that he's going to be put in a very tough spot as a rookie. And there's also Michael Mayer there. I mean, people are going to...
I do like Mayer.
People are going to discount that, but Mayer was the second round pick last year. I think he went 44th overall, if I'm not mistaken. And he shows a lot.
So history tells us when 2 amazing tight ends get put together on a team like that, one of them is a psychopath murderer. So who do you think it is between Michael Mayer or Brock Bowers?
I think it's going to be Mayer who's upset that he got supplanted after he was supposed to be the number 1 tight end last year, and now he's not even the number 1 tight end on his own team.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I think that's an issue.
I think they're going to use Bowers more as like a Y.
He's going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
He's going to be used
Like
everywhere.
Hunter Renfrow.
Yes.
You know, he can play outside out of the slot.
Especially with
Hunter Renfrow on steroids and acid.
especially with no Hunter Renfrow being in the mix anymore. I mean, he's gone. So
Hunter Renfrow looks like a math teacher. Like, have you ever seen like
his hairline is in the back of his head.
Yeah, it's not good.
I've never seen that on.
Your hairline's on your belly.
Jesus.
Jesus?
By the way, you know who I really like who went early? Tip Ryman out of Illinois, the tight end. He went to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And they got Trey.
I love their draft.
Who's
Yeah.
the tight end that they already have? They got rid of
Trey McBride.
McBride, yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you like him or does Stick? Like, is there some
Stick loves him, and he doesn't remember this, but early on in the season, he was trying to trade him to me for a song and a dance. And I kind of dragged my feet on it, and I didn't circle back for it. And then all of a sudden, he had a big, end of the year when Kyler came back.
Yeah.
Kyler definitely liked throwing to him. But that was arguably the best tight end to come out 2 years ago. Kind of similar to Michael Mayer, where they thought this was going to be the guy and then kind of hit a little bit. I think that Brock Bowers is truly one of the best tight end prospects to come out that I've ever evaluated.
He's up there for sure.
I think that with good quarterback play, you could see him put up a top 5 season out of all tight ends this year and be one of the best in the league, if not the best, by year 3 or 4.
Yeah, they're looking, these tight ends. We see it more, and maybe it's, some part of what Detroit is doing or started also. Not just 2 tight end sets, but 2 tight ends, or having a tight end room with multiple attributes, multiple skill sets. Someone in here was commenting on Mayer, Mitty McFly. Mayer can't separate. He's great in traffic, but he's not going to be great NFL tight end.
He's more of a blocker.
He may be better alongside Brock Bowers, like when they can both play out there together. Brock Wright compared to Sam Laporta, they're 2 completely different tight ends, but there are skills, there are attributes that the Lions love about Brock Wright.
Yep.
And he just so happens to make big-time catches. Not many, not high volume, but big-time catches.
Timely catches.
We look back to that Jets game, and then the Chargers catch. One of my favorite throws of Jared Goff's all season, the one he just laid in right to Brock Wright over the outstretched hands of the DBs.
That was a great throw.
No one thought he was going to Wright on that play. And that's, not just Jared Goff, that's Ben Johnson working magic.
Certainly.
I think you're going to see a receiver go here for Dallas or the center, Mahogany.
They could go Malik Washington here.
Yeah, I could definitely see Malik Washington. I'm hoping it's not Johnny
He keeps
Wilson.
Another
falling.
undersized offensive pick like Deuce Vaughn last year.
Deuce.
Deuce Vaughn's
What a
father
bust
is an
pick.
assistant on
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
team.
It's the only reason they picked him.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I think that was a nepo
5'2" running back's not going to work out very well.
As much as I love Deuce,
I
Deuce was
believe
an
he's a little taller than 5'2", but no.
absolute dog at K-State, though.
Yeah, but
Ooh, they went corner.
Kalen Carson.
Kalen
That's
Carr.
interesting.
Wow,
I wouldn't
Wake
say
Forest.
that that's necessarily a need for them.
that's a good pick.
No, but
Yeah, I like that.
like, as we were learning here in Detroit, having a deep cornerback room, they still got Deron
Yeah.
Bland. Eventually, he's going to need to get paid. They still got Trayvon Diggs coming back from injuries.
Yeah.
Hey, what the hell? I added Jordan Lewis. I don't know how long they'll be able to keep him.
Well, look at the wide receiver cores on the class teams of the
Good point.
NFC.
Great point.
It's official that the city of Detroit set the new attendance record for an NFL draft of over 700,000 people in 3 days.
Let's go.
Let's get a round of applause
Shout
for
out to
Detroit.
all you guys.
Shout out to Detroit.
Shout out to the
you,
Lions
Detroit.
fans. Shout out to
Keep
everybody. Shout out to everybody that came from out of town and enjoyed the city.
Yeah.
And had a good time. And the Lions fans everywhere, you guys went out there. You took care of business. You put on for the city. The world was watching us, and we showed the world what Detroit was all about. Man, it's awesome. You guys deserve a round of applause yourselves.
Definitely shout out the rest of the fan bases. I was doing a lot of man on the street this week, and everyone was so nice. I interviewed a couple of the super fans with all their get-ups. They were amazing. All the fans showed out. I saw almost every jersey, I think, out of the 30 teams. I missed a couple.
I was looking.
I missed a couple. I was trying to take a video of all of them. I could not complete it. There was a
You know who you
couple
missed?
missing. Yeah, I missed the Seahawks.
It's a far drive.
Yeah, Arizona, I believe.
Another far drive.
It was a lot of West Coast teams, and
You know what I did not see as much as I thought? I thought I was going to see corn and blue every.
oh yeah, I thought I was gonna see a lot more Michigan.
I didn't see much green and white, which is understandable.
Fair.
But no, Honolulu Blue Faithful absolutely showed out. But as to your point, Spen, the nation showed out.
Yeah.
And when you got opposition coming in, you got Vikings fans. There's some banter and some smack talk, but there was just so much love.
Oh, yeah.
Detroiters welcoming in strangers and strangers showing their love for a city they had never been to before. It's really, really special.
That's what Gretchen Whitmer was saying before she made the pick.
Oh,
she
really?
announced that we broke the
Oh, that's
record.
awesome.
Okay.
700 plus.
So there's still more people coming in.
Yeah.
This could be Wingo right here. That's LSU boy going to the Saints. They need a D lineman. Just seems all too simple. He's fallen far enough at this point.
What do you guys think about this chat poll that I got running right now? I asked who do you think the Detroit Lions should select at pick 205? Wide receiver Malik Washington, guard Christian Mahogany, defensive tackle Mekhi Wingo, or edge Jalen Harrell. Right now, Jalen Harrell, who I think is probably ranked the lowest on there, he's at 34%. Mahogany's at 28%. Malik George Washington's at 21%. And Mekhi Trey Wingo's at 17%.
You didn't throw my boy Jay Will in there? Johnny Wilson. I've been talking him up all show.
Yeah.
I feel like that's got to be a valid poll answer. You got to give people the option. He's fallen far enough at this
Only
draft.
got 4 choices, my guy. But I'm asking maybe that if I throw up another one after this, or maybe Mekhi Wingo gets off the board, do we replace it with Johnny Wilson? Do we replace it with kicker Mario Cardi? Do we replace it? Who else should we go to? Even if you guys move on to a different topic, chat. Who else should be involved in this conversation at pick 205 and 210? Like, I put 205 because we only got a certain amount of characters. But what about 210?
Yeah.
Let me know.
I think it's got to be offensive line and receiver. I think it's got to be. I mean, we've hit every other position in my opinion that we need. I mean, other than Seelig, but then I also want an edge. So I guess there's 3 picks left, 3 positional needs. I hope we hit them all and we do it in the right order where we can get all our guys. Because there's a way. I mean, at this point in the draft, everyone's draft boards are completely different for team by team. Everyone has different grades on different guys. So you could definitely see, I mean, honestly, Johnny Wilson seems like he's just going to keep falling. So
You want him so bad.
I do want him so bad.
You use the term positional value, but there's a new positional term that the Lions have put out there, positional villain.
Really?
They don't give a shit about that.
That's right.
Positional villain. They got it. They were wearing it on all of their hoodies. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday, not day one. Or no, it was day one.
Damn, that's kind of a huge reach right
honestly,
there.
this weekend is just blurred all together. Positional villain is Brad Holmes and this Lions team.
I like that.
Jalen Ford, never even heard of this guy. Is it linebacker?
Yeah, he's. I think he's just a little slow. He doesn't have great,
Perfect for the NFL these days.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have great edge-to-edge speed. I don't know. I don't really understand that pick. I gotta say, I definitely thought they were gonna go D lineman and the LSU product coming from Louisiana. I thought that was a slam dunk.
I would have no problem adding another defensive tackle to this team.
No.
We were talking about a lot in the earlier rounds, whether it's Ruke, Jerzon Newton, Chris Jenkins, who I thought may have been there at 61. He went earlier, but getting that insurance for either a Lee McNeil outplaying his he's in his contract year. How expensive is he going to get? Like, how big of a year could he have next to DJ Reader? Same with Aiden Hutchinson, but from the defensive tackle position, if Aleem's too expensive and he moves on, you got to have someone to fill in. And also just the way the NFL's going, like, you just want to rotate defensive tackles in and out. That's what the Eagles did a few years ago when they won when they got to the Super Bowl. That's why they signed Ndamukong Suh later in the year. Like, I love the addition of DJ Reader, but we need some depth at that position. Like, Benito Jones isn't here anymore. Quentin Bohanna isn't here anymore. They had no business starting last year, but they got to find some reinforcements there, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to see the Lions trade up and get Mekhi Wingo. I don't think that he's still going to be there. One thing that we know about these guys is they do put a lot of stock into RAS score. One thing I know they love is the 10-second split for defensive linemen. And I'm just catching up on him here, and he had the fastest 10-second split for defensive tackles.
Wingo?
Yeah, and then he also looks like the second fastest 40 out of all defensive tackles. Kaminsky, a guy that doesn't test great, his 10-second split was fantastic.
John Kaminsky?
Yeah, and so you put him into other trials and drills, he doesn't show as well. But defensive tackles aren't running 40 yards every play. It's about that quick early burst. And the Lions have showed a propensity to lean towards those statistics on their interior linemen. And that is absolutely a position of need at this point.
Yeah, and I've started hearing more and more now that I think it was Frank Ragnow said it before last season in one training camp press conference. They started using the word twitchy to describe interior offensive and defensive linemen, and I think that speaks right to what you were talking about. What was it? The 10-second or What was that drill you were just?
The 10-second split.
Yeah, the 10-second split. Like those are the types of things you want with the players at those positions where you just got to get off the ball quick.
That's right.
It's a explosion and power are hand in hand. You got to have both or both bring out the other. Almost that explosion and being quick off the line is as important as anything. So regardless of their size, can they beat that center, right guard or left guard right off the snap?
And he's not a big guy. He's 6 foot 284, but again, versatility, and that's what he would lend.
The Vikings are on the clock. We got NFC North on the clock here. I don't know if they've announced the Jets pick, but
we haven't really gone over the Vikings yet.
Yeah, let's talk about them.
So we know that they got JJ.
We know they've traded up to get Dallas Turner.
It's two really good picks.
Yeah, I love their draft.
But agreed. But at least in the short, okay. And then in round 4, they got Kyrie Jackson, cornerback out of Oregon.
That's a good pick too.
Yeah, especially
I like it long
in round
term.
4. Like
Yeah,
he's
in
got
round
some
4 for sure.
holes to his game. He's 6'4".
They've been drafting well for some years now. They can't quite put it all together, but they've drafted well for some time. I still think you guys are sleeping on JJ in Minnesota, or at least the people that have been hating on it are.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can appreciate that. For the sake of this conversation, it might seem I'm a JJ fan. I love JJ. He's dead to me now that he's with the Vikings, but I think he can be a very, very good NFL quarterback, and I think the Vikings are a good fit. I don't think he's going to contribute much this first year. And maybe he comes in week 8 or 9, but I think there's the holes in his game just require some time. Like it's generating touch when he's throwing. I think he's fine up top and he's athletically gifted, but being able to channel his athleticism, and he has a cannon, but he throws that cannon on 5-yard routes. Like he's got to figure out just
touch.
It's experience. He's just got to play more and throw more. The question marks of him in college. He just needs to throw more against NFL talent. So I think he's going to be great for them long term. I don't expect him to contribute much this year. Dallas Turner, great player, great pick. Danielle Hunter is better. So I think they downgraded at that position. Although now they don't have a hole. They have Dallas Turner, and Kyrie Jackson is a good pick. But looking at those 3 as a whole, I'm not scared yet. It's not one. The Vikings deserve probably more credit just in the NFC North than they're getting. But I don't think this draft does it for me, if that makes sense.
No, it's not a rebuilding year, but it's absolutely a restocking year for them.
How did I do that? That was cool. Oh!
Boom.
Whoa,
Oh, baby!
Hey.
That was an accidental. I learned something accidentally.
There
That's
we go.
fire. By the way, the
You're doing great over
cornerback
there.
from the CFL just got taken. Quantez Stiggers.
What'd you call
Oh,
me?
he just went?
Stiggers
To who?
is his last name.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, who'd he go to?
The Vikings?
I also have
Who just took him, Jesus?
The Vikings.
The Eagles? Jets?
the Jets. Just
Jets?
take 'em.
Jets. Quantez Stiggers. He didn't play a snap of college football. Like, he had some family problems. I think he got in trouble once. I don't want to put that out if he didn't. But he got an opportunity to play in the CFL and ended up being the rookie of the year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's got a wild story. It's a great one. Lions had him in on a top 30 visit.
Yeah.
So he goes to the Jets. Good for them. And they got a great secondary. So he can chill and learn and chill medicated. He can just hang out.
Secondary. Absolutely
Oh,
stacked.
was I talking? You guys
So
on
he-
this?
Here comes the Vikings pick.
The Vikings the pick is
also-
in?
I also have the list of free agent edge rushers. Offensive tackle, Walter Rouse.
Rick Rouse? Is that Rick? What's he out of Oklahoma?
Yeah, Oklahoma.
Huh. Oklahoma hasn't been any.
They're known for having good offensive linemen. I'd say, 0 sacks allowed in 2023. I'd say that's a pretty good stat.
Question is how much did he play?
480
Wow.
pass blocking snaps.
Okay, so he's legit.
Yeah.
Started 52 of 53 career games at left tackle.
Interesting.
3,409 snaps.
Yeah. I'm more impressed for Minnesota. I know they in free agency they went heavy at like the linebacker position. Would they sign like 4 linebackers, including edge, maybe like an outside linebacker? While they still have some holes, I like how they're countering what Detroit's doing. They like to use the middle of the field. That's what I like. The linebackers from Chicago, why they went there, but I like what they've done on defense better than offense over in Minnesota.
We should talk about Green Bay now.
Okay.
Let's run
Because they
through
got
the
a couple
division.
picks coming up.
We've hit on Chicago, and we can circle back at them at the end because obviously they had the biggest impact on this draft. But Green Bay, the team that we plan on having to deal with the most, and probably being pretty close with us at the end of the season for the NFC North.
I'd say for next year. I think it changes after next year.
Well,
The
but
Bears,
just
do you
this,
think the Bears take a jump?
I think the Bears are the biggest threat in 2 years.
but this season coming on in 2024, I think at the end of this season, we're going to be pretty neck and neck with Green Bay. I still think that we're winning the division, but I think that Green Bay, after we take a look at their picks, is this a team that can truly push the Lions to win the division?
I think so. I think their defense is elite. They're going to have one of the best defenses in the NFL next year. Jordan Love, we saw what he could truly do when he's given, weapons. When he's given time, he went out there and he showed that he could be that next franchise quarterback for Green Bay. I really like their receiving core. They have 4 young receivers that are all very, very talented. This is going to be at the end. They got Josh Jacobs, which kind of a net neutral. Losing Aaron Jones, getting Josh Jacobs. I won't say it's an improvement or a decrease in talent either way, but I think Green Bay's
Musgrove.
I think Green Bay's going to be a tough team, man. I still think the Lions win the division, but it's not going to be handed to you. You're going to have to go take it. Green Bay's got they showed last year. They went out there and they were beating teams in the playoffs. So
in my opinion,
Go
Green
ahead.
Bay beat us 3 out of 4 halves
yeah.
in the 2 games last year.
Yeah.
And I like their draft. Like Jordan Morgan, I think there were some jokes about him in their first round pick at 25. I like him for them. They develop develop offensive linemen like as good as anybody in the league. Then they go Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M, who I thought was the best linebacker in the draft. And they like those big athletic linebackers like
Quay Walker.
Yep.
They went Javon Bullard, one of the top safeties, also at the end of round 2. Another running back, Marshawn Lloyd, another linebacker, and they center. I like what they're doing. I mean, as a Lions fan, I don't, but I like their draft better than Minnesota and Chicago. Maybe that's a hot take.
Certainly
that's
like
a hot
it better
take.
than Minnesota.
I like it better than Minnesota. I do think the Bears are having the best draft in the division, though.
Well, let's take a look at them.
Chicago. So we all know. I mean,
Bears.
it's hard when it depends on your opinion on Caleb Williams. Like, you can't not take him at number 1, and he has transcendent potential. So there is that out there. He could come in and light up the league, especially with these weapons that he has now. But I have concerns. I like Roma Dunze. They went offensive tackle at round 3, pick 11. They went punter in the 4th round. I don't get that.
Crazy.
Like,
That is pretty wild.
bro, how
Is
many
he that good?
offensive linemen are
Yeah.
available?
He is that good.
Yeah, they were showing clips, and he
From
was
where?
he was
He's no
dropping.
Jack Fox,
He was
He's
dropping.
no Jack Fox. Jack Fox is the best punter in the league.
flat out.
Troy
Seven-
Taylor out of Iowa, he just had to punt.
He had to punt so much.
All
yeah.
game.
Got a lot of practice.
Yeah, a lot of practice.
No, he's solid. I saw the clips of. I was actually going to say something when he got drafted, but we were in mid conversation. I didn't know if it was relevant enough to interrupt with. But it was a little wild when they drafted a punter. I mean, they showed some hang time on his stuff. He's got elite hang time, and he can
Yeah,
dot
so
it in
do
there.
I. Just kidding. I do like Austin Booker. I forgot that they picked him.
Same.
I think there's great value there in round 5.
Yeah, I think if they somehow would have been able to swing one of the elite linemen in this draft, I think that they would be set up. I think that they're currently 1 or 2 elite O linemen away from being truly at the Lions level. Maybe not elite, but just like very good, like be or better. I think that once they figure that out, the interior line, I think that they are going to be a very formidable opponent.
I still don't believe in Caleb. I still think that the amount of capital that they could have added by moving that pick
Oh my gosh.
and keeping Justin Fields would have been so overwhelming to a team that needs players. Again,
I'm with Bryce Stokes. He says it. Caleb's zesty, but he's generational.
you think so? Huh?
Definitely a zesty guy, but yeah, I think he's going to be a stud.
Hey,
man.
shout out
Sucks.
Stokes. That's my roommate.
Shout out
Stokesy.
Stokes.
But how about You have a defensive-minded head coach. Like, that is Eberflus. And their first defensive player was Booker in round 5.
Eberflus is going to be gone next year.
Yeah, so that too. Like, if he's going to be gone, we don't have to worry about them. Like, I don't know if I'm ready to say that yet. Like, Neil says that about Atlanta. We don't have to worry about them anymore. Jacksonville. But, like, if they're going to get rid of their coach, what are they doing? If their coach is defensive-minded this year, why are you drafting all offensive? Like, there's just – I happen to like a lot of the moves they made, but it doesn't all come together. Like, it doesn't all fit. Like, with Detroit, there's a – I haven't heard of some of these guys. They're surprising moves, but when you really take a step back and look at it, they fit. At least they fit the culture, or they fit the style of the OC or the DC or Dan Campbell. Like, it makes sense when you think about it. Chicago is they've just gathered talent. They just brought together a lot of talent. That doesn't always work, especially in the NFL. Like, you got to have a team. Can Caleb lead? Like, we don't know if he's that type of leader.
Yeah.
And I get, everyone jokes his fingernail polish and his pink purse and his pink phone and his bedazzled bullshit. But, like, there is the case that someone like that can lead a team in this day and age with millennials and just the new era of, players. But, again, there are still men in these locker rooms, like 35-year-old men, 30-year-old men. Will that style work? And I was thinking about this when we had the Lamar Jackson conversation. Like, he and Goff are two different quarterbacks and two different leadership styles. Like, leadership is such a tricky subject because it's all about how you connect with your team. So Caleb, it might work in Chicago. I don't know if it is. Lamar works in Baltimore. Goff works in Detroit. I don't know about Caleb Williams yet.
Neil does. He says it all the time when he's talking about, like, culture, because D-Mac's a big culture guy. Obviously, the Lions are a big culture. Neil says, he makes a good point. You show me a good culture, I'll show you a winning team. And that's what winning provides everything. If Caleb Williams goes out there and throws for an insane amount of yards and plays how I expect him to play, they will fall in line. They will follow him. If he goes out there, you'll see his offensive lineman will walk up with painted nails if he goes out there week 1 and throws for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. And then you'll see when he gets his super max deal of a $200 million extension and he buys pink golf carts for all of his offensive linemen, they're going to be cool with that. He is a little zesty, for sure. I don't care about that. Dude can fucking ball. And that's what it is, man. The NFL is a man's league. They're gonna talk some shit, but if you go out there and you shut them up by being the best player on the field, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, we're going to see. We're going to find out about him. Another very polarizing player picked at number 1. We are live here in Birmingham.
Shout out.
Woodward Studios. Here with Justin, my friend up top. Of course, Spenmo, Rex in the Maz chair, and our very own Lions insider, Matt Broder. Handling all the tech and the takes.
How am I doing? Day 1?
You're doing a great job, Broder.
Hey, let's go.
You're killing it, bro.
Already better than Chris.
Learn trial by fire.
We have some legendary guys who take on these roles. I'm glad I know what they go through, like, for real now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, you're great.
This is a great little reset.
But we did just finish the 6th pick in the 6th round, which puts us just over 20 picks away from the Lions. We're picking at the end of the 6th with two of them at the end of the 6th here.
I'd actually like to touch on that last pick, not by the Giants here, by the Seattle. Seattle is having another very Seattle-esque draft.
Okay.
Where they draft a lot of guys that just seem like they're just Seattle guys. Like they don't not necessarily known, but they got a lot of value here. I mean, I think Byron Murphy in the first round. I think that I love that pick.
Byron Murphy's a dog.
I think that the two offensive guards that they picked, I don't necessarily know a lot about them, but they have a tremendous hit rate on offensive linemen, so I would not doubt that those are some good picks. And then A.J. Barner from Michigan, tight end. They need some help in their blocking scheme for Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. They love their tight ends, especially ones that can catch and block. I think that this is another very sneaky Seattle draft. I think they're on another one of those runs that they've had in the past where they're just good draft. They're just pumping out good draft after good draft after good draft. I looked at their last 2 drafts, and their hit rate is so that they have 8 players who are very, very high level starters on their team in their last 2 drafts, and I think that they're looking at another one right here.
Yeah, they always evaluate well. It's all going to come down to their quarterback. Who's it going to be, and will he be able to play like Geno Smith did 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Because he failed them this year. I am a believer in Sam Howell. People think I'm a little crazy for that.
No, I like Sam.
I like Sam
Yeah?
Howell too.
Okay, good, because I think that's the future there for them, at least the short
got a
term, maybe
gun.
2 year, 3 year. Yeah, and he's a little mobile.
He
Got
was in a
some
horrible
moxie.
situation.
He's running for his fucking life, man.
Terrible situation. I think people are sleeping on him. I think they gave him up a little too early.
Yeah, I gave up on him before last year started, and I regret that. I think that he showed a lot of potential in last year, and I think that he's got a shot.
That's why I'm not super high on Jaden Daniels off rip, because he's going to get murdered.
There goes Malik Washington.
They have the worst offensive line in the NFL.
To the Dolphins?
Yeah.
To the Dolphins? Oh,
To the Dolphins?
Yeah,
yep. The Dolphins
that's
just
brutal.
drafted Malik Washington, wide receiver out of Virginia. Just another
That guy
fucking
was not
weapon.
interested in tackling him right there.
Just another weapon for Tua
Lord.
Tagovailoa.
Damn.
That's
They got the fastest team by far in the NFL.
in the history of the world.
Yeah,
A-Chain,
this is crazy.
Mozart, Waddle, Hill, Washington.
They better get the 1 seed in the AFC or they're in trouble. I mean, they got to play in Florida to win.
And they got freaking Chop Robinson and Mo Kamara.
Chop
Like, they
and Mo
actually
Kamara.
addressed their defense.
They're
Yeah.
having a damn good draft.
Holy sh!
There's a lot of teams who are having really good drafts.
Well, they're right on that edge. They needed something to get them past that tipping point. We'll see if that's it. I mean, their defense was playing them out of games. Obviously, their offense doesn't really have an issue scoring. If they can get healthy and stay healthy this coming season,
Wow.
It's not only the injuries that they suffered with their edge rushers, they lost Van Ginkel, too, in free agency, who was the guy that stepped up when the injuries happened. So I think them adding Chop and Mo Kamara is huge.
And Wilkins went to
the
Raiders.
and Christian Wilkins.
He's gone.
That's
and
a major loss for
That's
yeah,
a huge
he's
loss
a
for them.
dog.
It's a hard spot to fit it.
That's honestly probably why they went double edge. Yeah.
How about
That's,
this?
that is a brutal loss for them. That is a all pro level talent
Oh,
right
yeah.
there. He is
Man's a dog.
so good. I would kill for him to be in a Lions jersey.
Boy, these 6-round picks come in quick, don't they?
Ooh, I got to hit the little boys' room.
Hit the little boys' room. Let me read some comments. And I'm gonna scroll through this, so bear with me. Oh, Simo313 says, "You're not fully clean unless you're zest fully clean." There we go.
Zesty.
Kirk Morgan, Caleb is going to bust. He's so soft. This is still a man's game.
I feel you, Kurt. I feel you.
The Jedi, he watched Manu and Vaki highlights. He gives it the fire emojis. We be fine. That's what's up. Not worried. Says another sleeper at this time. That is like Kyle Juszczyk is Washington Huskies fullback Jack Westover. Still a
Ooh,
lot
that
of
could be
contributors out
Deep
there.
cut.
Biggins thinks Caleb's fraudulent. Nicaraguan Jesus. USC's backup QB had 6 touchdowns in the bowl game. And he adds, oh, wait, Okie Razor was the Nicaragua Jesus. And then Biggins said, who is the best Lincoln Riley NFL QB? Good point.
Ooh.
Good point.
Before we touch on that, shout out Simo because I actually talked to him last year before I got my internship last year, and he gave me some very good advice, which helped me break into the industry, and I would not be sitting here today without that advice from Simo. So shout out Simo.
It's like like Simo 313 in the chat or like Craig Monroe.
Craig Monroe.
Okay, so maybe this is Simo. I love it. Timothy Herring Manu is a 2-sport athlete, football and basketball. Let's go Hitsville, USA. Defend the den from end to end. Defense wins champions. Robert Stevens, best buds with Broder on Woodward Sports. That's me, dog. Robert Stevens is a Harry Mack guy.
Nice.
Facts. Greatest freestyle rapper of all time. There's a GOAT living amongst us, and it's Harry Mack. Sam Howell can chuck it. Biggins. And Biggins...
What's up, Biggins? That's my boy
guys are
right
friends. Biggins always comes with very thought out, whether you agree or disagree with them.
No. Oh.
What happened?
Johnny Wilson to the Eagles.
No. Why is the Eagles taking everyone I want? Oh, my God.
Let's go pick
Because
for
they
them,
got so
actually.
many damn picks here.
I know. Screw them. Oh, my God. Ugh.
That's a good pick for them.
It's in...
I just saw something.
So we get 20 picks away from the Lions and then 25 away from their second pick in the 6th round. And then, of course, they do finish up with the 249 pick in the 7th round to finish.
I'd like to say thank you for that to the NFL draft for blue balling me and thinking that I could actually make it to
Blue.
our picks with Johnny Wilson on the board. I mean, why couldn't he have gone when he was projected so I could have, like, given up hope about 2 hours ago instead of having this little piece of hope that he was going to fall to the Lions?
Hopium.
They really did give you that hopium there, didn't they?
Yeah, I was definitely being led on for sure. I 100% thought that we were about to at least have a chance to get him. I mean, we obviously could have traded up at any point to try to get him, but I understand we have 3 positional needs and 3 picks left. So I understand. That's a sneaky pick right there. Jace McMillan to the Falcons.
Running back?
Yeah.
Alabama?
From Bama.
I like it.
That's a sneaky backup running back pick. I really like him. I think he is a very, very nice link up with Bijan Robinson
and
there.
Tyler Algier.
Yeah, I forgot Algier's still there too. That's a nice 3-headed monster right there. I do think the NFL we talked about earlier is definitely moving to more of a 3 running back system. It keeps the backs healthy. You can use different backs for different sets. I think that is just such a big thing in the NFL and keeping running backs healthy as well.
100%.
Did the Falcons just pick back to
Yeah,
back?
we got back-to-back Falcons and then back-to-back Texans after
all
that.
right.
And then the Falcons pick one more time again before us.
Kelsey Washington.
Real quick. I want you all. You guys can if you want, who are live. But you all in the chat. How many of you are actually like my guy Paul Thomas, who admits he's a very honest guy? He said, aside from Terrion Arnold, I have no idea whether we drafted well. I love that comment because we can speculate all we want. We've admitted I know nothing about the Big Tongan, about Giovanni Manu. We like Shone Vaki.
Tongan.
How much is he going to be valuable to this team? To be determined. Shoot, what was I going to say? Oh,
I thought it just said the Falcons drafted Casey Anthony. I was about to say, damn, should beat the case, huh?
If they want to, well, actually, I won't go there.
She's deadly on the field.
He is deadly, especially if you have young kids around.
Yeah. Just
The
real
Packers,
cutthroat player.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I said real cutthroat player.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Well, none of us are taking a check from an NFL team right now. I mean, it's all opinions. It's all takes. Plenty of research goes in on our side. Again, we got a guy coming from Canada. I don't think many people around Detroit have had their eyes on them. But when you talk about Rakestraw, you talk about Terrion, of course. These are guys that we've had a chance to look at. Vaki, we've seen play against our very own Wolverines here.
Yeah.
So when I step back and all the work that I've put in, 3 of these 4 picks I absolutely love. And Manu is intriguing at the very, very least. He's massively intriguing, to be honest.
I'm definitely intrigued. 6'8" and can run a sub 540.
At 350 pounds.
That's
And a 35-inch vertical.
Yeah.
That's the explosion. Maybe it's
35-inch vertical.
35-inch vertical. So, at 350 pounds, that dude's windmill dunking. Like he can
Sure.
get up.
Oh, yeah.
That's-
He's windmill dunking.
Yeah.
Through the legs, possibly.
Like,
That
I'm
might
going to be honest. I don't know if this pick was for the Lions or do they send him over to LCA? Like the Pistons
They need help over there.
Like some big time
do need some help.
By the way, Michael Lucci's pointed out a good point. And this is Michael Lucci's of the Roar Roundup on Twitter, doing great work building up that page. He threw out the name defensive tackle Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa. He'd come for a top 30 visit. I believe it was the top 30. He's definitely been to Detroit for a visit. What do you think about going that direction?
He's still on the board.
He's still on the board. Also, I think Mekhi Wingo's still on the board.
Wingo is still on the board.
Wingo is. So we're really fast approaching that area where you see Brad pounce, where he waits for guys to slip, and then doesn't go too far. He doesn't try and hop a few rounds, but he will hop 10, 15 spots. And there's a couple of guys. Mekhi Wingo, top on ESPN's board now too, but top on my board, just in what he feels in need for the Lions and how he does it, which is that quick twitch.
What?
That quick twitch, 10-second split off the line D tackle, which is a position of need right now.
Anson, you might be special at your transition. I think the Lions are trading for this pick.
Fantastic.
There is a trade.
Wow.
There's a trade.
Holy
they don't have
shit.
205
Yeah, they're
anymore.
getting excited. That's
Lions-
definitely a
Nostra
Lions trade.
Hansen right
Lions
here.
trade.
I
There
think
we
got
go.
Wingo.
Our second live prediction of the day. Let's go.
Oh man.
But it looks like the Texans are picking.
They're picking here, and they traded their next pick.
No, so the Texans are at pick 205 where the Lions were.
Yeah, we're next pick.
The
next
Lions
pick.
are coming up.
We are picking 6
Oh, boy.
13 in the
I was
going to
ask you, do they jump up at 202 and 203 are the Packers and the Vikings? They had already traded away 201, which would have been just in front of them. They're obviously jumping up ahead of them if this is actually them. Is this the Lions?
Well, I'd love to say that I know who they're going to pick by throwing out Mingo, but again,
Everybody in the
we know
chat
who we're
saying they
talking
traded
about.
up.
Yeah,
I
they
bel-
did trade.
I believe our chat.
It's
The
official
second,
here.
There we go. The second Texans pick. So they had 2 in a row. They're coming next at 189.
Yes, they
Let's
got
go.
189.
The Texans might go Wingo. They need a D tackle too.
Yeah,
so
the Lions
We
are on
got
the
the
clock
second
right now.
of the Texans
Yes,
picks.
correct.
Yep, so they're on the clock right now.
They're
there's
on the
so
clock.
many interesting options here.
Who are we doing? Every single person on this list, every single one on the poll is still there. It's
Except
still
Washington.
there. We got
This
no,
pick-
except for Malik Washington.
Did you see
Shit.
this pick? This 189 has been traded 5 times. It was Denver, then the Rams, then
That's
Buffalo,
crazy.
then Houston, and now Detroit.
Nice. Do we know what we
Jeez.
gave up in this one?
No. Let me see if it's one of the ones
Do we still have our second one later on here
we do not. No, we gave up. It looks like we gave up 205.
in 210?
We still have 210.
So did we give up 249?
Let's see. Let me go into.
And you got the
seventh
deets
round.
in the trade. Looks like no more 7th round pick. Might be
Yeah.
249. Spenmo, if you could confirm.
You know who would
Yes, we do not have 249.
who would
anymore.
want Johnny Wilson, a 6'6" receiver who's just a massive specimen of a human being.
They're
you
not
know?
picking the kicker here, are they? With only one pick
Oh
left?
my God, I would.
They got 1 pick left. I think
might-
I'd wait for kicker.
Is it Carney out of Stanford?
I might
Oh, we can
leave.
cut it early. That's cool.
I might leave the
They
studio.
don't have a 7th round pick. So
if we've dropped the kicker, I will leave the studio.
The Lions are on the
That's
clock.
I don't have a problem with us picking a kicker, to be
I don't
quite honest
either.
with you.
Brennan Rice?
as long as it's Will Ricard.
Well, now see, there's
They met with the. They did meet and go to the Stanford Kickers Pro Day.
that's Carney, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had a 61-yarder.
Yeah, they gave up the 7th rounder and 2-0.
Joshua Carty, Will Reichert, Cam Little. There's a Harrison Mevis, but I don't think he's in the conversation. It's Reichert and Carty. I think Carty is the pretty universally
Pick is
ranked
in.
#1
Yeah.
prospect in pickers or kickers here.
They gave up. Yeah, they gave up 205 and 249 to move up to 189.
Move
So
up,
this could be
what is that, about
Wingo, this could be
18
Rice,
spots,
this could be
17, 18
Mahogany.
spots?
Could be Gabriel Murphy, the edge out of UCLA, who's kind of a stud.
I did like my timing on that one. I'm not going to.
That was nice.
Which one?
Well, just
Oh,
this is what these guys do. They don't make the trade 2 weeks beforehand or a day beforehand. They wait to watch what slips, and then they make that move.
Here we go.
We're going to need you guys to announce it, Anson. The camera's on you two.
Will Thickens. The pick is in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait. I'm sorry.
Oh,
that's one back. That's one back. He's not
Yeah.
on our team. The selection is in. It should be posted up at the bottom.
Wingo! Yes, let's
baby.
go!
Let's
That's
go.
so big.
Great pick.
That's so huge. What a pick.
We
Great
were all
pick
over
by
that one,
Brandon.
gentlemen. We were all over that one, gentlemen. I'll tell you what. I am ecstatic, and the Lions draft just went from a B for me. I believe to. Well, I'll say a B plus.
That's a great pick.
It's a yeah. So
I got A minus. I got A minus.
I'm loving what the Lions have done today, moving around to be able to get 2 4th-round picks, to be able to get this guy here who shouldn't have been on the board in Mackay. The Lions filled a lot of needs here. Their biggest deficit, the biggest problem with with the Lions was just their defense.
Yeah.
They have filled that all in, and then they got a little bit of offensive prospect on the line
Yeah.
to be able to supplement what might happen to us in 2025. Losing Ragnow, losing Z.
I also think that it's very, very nice because it's the rotation that it opens up where you do not have to make your D tackles play every single down. You can be versatile. It brings even more versatility to this team that we already have, and where we're seeing it in the defensive back room where the versatility is really growing. And now it's the entire defense. Yeah. The entire defense is versatile. You have different players at different positions who can do different things. I'm looking at the free agency market on edges. There are edges that are great options for.
Telling you, wait for the post camp cuts. That's
I know
What they're gonna get.
I'm definitely there. I mean, but like, even now, I mean, you got Yannick Ngakoue on here. You got Calais Campbell. I mean, there are a good solid veteran options to insulate that D-line and to put it at a championship level where you have the rotation at every single position on your defense, where you have two guys who are versatile enough to make it happen. I think that this Lions defense is shaping up to be electric next year.
Break this draft down for us. I want to hear it from you, bro.
Just this pick?
No, I want to hear all of them and highlighted by this pick at the end.
Okay, so you started off, you get the best cornerback in the draft at 24, just a pure Brad Holmes move of holding out, and then going up and getting your guy when he's there. You double down by getting Ennis Rakeshaw Jr., who was a top 5 cornerback on a lot of experts' boards. You get him late in the second round, and that's just an amazing pick. Then you go up because your guy is there. You go up and you get a big mauler from Canada. I was looking at pictures of this dude, Manu, on Twitter. He does not look like he's 350 pounds. He is cock diesel. The dude is big and strong. That guy's a monster. Then you go up and you get your do-it-all safety, Swiss Army knife. Going to be a great piece to move in and do different things. Somebody that Brad Holmes and Aaron Glenn will love to have. And now you trade up and you get a guy that fits this defensive line so well, because who are your starting 2 defensive linemen in the interior? You got DJ Reader and you got Aleem McNeil. And now behind them, you have Broderick Martin and you have Wingo. You have 2 units on that interior defensive line that you could swap in and swap out.
Randy Johnson's.
Yes, Randy Johnson's. Just put them in there, the big units. Put them out there, switch the rotation. It's 2 guys that can learn from the veterans ahead of them. Broderick Martin can learn from Reader. Wingo can learn from Aleem. I love Broder's point about we don't have Bohanna or Buggs or Latu or any of those guys anymore. So now you're not hoping Levi Onwuzurike is going to grasp his NFL future. You went out there and you got a piece that is going to be a rotational piece on a Super Bowl champion defense next year. I love it. I think it's a great pick.
I love that take. Broder, I got to hear from you now. How you feeling about the Lions draft so far? Assuming that we don't make a move to get back and pick again this year, the Lions are done at this point.
Yeah,
How you feeling?
I'm a big fan. I got to sleep on it before I give an official grade or anything, but this pick brings it all together for me. There was, I love the idea of the 2 cornerbacks at the top of the draft. When it first hit me, there were such great offensive linemen on the board. I was a Cooper Beebe fan, or actually Kingsley was off the board. I think that was my initial shock. Man, do we need 2 cornerbacks at this point? But they got those 2 guys, so that secondary is completely rebuilt. Well, you then go and you get a project, like Spenny said in Manu, for that offensive line, the future.
Yeah.
Vaki's a great special teams player. He'll eventually contribute on defense at safety. Maybe you can do some things on offense. But this Mekhi Wingo pick brings it together for me. Because having that firepower, having that girth on the defensive line, not even as a starter. This is the floor raising. This is what Brad Holmes was talking about, that floor raising. A guy who could be maybe that next Aleem McNeil, if McNeil plays well next to DJ Reader and gets paid a boatload to go somewhere else. So to round it all together, this is huge. And I know there's still one more pick. Maybe they do go edge rusher to solidify that. But when you think about this defense, the levels of this defense, that line, even if we just stopped at DJ Reader, that line is completely revamped, not transformed, but totally raised up a level.
Yeah.
The linebackers, they haven't done anything in the draft, but the moves on the defensive line and in the secondary are going to open so much up for Jack Campbell to have a breakout second year, for Alex Anzalone to continue his trajectory and leading that. And who knows how good Derek Barnes, Jalen Reeves-Maybin. I don't know how much Malcolm's going to contribute on defense, but those guys have that potential. So the defense is fantastic for me. Now with this last pick, I got to expect that they either go with an edge in Jalen Harrell, but I'm thinking interior of the offensive line. Is Bo Limmer still on the board?
I think so.
I think he's still there. Maybe you get Frank Ragnow's backup. I don't know.
Fellow hog.
Is Brendan Rice still on the board?
Yep.
So, the value for him this late in the draft, in the 6th round, I'd go with him. Actually, the more I'm talking about it, I'm talking myself out of the wide receiver And
I think it's
either
going
go
to be
Jalen
kicker.
Harrell or to go interior offensive line.
I'd love to see
I
them
think
take
it's going to be
right
kicker,
here.
dude. Honestly,
You
That
think
would be
so?
amazing.
I really do.
Cardi
I'd be
or
good.
or Reichard?
The kid from Stafford.
Yeah, I
Cardi.
think Carney's the
Yeah,
guy.
I think they were the only team in his pro day, or they went to his pro day. He was the only player participating in the Stanford pro day.
And was
A
he
long time.
dominating too? Like he was doing some things.
Yeah, I like the Riker better just because I see him banging
him
him from
more, yeah.
65.
Okay.
But
I'd like a kicker here. I mean, I feel like
Why not?
with Wingo on the board, it would have been. I'd have been pissed if we went with a kicker there. But I could definitely see it in the last round of the draft.
we don't have a pick in the 7th round now. Our last pick is 210.
Yeah, I misspoke earlier. I thought that we'd move both of these to get up here.
No,
but
yeah, they got-
our final pick is 210, which is about 20 picks away. My thing for the Mekhi Wingo and Broderick Martin, at this point, Ali McNeil, I think, is a guy that they would rather avoid re-signing to what
It's
he's
starting to
probably
look
going to
like
command.
that.
But at the same point, if both of these guys can contribute, it's going to limit the snaps of Aleem a little bit, which might keep his price tag down, which might allow him to stay here in
Not
Detroit.
bad idea.
So I think that was a position I was worried about them not getting out of this draft, was a defensive tackle. And to be able to get that and kind of alleviate that rotation and add more depth to it, and also possibly get us out of having to throw out another big contract next offseason, it's just a fantastic move. We've addressed so many positions of need. I fought with one of my very good friends over this last year because of the moves that we made last season, off season. What I told him was, these guys, they know that we don't fully have our identity yet.
Yeah.
There's holes, but there's quite a few of them. But we might actually have them filled. So to draft to try and fill them doesn't make a whole sense. And now after we make it to the NFC Championship game, we have a much more focused understanding of what our needs were. And hell, if we didn't come out and fill the hell out of those. Because remember,
Hell
you
yeah,
might
fill
say
those holes with some girth.
that's right. Well, you might say that we didn't have, a third-round pick, but we moved one of those to get the guy we wanted in the first round.
Yep.
And then we have Carlton Davis as the other third-round pick. So right now we've got 5 guys in the 6th round, and we're about to get a 6-1.
Yeah.
The only thing that we've given up is one of our 10 picks in 2025. We're still stocked with 9 picks next year.
That's pretty crazy.
And we're in a spot here to shore up our one last major deficiency, which was our kicking game.
Mm-hmm.
So I love that take, Spenny. I'd love to see Cardi or Reichard. I think they're
either
both top
or.
notch.
Yeah, either or I'm fine with. Like I said, I just personally like Riker because he's got the bigger leg, but dude, this is just another Brad Holmes masterclass. Like
Yeah.
you said, you didn't give up much to move around and get the guys you want. And like I said earlier, I think he views third-round picks as a bartering chip. That's what it is for him. It's trade bait because he's so confident in his
Yes.
drafting ability in the 4th, 5th, 6th round to get Mekhi Wingo in the 6th round. He's not worried about giving up a 3rd-round pick because he knows his 4th, 5th, and 6th rounders will be contributors. So he'd rather give up those thirds to move up higher in the 1st and get the guy he really wants, and then you can get your depth pieces in the later rounds. I love it.
Yeah. This offensive draft of 2024 has done nothing but benefit the defensive needy Lions.
That's a good point.
I would like to point out that the biggest fraud in the draft just got drafted by the New England Patriots, Joe Milton.
Okay.
Patriots just took Joe Milton?
Yep. So
Dude's got probably the biggest arm I've ever seen on a human being.
I agree, but he throws it about 200 seconds of airtime, and you could just run under it if you're a safety. So
Tanner McLaughlin. That's a good pick for the Bengals.
Who was it?
Tanner McLaughlin.
Oh,
tight
yeah.
end, Arizona.
Oh
yeah, he fell far.
He fell
He was
far.
not supposed to fall that far.
Yeah.
Joe Milton. I don't think he's going to turn out in the NFL, but playing behind. Actually, he's not just behind Jacoby Brissett. That's a good starter,
Behind
a good
May,
veteran. Behind Drake May.
Yeah.
Weird.
But shit, dude.
Weird.
Joe Milton, you need a Hail Mary. You're down 6 points. Standing on your own 20-yard line, put Joe Milton in there and let him throw it to the
you
end
get
zone.
one throw a half, pal.
Yeah, for real.
You could get creative with your have him in on some Wildcat sets and stuff, and a guy who can throw it. I don't know.
Seth Floyd says, LOL, Joe Milton is horrible. Yeah, no, he's not a good quarterback. But he could probably throw a ball further than any human ever. I saw him at his pro day throw it 85 yards flat-footed.
Wow.
It's insane, dude. The guy has an absolute nuclear missile attached to his shoulder.
The problem is we've now seen him at 2 different places, not actually be able to.
No, not a good quarterback. Not a good quarterback. But he's got a fucking cannon arm.
I figured Pratt was coming off the board before him for sure.
Yeah.
Getting some Tyson bagel love in the basil love in the chat right now.
I do like bagels and schmear.
Oh, dude.
Love me a good schmear,
I
man.
would
Bagels
love
and
one of
lox
those right now.
Bagels. Have you ever had bagels and lox? With
Well,
the cream cheese, the salmon on it.
My old man on Sundays puts
So good.
together this 7-layer lox. I mean, it's a schmear. It's sliced hard-boiled eggs, which is chronic.
Yeah.
Capers, of course. Raw onion, sliced cherry tomatoes.
Oh yeah.
Chronic, bro.
That sounds amazing.
It
I
really
love
is.
bagels with lox, dude. So
He's like, I
good.
love them so much, but if I don't just do it on Sunday, he's like, I'll eat them all week.
Shout out Birmingham Roast. They got a good bagels with
I
lox.
crushed some Birmingham roast today when I got
I
there.
should have.
I'm about to put you guys on to a bagel combo, okay?
Okay.
Oh
It's
boy.
called the Justin Special. I actually invented it, okay?
All right.
It is
Better be something cool, not just like
it's-
peanut butter instead of butter.
no. It's a bagel with schmear
Okay.
and
Just regular cream cheese or
regular
flavored
cream cheese. Regular cream cheese
Okay.
with
Like garden
lightly
vegetable cream
toasted
cheese?
bagel and corned beef on it. It is
That actually sounds really good.
it
does
is
sound really
a
good.
delight. I promise you. You are not. It is. I made it when I was like
I love
6
corned beef.
years old. It is actually such a goated combo. If you haven't tried it, you got to try it. Coming from someone who's grown up eating corned beef my entire life, eating bagels, straight out of the heritage, I had to.
I love corned beef.
I
man.
had. I gotta give it the shout. It is.
My mom makes some really good
so
corned beef.
good.
Spenny, are you
Now, see
Jewish?
I'm not.
Are you an honorary Jew?
I am actually. I was adopted. A lot of my friends in East Lansing are Jewish. It's weird. And
Same.
That
Same.
my mom's corned beef got the 2 Jew seal of approval.
Nice.
My boy Billy and Matt Duman, they both told me they're like, this is the best corned beef I've ever had in my life.
I am.
Fantastic.
And Jews won't just throw that around.
No.
Yeah, I'll speak
That's
for
I
my
was
No.
like, dude, that means a lot.
And
yeah.
this is coming from a Jew. I have grown up my entire
You're
life.
Jewish Jesus?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, it fits.
I love it.
So I've grown up my entire life eating corned beef, and I go to the same deli, same bagel place to get it. I go to the bagel place to get my cream cheese, my bagel, and then I go to the deli next door, and I get the
Throw some corned beef on it.
So
Hell yeah.
shout out Bagel Factory, shout out Star Deli in Southfield.
Dude, I love
There you
corned
go.
beef, man.
I'm gonna switch the bagel to my bagel, and it's gonna disgust you guys, but I beg you to try it. Cream cheese on one half, peanut butter on the other half, sandwich.
Cream cheese and peanut butter?
I know it sounds gross.
It sounds a little weird.
So like when you people put ketchup on their ice cream, and it actually tastes like ketchup, and it tastes like ice cream. When you put cream cheese and peanut butter together, they create a whole new flavor you've never had in your
Yeah,
life.
different profile.
It is awesome.
My best bagel combination one time, I was really, really high coming home at probably like midnight in high school, and there were leftover cheeseburgers in the fridge, but we didn't have any buns, so I put it on a blueberry bagel.
Oh.
And I ate it. It was actually really fucking good, but I was also really high, like high school smoking Reggie Blunts high. And like, so I smashed this burger on a
will eat
blueberry
anything.
bagel at like midnight. It was really good. I remember it being good.
Blueberry bagels mixed with everything.
Oh, I love blueberry bagels.
They're
Love
kind
me
of
some
underrated. They're
blueberry.
an underrated food.
They are. I'm a everything guy, but the blueberry's super underrated.
Yeah,
I'm a big egg and sesame guy.
the egg is good.
I like
dude.
the egg bagel for sure.
Can't beat it. The
Much better than plain.
Asiago bagel. Ooh,
Yeah.
love that.
In the chat, we have May times Milton equals RG3 times cousin I emoji. I don't know about that.
Wow,
I think that
that's a good shot to call though.
if you're right on that one, you can clip this and tell me and
So-
put it on my socials, because I cannot see that happening. I cannot see Joe Milton being successful in the NFL.
So
I could never seen him read a defense in my life.
That is fair.
So in that scenario, Joe Milton this isn't a race thing; it's a pick thing. Like Joe Milton.
Yeah, it's a
is
pick.
the
I believe
Kirk
he's
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins in this situation.
All right.
Yeah, he's saying
All
Milton's
right.
the Kirk Cousins.
That could be interesting.
It's weird. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
usurp Drake May. Drake May has one good season, gets hurt.
I'm not a fan of Drake May. Like,
I'm not a fan of Drake May. He looks. I saw it yesterday or 2 days ago when he was sitting there he looks like a bust. Like his face. He looks like a forgettable quarterback from a draft. Like a Ryan Leaf.
Yeah.
Or like he just looks like a bust. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I saw it cut to him sitting at his table with his family. I was like, dude, he looks like the guy that's like, you remember how he was supposed to be pretty good?
Okie Razor just said peanut butter and cream cheese is Palestine and Israel.
oh,
Jeez. All right. How are those picks looking?
Steelers
Yeah,
actually
now
did make
now
a
we're
great
getting
pick.
Ryan Watts.
the worst combinations of stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The chat. The
chat is going crazy.
gets off the rails.
See, I'm telling you, everybody hate on the bagel and cream cheese, and it makes everybody go crazy when I tell them, and then they try it, and they come back a week later like,
Viewership
Nancy,
going up.
You were not lying.
The worst thing that the combination, my dad, so, my dad's family were from the South, and shout out Alabama, but he
It's the only southern state.
melts a piece of cheddar cheese on apple pie.
Cheddar cheese on apple
Like
pie.
a
Sweet and
slice of
savory?
cheddar cheese.
I can see it. Sweet and
I,
savory?
dude, can't do it.
Well, like a Kraft?
No,
Cheese?
cheddar, not American.
You know-
then he eats
Interesting.
so one of my favorite sandwiches is peanut butter banana.
Oh, yeah.
Toasted
Elvis,
bread,
baby.
peanut butter banana, throw some cinnamon on it.
You ever
Get
put
a
that
nice glass of milk.
in the sandwich press?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the panini. Oh yeah. Nice glass of milk, peanut butter banana sandwich. Great meal. My dad eats peanut butter and mayo sandwiches.
I'm
Peanut butter and mayo?
I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's-
throw
Or
up
that's-
right
not
now.
peanut butter.
That's
I'm sorry. Not
nasty.
peanut butter.
That's
I lied.
disgusting.
I'm sorry. Banana and mayo sandwiches.
Oh, come on. What are we doing? That's not.
You put mayo on the bread like it was peanut butter. Cut up a banana and put it on.
Here's
He
some.
swears. I'm like, dude.
Now,
I'm
see,
not.
I love bananas just period. Bananas
I
are
love bananas.
fantastic.
Oh, bananas are great.
And I
Top
don't
tier
think
fruit.
that they pair badly with anything, but now I'm just thinking about a little dollop of mayo on top of that.
I told him, he was like, you
No.
gotta try it. Don't knock it. I'm like,
Did
Dad,
you? You did not try
get that
it?
shit out of my face.
Bagel, mustard, and radish is the next one I'm seeing, and that's nasty.
That actually, no. Is he trying to be gross? Because I'm telling you, the spice of the radish and the mustard, kind of legit.
First off, the banana and the mayo sandwich. Did he learn that from Will Levis?
I don't know. Yeah,
Is that a Will Levis
I can
thing?
or cannot. Will Levis puts mayo in his coffee like a.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Fucking
oh, that's
weirdo.
right.
Yeah.
That's
Deep
right. I
throats
did
brown
know that.
bananas.
Yeah.
Second, what
Oh,
about?
God, that was such a
I
gross video.
forgot I ever actually kind of liked this. A sandwich, or I've had it actually in a wrap. Peanut butter, turkey, and cheddar cheese.
That just sounds like a weird
It
combination.
sounds weird, but it kind of works.
You made that.
There's my
on
one.
accident.
Yeah. It was requested. It was recommended by somebody. I don't know. I'm not a very like.
Like what kind of
What,
late
an
night crack
ex-girlfriend?
snack are you? What kind of late night crack snack are you building where you come up with that combo?
Yeah, I mean, hey,
It was actually more of like a when I was playing. It was like a protein type deal. It was like peanut butter, turkey, and the fat from the cheese, and that's why I was in a wrap. Yes, it was when I think I was trying to put on weight or something. So it's like just put it all in one. I mean, it was all right. I don't like that stuff though.
so I'm gonna caveat this right now because I know
Caveat.
it's gonna sound really bad when I say it, but no Diddy. We were all broke college kids at one point.
Crack snacks.
You cannot find more ways to eat hot dogs than I did at MSU.
Fair.
Well, that's fair.
Say that again one more time.
No Diddy. You cannot find more ways to eat hot dogs than I did at MSU. Go to QD right down the street.
Oh, I love QD,
Grab a pack
bro.
of Ballpark Franks. Grab a fucking 12er of eggs. Thing of Honey Smacks. Gallon of milk.
Yeah, I've
my
been
food
big
for the
on
week.
I've been big on grilling brats for the house lately.
Mayo
That-
ramen.
you
My
make
buddy
inactive.
used to do a piece of bread, and he would just stand right in the fridge and just do it there. Wouldn't even take it to the counter. He'd just take a piece of bread out, put a piece of cheese, spread some ragu over it, sprinkle Cheerios on the top, and then a dill pickle spear.
Oh my god,
Burrito.
dude! What the fuck?
Nah.
Oh, you
that's-
gotta try these crack snacks.
That's
He coined the crack snack.
I do have a good football question in chat though.
Okay,
that I would like to touch
Ranger
on.
says Glizzy Guru Spence.
Glizzy Guru.
So
I'm the Glizzy Gladiator, baby.
If that.
Impaler of Horizons says, "Is Wingo good enough to be this year's version of the Brian Branch pick?"
Yes.
Wow.
I think he could be an impact player on that defensive line.
He really
Especially
could.
the opportunities he'll be getting because he'll have fresh legs coming in against these old, fat, fart old linemen that have been dealing with DJ Reader and Ali McNeil whooping their ass for 10 snaps in a row, and then you throw in
Some
the
youth.
young kid with the fresh legs, and
youth
he
and
makes a
hunger.
move. Yeah, I could see him maybe not to the same level because Brian Branch played out of his mind, but I could definitely see him making impact plays this year.
So Mingo, 4.85 40-yard dash at 6 foot 284. He had a 1.64 10-yard split, 31.5 vertical. Put up 25 bench reps. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I guess what my question with him is I know that he transferred at one point. He was at Missouri.
Yeah.
Lower body injury early in this season because this guy,
Brett Holmes guy.
the surgery,
Brett Holmes guy.
100%. Because I mean, Mingo, this was a guy that was supposed to be a second-round pick at the start of the college season,
Yeah.
and the fact that he's there yet again, another just feather in Brad's cap. The patience that this guy shows to get into the realm where he's ready to trade is what's most impressive for me.
It is It's uber impressive. The way he sits there, he knows when to move up. He knows when it's time. He knows when not to overpay. He knows when to overpay. He has such a elite knowledge of what he's going to do. Like where no one even knows because he has so many tricks up his sleeve. He's constantly making an impact, even if it's trading down and then trading back up. He just makes these slight small moves that seem so minuscule at the time when they happen, but they all are so big. They all fit into the grand scheme of Brad Holmes' plan, and it is a gorgeous thing to watch come together over the past couple of years because he finds these late gems in these late rounds and uses the value of these picks to their full potential.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All to get the guys that he wants. I feel like there's a Honolulu Blues shortlist. You watched the Den last year in the War Room, and they had 18 guys. 2 of those guys fell in the second round.
Yeah.
And there's certainly a short list again this season, and they're making sure they bounce around to get those guys.
They know what they want, they know what they like, and they go and get that. And it might not be the same thing that all GMs like. It might not be the same thing that you and I like.
But more often than not, it's the right decision. So, yeah, Brad Holmes is a genius, man. Like, I love this guy. And he just continues to knock it. Like, Mekhi Wingo in the 6th round is fucking insane, dude. That could very well be the steal of the draft.
It very well could be. How about this? 2 comments. Actually, a comment and a question. Actually, 2 comments, and I'm going to turn it into a question. The Truth 53 says, Wingo is our cream cheese and Reader is our peanut butter.
There
we go. I love it.
Wait, what did he say?
So
Wingo is our cream cheese and Reader is our peanut butter. Let's not forget about Ali McNeil, but we picked Wingo. I get it. Then Apollo. Apollo says
out Apollo.
Broderick Martin has some competition. And the question, I go up to Adam Levere, what does this mean for Broderick Martin?
I think this is perfect for Broderick Martin.
I
think
agree, actually.
Broderick Martin now has less weight on his shoulders about having to make an impact, about having to be that guy, because now you have a running mate with you, another young defensive lineman. And like I said, they mirror what the starters are. Broderick Martin is your DJ Reader. So when DJ Reader needs a breather,
Yes.
you send in Broderick Martin. When Ali McNeil needs a breather, you send in Wingo. It's perfect. It's a perfect fit.
Send in the cream cheese.
Send in the cream cheese for the peanut butter.
And Impaler, real quick, Impaler of Horizon says McNeil's the banana.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I wonder.
And Broderick's the mayo.
Broderick's the mayo.
So Wingo's more of an Ali McNeil type of defensive tackle, a little smaller.
Yep.
Now that Ali McNeil has slimmed down, probably they're going to look for him to get to the quarterback more. But like Spenny said, Broderick Martin is that he's DJ Reader's replacement. He's DJ Reader's backup.
Yeah.
I wonder with all the versatility on this defense, and now the defensive line too, could we see them play even more 5-2, like more 5-down linemen where you got DJ Reader in the middle, then Aleem and Wingo on the sides, then Hutch and Davenport or Houston?
I would
Like,
not be mad about that at all.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
think
that's
you very
kinda
well could.
nasty.
You got the personnel. You could see a lot of dime packages with all the defensive backs we have now.
Look
Aaron
for Diamond's
Glenn,
top of the line.
the entire bag is going to be open for Aaron Glenn.
Absolutely.
He can put it
For
on any type of formation he wants. I saw it in the chat. AJ Blair, Glenn has no excuses. It's true.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn, when he was getting bashed a couple years ago, I coined the term He was trying to make a salad with spoiled vegetables because he didn't have the players. He didn't have the talent. Now he's got the talent. Now he's got the players. So we need the good Aaron Glenn, because we've seen good Aaron Glenn and we've seen bad Aaron Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave him a pass because he really didn't have too much breaking talent until last year. He got some, but now this year, yeah, there are no excuses. This should be a top 15 defense next year, and I'm excited for it, man. They got talent.
Real quick, we've seen the good Aaron Glenn, we've seen the bad Aaron Glenn. I think now we can see the Aaron Glenn. Like, we can see what he wants to play.
Bars.
He wants to play man coverage all the time. He wants to blitz. He wants to move these guys all over the place. Like, there are no more excuses this year. I don't think there would have been anyway. Even if they didn't do a thing to that defense, if you're going to pass up a head coaching position and come back, like, we need you to take this defense to the next level. Now he's got the players. This is a completely revamped defense. There are no excuses, but now he can actually do what he wants. And I think that's an awesome – this season's an even better interview for a head coaching position.
That's
How
so
good
true.
can he be with players that he can do what he wants?
And we saw it last year when he got the guys he wants, when he got his guys, when he put Ife Melifonwu, an Aaron Glenn guy, in that position to be that heat-seeking missile coming off the edge. What did he do? He was getting a sack every fucking game. When you put a Brian Branch, an Aaron Glenn guy out there, he is making plays.
Yep.
Like, Cam Sutton was not an Aaron Glenn guy.
No.
Jerry Jacobs, love Jerry. A lot of respect for Jerry. He was not an Aaron Glenn guy. Now you've got corners that are Aaron Glenn guys. You've got defensive linemen that are Aaron Glenn guys. You have a fucking psychopath in the middle of that defense in Jack Campbell who's about to have a breakout year.
I think so, too.
And the defense is going to be fun to watch, man. They all can tackle. They all fly around the field. The athleticism is off the charts. They're going to be flying, hitting, and it's going to be fun, man.
I got a hot take on Wingo.
Bring it.
After this season, he's going to make us forget about Jalen Carter. Anybody that's still thinking about
Oh,
him.
wow.
And then on top of it, we talked about Brad just waiting for his guys and going to get his guys. And I mean, he's got the gamblers sitting next to him, but these guys just understand when to play their cards and when to hold them. Everybody, I heard so many people upset that Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid were still on the board. Why did we trade up to get Terry on? Well, Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid didn't go until number 40 and 41.
Yeah.
Bro. So people around the NFL understood, you know? These guys in charge right now get it. What do we got going over there, Broder?
There's no trade or anything, because that's how I actually responded to the trades. But right when you said that, I looked back. After the Mekhi Wingo trade, there have been Tyler Davis, defensive tackle, Zion Logue, defensive tackle, Christian Boyd, defensive tackle, Jaden Crumity, defensive tackle.
Yeah.
That man knows something.
Yeah.
Like you just said, he went up to get his guy.
Yeah, that's true. 4
Holy.
defensive tackles in the past 5 picks.
Lions goal line D answer the tush push problem.
We didn't have.
That's a question.
That's what it was.
That
Like
guy has a
our
tush problem.
run defense was so good last year, but they were kind of selling out to
Yeah.
stop the run.
Good call.
Now you have legitimate run stoppers with guy like DJ Reader, and you bring in a Wingo and what Broderick Martin is expected to be. Those are legitimate run stoppers. So when we're at the goal line, when we saw at the goal line last year, they kind of got pushed around. Like the defense was really good. The rush defense was really good. But when it got down to we need 1 yard, hat on hat, they kind of got pushed around at the goal line. Nobody's pushing DJ Reader off the fucking goal line. I'll tell you that right now. So I love that, man. I've been preaching DJ Reader to the Lions for fucking a year.
You have been.
And it happened, and I'm so happy about
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm on that. I'm on that train too. DJ Reader, when they played Tennessee, that playoff game.
Yeah.
DJ Reader completely shut down Derrick Henry.
He's a monster. Dude.
He is an absolute monster. He is a great talent. I think that he is going. I think we're going to be a top 10 defense next year.
Yeah.
We definitely should
I wouldn't be surprised.
And let's not forget Terrell Williams and Deshae Townsend.
Yes.
And Terrell Williams is the more well-known commodity. I don't know as much about Deshae Townsend, but he's supposed to be an upgrade to development, an upgrade to Dre Bly. So they get these two really strong defensive position coaches, and Terrell Williams is the run game coordinator for defense. Deshae Townsend is the pass game coordinator for defense. And we've seen 3 players in the secondary picked, and now another defensive tackle. If Mekhi Wingo can get a little bit of that Jeffrey Simmons in him, like you said, Jalen Carter, who?
And
right.
Dontrell in the Woodward Sports chat, he said, could you imagine Martin beside DJ Reader in the run defense? Imagine they're on the goal line in the all-black uniforms, 4th and 1, or 4th and goal from the 1. Caleb Williams going for the sneak. In both A-gaps, you have Broderick Martin and DJ Reader, and then you have Jack Campbell standing head up over the center.
Love it.
Like, bro, that would be fucking nasty, man.
Bring it.
Dude, why the fuck, like, I love summer, but I would skip through summer today if it means we could watch the Lions tomorrow.
There you go.
Do you think that, this is a question,
We got Bears
is
on the
Vaikai puts
Sorry.
Khalif at a position of maybe on the outside looking in because he's a good returner?
Who was that? Leaf losing his job? I don't think Leaf loses his job. I think Vaki is going to be used in other instances. He might get some returns. I think you'll see him on special teams, but
He's not taking Khalif Raymond's spot.
No, not
on
at all.
Special
Not
teams.
at all.
Philippines On Demand said, what was the 3-day attendance for the draft? We broke the record.
We did break
it
the
is
records.
over 700,000 people in 3 days in the Detroit draft.
I see more and more people in the chat. This most recent one from David E. Walker, hot take, Giovanni Manu gets switched from OT to DT.
Yeah, I just saw that. I that is getting a little bit of traction. People like him at DT for some reason.
I wasn't even considering. I mean, I kind of think 6'8's a little too tall for
Yeah.
DT. Like Broderick Martin's also like his pad, his hands and his pad level.
yeah.
You got to get low.
Yeah.
6'8's pretty big, but
I mean,
like
at
him.
6'8", he can be a tight end, too.
I like him at
Has he got
offensive
hands?
tackle, man.
Right?
He is, like, I'm telling you, like, after we're done here, go look up pictures of this kid.
He looks insane. Like, he does not look like he's 350 pounds.
Yeah.
His calves are the size of my thighs. Like, the dude is a monster, man.
By the way, the Green Bay Packers just selected Travis Glover, offensive tackle out of Georgia State. And we got the Vikings on
Did
the
we
clock.
trade our pick?
I don't know much about Travis Glover.
Nope, we're still at 210.
Yeah, we're still at
Oh, I
210.
thought we
Lions
were
are still at
204,
210.
my bad.
Don't know much about Travis Glover, but
Oh,
anytime
and the
I see-
Vikings just took Richard.
Okay.
Will Reichard.
Or Reichard.
They took Reichard?
Yeah.
So that's the first kicker off the board. If you're just joining us, welcome in. We are in the middle of the 6th round here, day 3 of the NFL draft. In the studio here at Woodward Sports, downtown Birmingham. I'm here with my man Justin up on the big desk. In the Maz chair is Spenmo Rax.
What up, Doe?
And the Lions insider himself, Mr. Matt Broder, is in the booth
Hello.
there.
So
we are creeping up on about 6 or 7 picks away from the Lions' final pick. I think of the draft, unless they slide back in somehow. But all we've seen today out of this regime is trade after trade after trade. They were able to slide up into the 4th round, not once, but 2 times. Giovanni Manu, the monster from Canada, from British Columbia that we've just been talking about. Sione Vaki, a guy you probably got a chance to see as Utah played against Michigan. A fantastic, multi-dimensional secondary guy, but can also take offensive snaps and should be a dynamo in special teams. And just most recently, a guy that through injury slipped to the 6th round, LSU defensive tackle Mekhi Wingo, a guy that's going to make you all at home that are still thinking about Jalen Carter. Forget about him very, very quickly.
Forget about it.
That's right. We are coming up on the final pick that we have on the books for now, guys. That's number 210. We'll see if the gambler and Mr. Holmes slide back into the 7th round or something else. But around here, we like a kicker, and that would be Cardi out of Stanford. If you guys want to let us know in the chat who you're hoping for this final
Lions
pick.
like him too. They went to his pro day.
There we go. Tell us more about him, Spent.
Yeah, so he's as solid as it comes. He doesn't miss kicks. He's good from 40 to 50. He can even get to 60. Like, he's got a pretty good leg. This is a kid, he's been the best kicker in college football for about a year and a half now. And it's fun to, like, speculate. Like, are they going to get a kicker? I don't know, because we got a kicker in Detroit already who's pretty good.
Big Leg Boyd.
And his name is Jake Bates.
Oh, Bates. Big Leg Bates.
Big Leg Bates.
Bates.
And, like,
If they could just throw it back to him, I wouldn't mind that either. But the Stanford had their pro day, and the only player that was at the pro day was the kicker. He's the only one that was even reasonably going to get drafted. So, but the Lions were in attendance, so they like him. But I wouldn't mind seeing them go kicker here, because
Get the kicker.
if you want to say wide receiver or interior offensive lineman, cool. My philosophy is you draft a wide receiver every year no matter what, because You could get a fucking Puka Nacua or a Cooper Kupp.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so they might go wide receiver here, but if you get a kicker here, you know he's going to be one of the best kickers in the draft.
I threw up in the
you get
chat.
an offensive lineman or a wide receiver here, you don't know.
Jerry Rice's son, Brendan Rice, still on the board. Cornelius Johnson from Michigan, still on the board. Intriguing guy there. Going down the list here for this. This is my area here. I don't really see a whole lot of guys. I am intrigued by Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross, but I don't see much past that. Most of these guys are pretty far long shots.
Are you in any way interested in Xavier Weaver that I offered a couple like an hour
Colorado?
ago?
No, he's there as well. He's intriguing. I'd stay away from all of these guys, to be quite honest with you. Although I love the idea of having Jerry Rice wear a Lions jersey.
Can you imagine Sundays at Ford Field? Jerry Rice, Kelvin Johnson, Barry
That's what
Sanders.
I'm talking about.
Like
That'd be pretty cool.
That's a real thing.
What do they want to see on the Super Bowl sideline? But those type of players.
Legends.
You know what I'm saying?
In Detroit?
That's right.
3 of the
Are you
greatest players of all
kidding
time.
me?
Yeah, if we could snag Rice here in the 6th, where some guys had him going as early as a 3rd. I didn't think he was better than a 5th round wide receiver. But he's an intriguing guy, and the intangibles, a.k.a. his bloodline, that he brings to the Ford Field, that's what I'm most interested in.
Those are intangibles nobody else has.
That's right.
You know, like nobody, and it is a true intangible.
Yep.
I put in the chat what position the Lions should go with. Right now, receiver is in the lead. We got 68 votes. Wide receiver is at 30. It actually is falling.
voting for
35%. Kicker at 28. Edge rusher at 23. And interior offensive lineman. I mean, shoot, Gabriel Murphy and Jalen Harrell are still there from the edge standpoint. Christian Mahogany is still there at guard. Like you said, Brendan Rice and the kicker. I didn't expect some of these players to still be on the board.
Agreed.
And like we already took Vaki, but I was always a fan of where'd he go?
Sion Judah, you know about Coker. I'm a big fan as well.
Coker, Bo Braid, and Omar Brown. Like those are pretty good safeties for 7th round. There's still some dudes. Braden McGregor out of Michigan. There's some dudes available. Why? Brett Holmes, go ahead.
I also see some love for Bell out of FSU, the fullback versus Todd. See a little fullback love. That's a little interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we run that system, no.
Yeah,
No, they like having fullbacks. I mean, they've had Kabinda on for a while, and we know Malcolm got. But they're not going to draft a fullback.
No, I don't
They
know.
got Malcolm will play fullback if they want one, and they got Kabinda too.
What
so.
tight end? You know, this would be a total Dan Campbell move to go. Shoot, where's my camera? Hello. It would be a total Dan Campbell move to go tight end.
It could, but tight ends, fullbacks, safeties.
Yep.
They're going to help out a lot in the new kickoff rules.
Good. That's
So
a great
like
point.
those tweener guys that are big but also fast, can block, do different things. Because the new kickoff rule is definitely going to cater towards the tweener positions
Yeah.
How
like
do you feel about
safety
that?
and tight end. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Like it's
See some more plays actually happen.
imagine the fucking playoffs when you really need a kick return. You put J-Mo and Gibbs back there. Good luck kicking it to one of those guys. Give them the ball in space.
That's right.
Real
Like, bro,
talk.
I'm not saying do it every time. Like it's probably going to be Khalif Raymond and Craig Reynolds back there. I would assume for the majority of them, maybe Donovan Peoples-Jones or Maurice Alexander. But fucking NFC Championship game, start the second half. Put Gibbs and J-Mo back there. Have them kick to one of them.
Right?
That would be fucking nuts.
And Spenny, I'm forgetting like the exact rules because there's kind of these complicated
Yeah.
areas, but even just having them back there, there's value now to the kick returning team if
Yes.
the other team just kicks it out of the end zone. I think you get
Goes
it
to
at
the
40.
35 now if you kick it at the end zone.
And that's a perfect argument for a kicker.
Yes.
Like, you're talking about giving Jared Goff in this offense 20 yards to go, probably 25, 30, but like,
To put in, field goal range.
are you kidding me?
That's true. I didn't even think about that.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
the field is getting smaller and smaller, and this offense, as legit as we think it is, like, you're just shrinking that offense. Like, come on.
Yeah.
They're a first down machine. And did you, by the way, when you said Bell out of Florida State when you were talking fullback?
Yes.
Okay. They have him listed as a tight end on NFL.com. So, but there's the point. The like, having guys that can do multiple things. Maybe
Versatility.
that's a guy, Dallin Hooker, Trey Knox out of South Carolina. Who knows? They got options right now.
And
This is-
Westover from Washington too.
Pardon?
Westover from Washington as well.
He's a true fullback?
No, they use. I don't know what.
Richard Shebor.
He's also in that hybrid category. I don't even.
It's it's positionless football now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Anybody who kind of specifies as a fullback has to be able to play tight end. I mean, they use Westover everywhere on the field. They use Bell everywhere on the field. Both of them kind of played that same hybrid position. H-back.
Now it's you.
Where was the? Oh yeah, Richard Shebor in the chat says could trade back, grab one more pick. Yeah, they very well could. Selfishly, I hope not, because I'm definitely trying to leave after this last pick, and then because I got Smash Bros tournament at a brewery tonight. So.
Who's your player? Who's your character?
I main Samus, Bowser Jr., and Greninja.
Let's go.
Those are my three mains.
Yeah, lots of love for Bates in the chat.
Master?
Master Bates is nice, man. I would not be mad if they just threw a bag at him.
He's the Panthers kicker, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a big leg, man.
Well, I'm sure that they've got a chance to look at him, considering he's right here playing for the Michigan Panthers. But it sounds like they were also there at Stanford, so they know which of these two that they're going to want to get. But I do think that Bates is getting interest from other teams, not just the Lions. And
he better. I mean, anyone who can kick it.
He's gonna be at camps.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
The good camp.
But this has been a serious problem for the Lions for 2 years now, and it really, I think that their decision making more than just missed kicks and made kicks, their offense is dependent on their limited kicking game. They go into possessions and fourth quarters playing differently than they would normally because they don't have the faith in that kicker. So. Yeah. Even if we got both, if we spent this pick at 210 and brought in Bates and put them in camp to have a kicker battle, I'm okay with that because if we shore up our secondary like we did, we add the depth to our O-line and our defensive tackle like we did, and now we get our kicking game, we can just go cherry pick the rest of the free agents out there, add a little Tyler Boyd and championship.
Yeah.
That was that extra value that Ndamukong Suh added to that team when they didn't need a kicker, but, his soccer background, you just throw him out there, you know?
Right. Raiders are on the clock. It's Raiders, Rams, then Lions. Bo Limmer's still on the board, I'm pretty sure.
Raiders, Rams, and Lions.
I'm pretty sure Bo Limmer is still on the board.
I think he is.
I'm
a fan of that.
I would love that.
But Arkansas center, dude?
Yeah.
Banana bread at work today, dude?
Banana bread at work today, man. Arkansas Center worked out pretty well the first time we did it, so.
I think it should be Mahogany.
Mahogany, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he sat there for long enough. I think he's solid. I really would like that. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot of ways that
Let's see if the Rams take one of those offensive linemen before us, though.
Yeah.
I like the Rams draft, by the way.
Yeah, their draft's really good.
Rams are
really
good.
solid.
Dude, Les needs a monster.
Monster.
Limmer kind of feels like the pick right now.
Kind of.
They need. I mean, it's fun to shuffle guys around, but center is a specific learned position that has a lot more nuances than just moving a tackle inside to guard.
For sure.
And
Ragnow,
quarterback of the offensive line.
That's right. And Ragnow, the warrior that he absolutely is, has been very realistic about his situation. And it's not something that's going to go away with rest. It's not going to be something that can get a quick surgery. This is probably something that in the next year or two is probably going to end his football career. And he's kind of okay with that. But to be able to get a guy in that slots in and you don't have to depend on this year but can learn behind him and take some snaps away in 2025 or even possibly start. And this kid's got that kind of a profile. Probably shouldn't still be on the board, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he has some athletic limitations, but he's really smart.
Yep.
And like that will play well in a Hank Fraley offense. And
kind of sounds like Frank Ragnow, right?
Yeah, you broke it down perfectly, the lack of ego in Frank Ragnow, how open and honest he's been just in his situation and with the team. And so I guess you don't have to worry about drafting his replacement. But if there was even a sliver of worry, if there's one replacement that he's going to take the most mentorship approach with, it's a center from Arkansas.
Yeah,
it's for sure. It's a perfect transition.
Yeah,
perfect.
Beautiful.
So who do you guys think? We should get our predictions in real quick.
I think it's gonna be Bo Limmer, honestly.
Yep.
So Spenny, you're going Bo Limmer?
Yeah.
The desk? Jesus? Jewish Jesus?
That's a prophecy, bro.
Jesus is crazy, bro.
I like
Jesus. I like that.
I like Limmer. I think the pipeline is a big thing for not Dan Campbell. Brad Holmes. I think that the pipelines are very important in him drafting from familiar schools, familiar areas, familiar coaching. I think he really likes styles that those players are coached at and come into the culture. So I think that Zimmer would. Oh, unless Limmer, they just took Limmer.
No.
Um,
I did see Arkansas.
They just took him?
Yeah, that scared me for a second.
Josh
Oh, they
McCarty
just took
just
the
went to
kicker.
the Rams.
Oh.
So we're good. We're good. We bring in Big Leg Bates. We go get our center of the future. We
And
call it a wrap.
before this pick, I was asked to update our picks for next year because someone is curious what our picks are for next year. So we have our own first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh round picks.
Pick is in, guys.
Next year?
Pick us in?
Yeah, for next year.
How many?
We have 6 picks next year.
Oh, I thought we had 9.
They trade him away?
We traded. Oh wait. Oh no. We own 2 more picks. We own the Eagles pick and the Jets pick as well.
So
Well,
8.
compensatory
8
picks
picks.
from Mims. I think there's like some things.
Yeah, for Mims, and then from the Swift trade.
Boom. They just went Michael Jarrell.
Is that us?
No, that's
No.
that's
That's
whoever was
the
before
Rams?
the Rams.
The Raiders.
Oh no, the Rams.
Raiders went Josh Carty, the Stanford kicker.
Yeah, the Seahawks want Michael Jarrell. Rams are on the
Everyone
clock.
wants Rice. Everyone's saying Rice.
Brendan Rice,
He's
55%.
been sitting on the top of the ESPN board for about an hour and a
Yeah.
half, too. So
I mean, it makes sense.
I do love the idea of having Jerry Rice around this team. But again, I don't know if you guys caught it earlier. Jerry Rice has a lot of children, and from what I've read, he's never been to a USC game.
Jerry Rice has a lot of children.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so
Got to wrap that shit up, boys.
yes, you do, gentlemen. Yes, you do. So Lions pick is in.
And they got the Chiefs after him.
Condom's a lot cheaper than a child.
We're gonna get that to you guys here in just a second. And
Pick is
outside
in.
of another trade for the Lions to re-enter into the 7th round, which I don't really see them doing.
No.
This is a tough roster to crack, as we've said a couple
Mahogany.
times. There we go.
Oh,
One of
let's
the two.
go.
Attaboy.
Nice.
So
Christian Mahogany, guard out of Boston College. Let's go, boys.
Great
That's
pick.
fire.
Let's go, boys. Wait,
Absolutely.
there's my camera.
0
Let's
sacks
go, boys and,
and
girls.
1 pressure allowed
Great
in
pick.
11 games played.
That's fantastic.
32 career starts
fantastic.
in 33 games.
Great pick.
Those are great numbers. The guy's been a mainstay over there at BC.
Let's go back around the room. What are the updated draft grades here, fellas?
Hey.
Whoa. Whoa.
That was off the cuff quick.
Ooh.
Huh?
Hey.
I'm sticking.
Oh, you said A?
Hey.
I love that.
I'm gonna go A2. I'm gonna bump it from A to A minus. I think we've had some really nice steals in these late rounds. I really love our draft.
Yeah, my last 2 take me up from the B to the B plus to an A minus at this point. Wingo really did it for me.
Wingo's huge.
Yeah,
Wingo
Wingo
absolutely did it for me. What
Yeah.
about you, Broder?
I'm with you, Anson. I started at a B before that Wingo pick. Is it an A minus? I think it is. Mahogany. I mocked him to the Lions in the 3rd round several times. Like, I thought he'd at least be a 4th or a 5th rounder. To get him at 210,
Yeah, it's amazing.
and I know we're kind of blinded by, whatever the mock draft service that we use. Like, he just was never there in the 200s. I use PFF a lot. There was the Pro Football Network. I think it's a fantastic pick. And Mekhi Wingo, I think that was, you can't say the best pick of their draft because Terran Arnold was, but like maybe the best value pick. Well, one of the best value picks. Wingo in the 6th round, that is massive. I'm going to get a poll up for the chat to share their grades because we got Mark Royal, B minus, David E. Walker, A. Actually, Mark Royal, let me know why you think that's a B minus, honestly. Zolly, 3035, B plus, Cartier, A minus. Mason Leach, I want to hear from you too. Why is C?
Yeah,
I know
there's a
you
D
like
plus
Mason
on there, too.
Smith. Interesting. AJ Blair, baby, B plus.
This guy's still mad we don't have Cooper DeJean.
Yeah. Well,
Cooper
I'm,
DeJean's
Fair, and
a
maybe
bum.
that's why.
I'm curious why Let's Fucking Go thinks that Mahogany is not going to make the roster. I would
What?
definitely 100% believe that he's
He's
going to
easily
make the
making the
roster.
roster,
He will
yeah.
easily make the roster.
It's a hell of a player. Shouldn't have been there.
Yodi might not make the roster.
Ya-
Who's that?
Yahoo had
Yodi or Sorsdale, they're going to be.
I think,
Yahoo
I
had-
think Sorsdale's part of the future, at least their future hopes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yahoo had Mahogany at 69th overall on their draft board.
Who did?
Yahoo. So,
I put in the chat to grade A or A minus or B plus or B or C or below.
Well,
that'll
do it, boys.
Wait, say goodbye to us, my guy.
All right. So we appreciate you all joining us. We appreciate you
staying for a few
supporting
minutes.
us. Oh, you guys are staying?
Maybe a couple minutes.
Oh, okay.
I'll just say your goodbye.
I appreciate you all for joining us. I appreciate you all for supporting Woodward Sports over the draft weekend. It's been a lot of fun. Shout out to Justin. Shout out to Anson. Shout out to Broder. You guys killed it. It was fun.
Go win
Let's
that
go
tourney,
Lions.
baby.
Great having you, buddy. Good luck in your tournament tonight.
Thank you.
yeah, good luck.
Fellers. Oh, Spenny, could you go on mute your mic?
Yes, sir.
My dog. Actually, let me here. There you go. There you go, boys. Just kidding.
All
Not
right,
live,
guys. So
not kidding, 'cause
we've
that's
got
live.
just a few more picks here in the 6th round, and I guess
No, this is.
are we going to finish through the 6th here? Are we going to go through the 7th? What are we going to do, guys?
Let's finish the 6th.
Okay, we'll finish the 6th.
Yeah.
We got 1, 2, 3,
Because like
about 7, 8 picks left.
there's a lot of action right now in the chat. Like it's reaction time.
Yeah.
I see you guys in here. We got 40% A in the chat so far. 123 votes. We have 45% A minus or B plus. I dig that. B 12%. C or below 2. So that's got to be Mason Smith and I forget who it was before who gave it a low grade. But let's hear your more reactions in the chat. Like, so I just gave it an A minus. You gave it an A minus. Wait, what?
Invite the lady with the broom to take Spenny's place.
Who?
One of the girls sweeping over there.
I had put the camera on back there when Spenny was walking out.
I'd like
freaking awesome.
I'd like to pivot for a second because there's a away fan talking about a little playoff hockey, and I would like to touch on that for a second. There are some great games.
Let's wait like 5 minutes. Like
we're not talking ice soccer today,
yeah,
bro.
I love
Get
the
outta
away
here. I
thing.
love you, buddy, but no.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's my
a game
dude.
just went into double
Football
overtime,
day.
though.
No, I know, and this is a moment. Like the Lions just drafted someone. This is reaction time.
Yeah.
And the away fan, he's got that fat hog spirit. I appreciate you, my dude. He's been giving updates all along. Justin, this is just we've learned, at least for me, for the last year, when stuff like this happens, you got to stick on
Yeah,
the
no,
football,
for sure.
on
My
the
bad. I
football.
get it.
But like, this started to come together, especially with this mahogany pick to round it off. And who cares? I don't even.
So I gotta respond to Mason Leach here, okay? So we didn't necessarily need an edge rusher because our edge rushers in Pascal and Houston are finally healthy. When you supplement the interior line, your edge rushers get better. When you absolutely add as much to your secondary as you did, you give your edge rushers another second or two to get home. How many plays last year were we a half second away from a sack? I can count a good 6 with Hutch alone. Furthermore, the wide receiver class, we weren't going to spend that early capital to get one of those wide receivers. We've had Michael Gallup, and we've had him in, and we've had talks with Tyler Boyd. Don't be surprised when they go out and get a veteran guy, although they do. They love your boy Donovan Peoples-Jones. I don't think that the guys that they moved up to get would have fallen to them. Terrion most definitely would not have fallen to them. And some of these moves in the 4th, the 2 moves in the 4th, and again here, I don't see these guys falling to them. The guys that did fall, Kool-Aid and Cooper DeJean, they have limitations, and they fell to 40. Yes, we could have gotten them at 29, but we got a guy that's a top 15, top 3 defender in the draft, and we got him in the 20s. Didn't give up a whole lot to do it. Remember, guys, you can give up your 3rd round pick next year every single year because the NFL's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And like the Terrion Arnold, if he didn't get picked by the Packers at 25, he was going to go to Tampa to be Carlton Davis's replacement. I'm fairly confident, although Graham Barron is a perfect fit for them, so maybe they do go there. I just like the confidence to go up and get Terrion Arnold. And I think what this draft tells you, or at least the lack of edge rusher selected, means they're more confident in Marcus Davenport being healthy and playing more consistently than I think all of us.
I got to go back to Mason. Mason, I hear you, bro. But at no point has this regime drafted out of need. The first time that we've ever seen that was them getting corners this year. Year after year after year, we've said we need this, we need that, and then we go and draft Jahmyr Gibbs and not Jalen Carter. Giving these guys a C when they have 22 of their 23 last drafted players still on the roster, and we just made an NFC championship, at what point are you trusting these guys, brother? Like, I'd like to have a little bit of a better linebacking core, but this wasn't a linebacking draft. We needed help in our secondary, and we got it, and we got it really, really good. All right? I mean, I'd love to have a center, but the centers that we would be getting in the 4th, 5th round, to ask them to step in and start next year it's a large feat. It's a large ask. So I would imagine them helping that position earlier in the draft in 2025. I think that you're going to see earlier interior linemen drafted by the Lions next year, or they chase that in free agency. I would have liked to have had it, but what we got, I promise you, brother, I think it's going to be a lot better for us.
And I'd also like to disagree with I agree with everything you're saying, and I want to disagree with another comment in this comment section. This draft only has a shot to be good on the field in 2 to 3 years. Year 1, they will play almost no snaps. I completely disagree with that statement. I think that there will be players in this draft who play vital roles to this team next year, especially the corners. Specifically, I also believe
Rakestraw?
Rakestraw, and then Sloan from Utah, right? Is that his name?
Siaki.
I can't say his name.
Shone Vaki.
Yeah.
V-A-K-I.
Shione
Vaki. I think he will play a bunch of snaps. I think Wingo will get some snaps too. And then you also see Mahogany filling in on the offensive line most likely. I think that almost every player will have at least a limited role where they are getting experience on the field in order to move this in the right direction. I don't think Brad Holmes is the type of guy to just fully sit someone unless they're a quarterback.
Oh man, always fan. I love you, buddy. But if you actually think that this is hockey town, you are in the wrong town, bro. This is football town.
Hang on.
100%.
Hang on. This is hockey town.
Oh, it's called hockey town.
It's hockey town.
It's called
This is
hockey
hockey
town.
town.
But we could be in the Stanley Cup Finals and in the Super Bowl, and everybody will be at the Super Bowl. Okay,
That's true.
Yeah,
All right.
that's true. I'm a hockey guy.
Lions
and
are
even
king in Detroit. Period. Oh, and they also made the playoffs. So
I mean, but it's hard to compare the markets between hockey and the NFL.
no, one is king and one is 4 at best.
Yeah, it's a tough market to crack. I mean, but when you're comparing hockey city to hockey city, we are hockey town.
Until you go into Canada and you go to Toronto and Montreal.
True Red Wings fans would be at if a Super Bowl and a Stanley Cup Game 7 were played the same day.
True hockey fans, sure.
True Red Wings fans will be there. It is hockey town. There are in this country, football is king.
Yep.
And on this day when it's all NFL draft, like the Red Wings are not in the playoffs, unfortunately. Like there are a select few. Like I'm not trying to diss hockey at all, but like the people who are watching the show are here to watch the NFL draft coverage.
Sure.
And if the Wings are in, of course we'd be given updates. Like,
yeah.
It is hockey town. Football is king in America.
And king in Detroit.
And
listen, we sold out the Silver Dome to go 0-16. Sold out the Silver Dome to go 0-16. The Silver Dome.
yeah.
You know how big that place is? It's really large.
You have, like, I can't even argue that. You've got a point. Maybe because since I've been alive, I haven't experienced, like, my experience with Lions fans are that they're some of the most loyal, outrageous fans of all time. Like, but it's hard to consider it football town when we've never had a true winner. Like, last year
I got to be honest. I love getting ice soccer fans upset. The same people that came to the Palace
You say
in
ice
the
soccer?
Yeah, I did. The same people that came
people are not happy about
into
that.
the Palace in the mid-90s going, let's go Red Wings, let's go Red Wings. Bro, they cling so tightly to this being hockey town, but people don't really care. Like, young people don't really care about hockey like they did when they grew up with championships. They haven't been good for a long time. It says hockey town on the ice, but this ain't hockey town. I'm sorry. It's not. It's not like it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. It always has been a football town, right? I mean, from our college teams to our great high school teams that we have here, and we have one of the oldest teams in football. Maybe not the most storied, but one of the oldest.
Yeah.
Don't forget about baseball, because if the Tigers ever actually get back there, they're right on par with the hockey. And honestly, the Pistons, they're kind of right there too when they're actually playing. But if all 4 teams are in the championship and you can only watch one, you already know who the most are going to be watching, and that is the Lions, flat out, especially now that they're actually winning.
And you brought up a good point about the kids these days, the youth. Like, they haven't seen a winner. They don't know what we know Hockey Town to be from the 90s, from the late 90s, early 2000s. Like, it is a different city when the Red Wings are good, which is why, and this will be my last comment about the Red Wings, which is why I love how Steve Yzerman is building this team, which is why they don't need to go out and spend all this money in free agency. He's trying to build another 25 years of making it to the playoffs so that it can become Hockey Town for real again.
Yes. And I love that he's here, man.
Yes.
It's great having Stevie Y here.
Do you like quotes?
Yeah.
Like good quotes?
Sure.
From these players? Because Michael Lucci's in the chat a couple minutes ago, actually. He runs a Roar Roundup page on Twitter. This is an actual quote from Christian Mahogany. I don't like to just block people. I try to end you in ways that don't make sense.
I love that.
Drop mic.
Love that.
That's your, what, 6th-round pick? Possibly your last pick of the draft? I like that.
Man,
I like that
I got a
coming off
bunch.
the
I got a
bench.
bunch of hockey fans real mad right now.
Do you?
Yeah, you do. You do. I will say,
It's a good combo.
as
And then it's my buddy who's a hockey player. Spent the evening hanging out with last night. I really don't care, man.
yeah, no, I mean, I get the point though, because I would say, I mean, I'm a hockey player through and through. I play club hockey at Western. I enjoy it. It's my favorite sport. But I will say, if it was one or the other, I will go the Lions. It's a tough choice, but I don't know. I think there's a difference in, I mean, the importance, A, and B, just the fact that like it's a 7-game series, I guess, for the Wings too. It's just different. It's one game. I don't know. It's just different, and I think that I think it's far-fetched to say that this isn't Hockey Town because I still believe it is. I believe that if LCA didn't have the most crazy prices I've ever seen in my life, that people would be out there full force, good or bad, like they were at the Joe when it was actually affordable to go to a Wings game.
That's a great point. I think LCA has hurt the brand.
Yeah, it has. It has made it where Detroit is very blue collar, very working class. So we all believe that we work hard and we support our blue collar teams.
The Joe felt like home.
Yeah, I'm getting goosebumps right now thinking about the Joe. Yeah. I was driving around Detroit on a bird scooter one time, and I took my girlfriend down to the Joe, and man, I talked to her about the Joe for a long while. Another great pick by the Rams right there, getting Limmer.
Boy, yeah.
But
Are you kidding me, Rams?
Yeah, they are on fire right now.
What? So hang on. We got to revisit this Rams draft.
Verse, Fisk, Corum, Kitchens.
Oh, is it up there?
Tyler Davis, Cardi the kicker, and now Whittington.
And
then Bo Limmer to round it out. Pretty fantastic.
And what they did in free agency, where is this depth chart for them? What they did in free agency, solidifying that offensive. They took Corum, right?
They did.
Yeah, they took Corum. Steve Avila, who played guard for them last year, he's moving to center. At least, they signed Jonah Jackson and Kevin Dotson. He was the guard that they re-signed for some pretty serious money too. And they got Haverstein at right tackle, another Jackson at left tackle. What they're doing, what they're building out there in LA is awesome. Like Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. You just lost Aaron Donald. You need to add some firepower to that defensive line. I'm not saying either of those are Aaron Donald, but those two together, those two, they're both from Florida State. Yeah, they play with such
Symmetry,
power,
bro.
Such power, and you pair that with Kobe Turner and Byron Young. I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone secondary yet, but good for the Rams, man. Les Snead. You can see, hang on, Brad Holmes coming from that Les Snead family tree. Maybe that's why I'm kind of getting excited for the Rams. I don't like them, but I see Brad Holmes and some of this strategy. Good for Les Snead, man. Etienne, who's in the chat in a lot of the shows, especially later on in the day, he's a Rams fan, and I bet he's ecstatic today.
Well, when they came over and there was some questions about our first draft, they're like, well, it was it was the Rams that were evaluating these players and drafting them so well. I think it was the whole Rams system that Brad was kind of born in and exited from, because we've seen them continue to draft well, and now the Lions, for the first time in my lifetime, are monsters all draft weekend long. That's fantastic.
Monsters. So DNC ENT in the chat. Where's my camera? DNC ENT in the chat said Ravens draft is greater, I'm assuming, than the Rams, or maybe all of them. And let me know who they pick, but they went Nate Wiggins in round 1, Roger Rosengarten, Adisa Isaac, Tez Walker. That was the pick you really like, and I actually do too.
Yeah.
TJ Tampa, and then Rasheen Ali.
And the Ravens just took Devin Leary, Kentucky quarterback.
Really?
Quarterback?
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't go undrafted. He had a terrible year this year.
That's odd. I don't know. Weird. But
And Pratt's still on the board.
Yeah.
who?
I haven't seen Pratt come off.
Yeah, no,
Tulane
Pratt.
quarterback.
Yeah, no, he's still out there.
I like him.
But those are picks that they fit the Ravens. Like it seems like a good fit.
Yeah.
What are some of the other teams that you guys think, both you two on the desk and in the chat, that we should look at? I see a Steelers.
I'm seeing
What do you-
Eagles.
It all comes down to Arizona. I think Arizona just absolutely, they did awesome this weekend. They did really, really well. The Lions, with limited pick and later picks, we did fantastic as well. We did go over Pittsburgh a little bit earlier. I know Green Bay did all right. I'm not feeling Minnesota. And Chicago, with all of their free agent moves, having Sweat over there and what they did over the last 3 days, it all comes down to Caleb. Because if Caleb is the guy that they think that he is, they are going to be a very serious problem for a lot of years to come.
Yeah. Seth Floyd in the chat, $1.99 donation. Thank you, Seth. He says, freaking love the mahogany pick.
Yeah.
He loves it. That is a good one.
He's bringing his leather-bound books with him, so.
It's the smell of rich mahogany.
That's right.
Bro, the Steelers draft, now that I look at it, total
I've been hyping that up for all day. All
total
day.
Steeler draft, huh, Justin? Like, Fatanu in the first round, one of my favorite first-round fits. Like, Mauler. Then they get Zach Frazier in the second round. And then they get Mason McCormick in the fourth round, the guard out of South Dakota State. So they get tackle / guard, a center, and a guard. Like, they attacked the interior. And they drafted 2 tackles in the last 2 years. But then they added Roman Wilson, Peyton Wilson. I don't know much about Logan Lee, but I love Ryan Watts at cornerback. Like, that's a damn good draft, Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
They've had, 3 coaches in the last, 30-some, 40 years?
Yeah, Tomlin, Bill Cowher, and the legend who was right before him.
Knox.
What?
Chuck Knox.
Judd Knox. Man, to get Roman Wilson,
I love Roman Wilson there, especially
With
what I
Pickens,
saw
too.
him do at the end of the game against Washington, making the plays that he did to make sure that they won. What he did in the Senior Bowl. This is a guy that I think is really, really coming in under the radar. I don't want to show any Wolverines too much love, but this is a guy that supposedly is a little bit limited physically, but I think that his acumen for football and his understanding of how and where to be open and when, that's going to preside over any limitations that he has. I think he's going to be a very, very successful pro. He's kind of got Hines Ward written all over him. No?
I go Cooper Kupp. I think he gives a lot of Cooper Kupp. I've been thinking of that draft comp the entire year that he's been playing for Michigan. He just seems like he's got that sleek route running. He knows where to be. I really like that pick by the Steelers. I also think Peyton Wilson for D-Roy. I said that earlier in the show. I think that is a very high possibility. That defense just oozes tackles, and I think that he could definitely do that. I saw someone shout out Xavier Weaver on here. That's my boy. I wanted the Lions to draft him. I'd love for them to trade into the 7th and pick him up. I think that he's a very sure-handed receiver that would be a nice fit because, like you said, you or it might have been you or it might have been Spencer. You always draft a receiver. There's always time to take a flyer on a receiver, especially if you have a high grade on him. It's honestly crazy that Brandon Rice is still on the board. He must have some big draft concerns if he has not been taken. I mean, I saw him mocked as high as the 3rd round. I mean, he's been there for all day.
Yeah.
Anson, what do you think about this? Maybe we make a little pivot. Brad Holmes just went live. do we say goodbye? Should we call it a day here?
Yep.
The sixth
Let's go
round's
ahead and
just
do
about
that.
over. Everyone should go watch Brad Holmes.
Yep.
I want to, but I think everyone wants to know what he's doing anyway. So why don't we call it a day?
Guys, we thank you so much for being with us all weekend long. Coming to see us downtown Detroit. Being here today and following us. Being active in the chat. We're back this week with all the shows, full schedule. Everybody will be here. Braylon will be back. It'll be great to have you guys with us talking Lions all week long. Your reactions, your thoughts, your grades. It's great to have you, my friend Justin, up here. It was a pleasure to have you, my friend.
Thank you, Anson. I appreciate the opportunity. I love it here, and I'm just so blessed. So thank you. Thank you all. Shout out Detroit. You guys showed out this weekend. 3-on-3 party was insane. It was super hype. It was awesome meeting all of you guys. You guys were all super nice and just great people, and I hope that all of you have a blessed day.
And I absolutely have to take my hat off to the man in the booth, our Lions insider, Matt Broder, learning it all on the fly and still dropping all the knowledge and hitting the hot takes. You were awesome today, my friend.
Running tech, that's insane. What a day for you. Wow.
No doubt.
I appreciate that, guys. I'm excited. I'm excited. This weekend in Detroit was incredible. I'm excited for the Lions this upcoming season. Like, we got a family being built here.
Yes, sir.
And this weekend proved it.
No doubt about it.
Let's do it, man. Take us out, Anson. By the way, we're going to end the stream, but the mics are going to be hot for about 30 seconds.
All right.
So you two keep that in mind.
All right.
right,
We appreciate you guys. We'll see you Monday for a full slate talking about the Lions, Woodward Sports. We love you. We'll see you soon.
Go Lions.